I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. The commander of the Special Forces took advantage of the ceasefire to quietly use the intercom to contact the Earth Defense Bureau, reporting that the ancestors were found here, and asked them to send people to support them quickly. The weirdo in the lead seemed to notice his actions and looked at him intentionally, but did not mean to stop him, but continued to walk towards Chen Shuxian. Dear Ms. Chen Shuxian, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still so young and beautiful. He walked to a place more than 10 meters away from Chen Shuxian and stood still, with a strange smile on his face, and a pair of dark green eyes flashing. Does this person know me? Question mark? Chen Shuxian stood up and looked at him carefully. This weirdo has an oriental face, but this face is not regular, but a little wretched. He should not be a Chinese, but a Kyoto person who has been destroyed. Wu Sanwei and Shen Tuzixu were the ones who carried out the task of destroying Kyoto. I have never been to Kyoto. Moreover, as a non-staff employee of the Earth Defense Bureau, I have rarely appeared in the public eye. Even in the Earth Defense Bureau, only a few old friends know me. How could this Kyoto person know me? I'm a little surprised that you can show up here today. The weirdo looked ecstatic and looked at Arslan Mori next to him. They probably don't know your identity, otherwise they wouldn't have sent so few people to protect you. Arslan Mori's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he couldn't help but look at Chen Shuxian. Isn't this elegant lady X's assistant? Does she have a special identity? The weirdo suddenly raised his voice. Chen Shuxian, the childhood sweetheart of Liemo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. You are so lucky to be able to protect her. The Special Forces members took a breath when they heard this. She turned out to be directly Emo's girlfriend. Arslan Mori's face suddenly darkened, his heart fell into the abyss, and his whole body was cold. She turned out to be directly Emo's girlfriend. This is bad. If she has any accident, then he will be guilty of it. Who are you? Chen Shuxian asked angrily when she heard that her identity was exposed. The weirdo smiled bitterly and said, I'm just a dead man. I used to have a name called Wan Di, you should have heard of it. But now I'm called Wu Di. Wan Di didn't die at the hands of the high priest? Chen Shuxian exclaimed. Even though she was always calm, she could not suppress her inner shock at this time. The name Wan Di is familiar to every high-level official of the Earth Defense Agency. He was originally a Shenzhen spy who infiltrated the Earth Defense Agency. After being discovered by directly Mo, he developed into a human spy and asked him to sneak back to Shenzhen. As a result, this double agent was shot dead on the spot by the furious high priest during the Shenzhen Destruction War. In the record of the Shenzhen Destruction War, the Earth Defense Agency said that Wan Di was a good friend of mankind. Although he was a second-generation ancestor, he finally chose to abandon darkness and join the light, which was commendable. I was shot dead by the high priest? Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being directly Mo. He is really decisive in doing things. Wu Di was shocked at first and couldn't believe it, and then he laughed up to the sky. There was no joy in his laughter, but instead, it revealed endless anger. Is there something wrong with the records of our Earth Defense Agency? Chen Shuxian asked. Of course. Wan Di did die in the Sacred Mountain, but he was not killed by the High Priest, but was shot into a sieve with a beam weapon by directly Mo's personal order, and then his body was burned to destroy the evidence. Endless hatred appeared on Wu Di's face, and his teeth were clenched. We had already reached an agreement that I would give the ancestors biotechnology to humans in exchange for the right to continue to survive on Earth. But he broke his promise. Liemo seems to be an upright person, but in fact he is the most despicable villain in the world. So that's it. At the beginning, the Earth Defense Agency announced to the world that they had found a large amount of ancestors' biotechnology in the Sacred Mountain, which could be converted into human technology after research. Chen Shuxian felt strange at the time why the ancestors were so careless and left their technology to humans. Now it seems that there is another reason. But she didn't find Liemo's betrayal behavior strange. Chen Shuxian stared at the furious Woody and said with a smile, "Whether you are Wandy or Woody, I will call you Woody for now. Actually, I don't think there is anything wrong with Liamo's behavior. There is an old saying in China that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. If it were me, I would not show mercy to a monster with an unknown body." Hehe. Woody's neck veins throbbed and he burst into a terrifying laugh. This laugh sounded extremely eerie and it chilled everyone at the scene. The Special Forces members who were responsible for the guard next to them all showed fear on their faces and couldn't help but put their fingers on the trigger, but then they thought that firepower weapons were useless against this monster, so they had to put down their weapons in dismay. For a long time, Woody stopped laughing, shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "You humans on Earth all say that our ancestors are terrible, but in fact, the most terrible thing is you. You can plunder nature at will for your own interests. Humans can kill hundreds of rare birds just to own a unique leather bag. Humans can hunt wild beasts in the forest at will to make a delicious dish. In your eyes, this world is born for you, and you can abandon everything for yourself, including the so-called promise." Woody's words made Chen Shuxian speechless for a while, because he did point out the bad phenomena in human society, but Chen Shuxian still didn't think there was anything wrong with Liamo breaking his promise for all mankind. She was thinking, and suddenly woke up in her heart. Why did Woody make a long speech instead of leaving to attack? If it was Shen Zixu, I'm afraid that a war would have ended now, and the soldiers would have been sitting on the return vehicle. Doesn't he know that the Special Forces have sent a signal, and the reinforcement from the Earth Defense Agency may arrive here in just an hour? Did Woody become stupid after being reborn from the dead? Impossible. Chen Shuxian immediately realized that Woody was stalling for time. The picture seemed to become strange. Chen Shuxian, who was at a disadvantage, should have stalled for time, and Woody, who was temporarily invincible, should have ended the battle as soon as possible. But the result was just the opposite. Chen Shuxian realized this, and her expression changed drastically. "You are waiting for Liamo to rescue you, and then take the opportunity to take revenge." Ha ha ha. Woody laughed loudly, his black robe dancing in the wind, and he looked very scary. He sneered, "You just found out." "Yes, I'm waiting for Liamo to show up. Do you know how desperate I was when Liamo cold-bloodedly ordered me to be burned to ashes in the stone chamber? But maybe it was a special gift from the creator. When I was about to sink into the eternal darkness, a dazzling light appeared, breaking through the darkness and falling on my consciousness. The next moment I appeared in a small river hundreds of kilometers away from the sacred mountain. But the creator is fair. He will always ask those who accept the gift to pay a sufficient price. When I found myself alive again, I was ecstatic. As Liamo once said, the first instinct of a living thing is to survive. However, when my consciousness gradually woke up, I found myself in a terrifying situation. Although I inexplicably have a new body, I can't control this body. At this point, he paused, as if recalling the past. A look of fear that he had never had before appeared on his face. This fear seemed to have been engraved in his heart, and he couldn't help shuddering when he recalled it. What on earth did this person go through to make him lose his composure like this? Chen Shuxian thought to herself. Woody shivered a few times, looked at Chen Shuxian in front of him, and his eyes were filled with hatred again, and then he recovered. He continued, "Just now you said that I can't command this body. That's right, the creator placed my soul in a new body, but it seems that he forgot to give me the command of the body. I can only drift slowly with the river. Do you know what's in the river?" Chen Shuxian shook her head subconsciously. Maybe Woody was just venting his emotions and didn't need her answer at all, so he continued, "On the first day, a snake the size of a fingertip swam over from the river. When it saw me, it swam towards me quickly, as if it saw delicious food. In the past, I could kill this damn snake with a breath, but I had no control over my body, so I could only watch the snake crawl up my body along my thigh. I can still clearly remember the cold feeling when the snake's slippery body touched my skin. It's amazing, isn't it? Although the creator forgot to give me control of my body, I can clearly feel everything that this body has suffered." The thought of a person who cannot move drifting freely in a small river in North America made Chen Shuxian a little shudder. Recalling the horrible past, Woody gritted his teeth The damn snake crawled onto my face. Its pair of dark green eyes stared at me. I could even smell the fishy smell coming from it. It stared at me for a while, and finally shook its head, as if laughing at me for not being able to move. Then it began to drill into my nostrils and I could only watch it shrink little by little, leaving only a tail outside. At that time, I regretted accepting the gift of the creator. If I knew that I would encounter such an experience, I would rather let me stay in the eternal darkness at that time. But it was too late to regret, because I had no control over my body. I couldn't even do things like ending my own life. I could only feel the damn snake wriggling freely in my body. Later, maybe the snake had enough fun, so it came out of my mouth spitting bright red bubbles. Woody's description was quite realistic, and Chen Shuxian couldn't help but take a deep breath to relieve the tension in her heart. If she had encountered such a thing, she would probably have had a mental breakdown long ago. Do you think the punishment from the creator ends here? I thought so at that time. When I saw that damn snake disappear in the river, I was secretly rejoicing, but suddenly a group of leeches swam over to the river. When I saw those black things, I realized that I had greatly underestimated the cruelty of the creator. Do you know what leeches are? Chen Shuxian of course knew what leeches were and was about to answer. But Woody continued, normally, this kind of thing would lurk in the grass by the river, waiting for someone to pass by, and then use its suction cup to attach to the passerby's legs, and then suck blood. Because its suction cup releases an anesthetic that can paralyze people's nerves, people can't feel their existence. But this group of leeches in the river is different. They seem to have forgotten to bring anesthetics, or they don't even bother to use anesthetics. Anyway, I can't move. As he said that, Woody took a few breaths and smiled bitterly. If that thing doesn't want to use anesthetics, it will really hurt to bite people. The more critical problem is that when this group of leeches were sucking blood from me, the river water in the distance suddenly became turbid. No, it's not that the river water became turbid, but that a large group of leeches swam over. Their black figures stirred the river water, and from a distance they looked like a black wave. Do you know what I was thinking at the time? Want to die? Chen Shuxian felt that Woody's question was a bit redundant. She was sure that no one could avoid having such thoughts in that environment at the time. Yes, I swore in my heart at that time that I must make Liemo, who caused all this, pay the price. Woody said in a low voice. It seems that this former Earth Defense Agency spy is very honest. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, since Liemo has always been in the Earth Defense Agency, he will be closely protected, even if he goes out. So you don't have the confidence to assassinate him directly? Of course I don't have confidence. Although I have received the blessing of the creator and my strength has been greatly enhanced, I'm not arrogant enough to challenge the 3 major interstellar battleships. If the last death taught me 2 lessons, the first is never to trust humans, and the second is never to underestimate opponents. Woody, who thought he was in control of everything, said frankly, so you plan to use him as bait, till Liemo here, and then you will launch an attack in secret? Chen Shuxian smiled bitterly in her heart. She was too unlucky. Originally, this trip to Barcelona was to observe how X performed his duties as a guardian, but he ended up running into a second-generation tribesman who had come back from the dead. That's right. If it's really like the rumors, Liemo will definitely rush here, and he will definitely not have time to arrange a tight defense. Woody was still so calm. Of course, behind this calmness is the confidence in his own strength. After rebirth, his strength has greatly increased, and he is a few points stronger than the original high priest. Moreover, he knows that he is weak, and has developed several descendants like his hometown. After many days of evolution, these descendants have already possessed his former strength. Really? What if I don't do what you want? Chen Shuxian smiled brightly, and rushed towards Woody in the sunlight through the leaves. Chapter 627. In the primeval forest, Chen Shuxian rushed towards Woody fearlessly, in order to prevent Woody's plot from succeeding. You are looking for death. Woody naturally understood her thoughts, and stretched out his hands with a pair of sharp claws, about to stab Chen Shuxian's chest. At this time, a cold light flashed between the two, and a girl in a lolita skirt appeared between the two holding a large sword more than 1 meter long. A delicate voice rebuked, "Monster, have you asked me?" She was the Guardian X who had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two just now. Although X still didn't understand how this weirdo in front of her came back to life, she knew that she must not let his plot to attack Directly Emo succeed. Directly Emo is a good person. He will buy me all kinds of dolls and candies. He will also accompany me to watch the stars in the dark night and tell me that, as long as I behave well, humans will one day accept the existence of biochemical robots like me. Such a good person must not be hurt by this monster in front of him. Little girl, you should be a cyborg. Woody saw that X's speed was far beyond that of ordinary people and immediately understood X's true identity. He was moved and bewitched. Humans are all despicable and shameless liars who don't keep their promises. Emo must be deceiving you. You see, I'm also a monster, and I'm preparing to build a new world. You are also a monster. How about coming together? I promise that after I succeed, I will give you a country, build you a fairy tale kingdom, and let you be the queen. How about it? The strength shown by X attracted Woody's attention. Although he created a few subordinates with superpowers, compared with billions of humans, it seemed too few. But X is a biochemical robot. If we can use her as a model and manufacture a large number of biochemical robots, wouldn't it be possible to form an invincible robot army? Woody looked at X with eager eyes. Monster? Who the hell are you calling a monster? X was furious when she heard this and rushed forward with a long sword. What she hated most was hearing someone call her a monster. Unforgivable! Exclamation mark. Hey, little girl, if you don't want to join, forget it. Is there any need to shout and kill? Woody turned around and floated more than 10 meters away, suspended in the air, with a sneer on his lips. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. He waved his hand. 3 jackals of the ancestors, go, tear this disobedient little girl into pieces. Looking at the 3 black figures who had been waiting on the ground for a long time rushing towards the little girl in a Lolita skirt, Woody felt very comfortable. The 3 jackals of the ancestors were monsters he created, based on the 3 real ancestors. When Woody came back to life, he found the cemetery, where the dead group of people were buried in the sacred mountain in an abandoned mine according to the memory of the high priest. He dug up more than 200 ancestors in this cemetery, and finally used secret techniques to refine these 3 monsters. The 3 jackals of the ancestors looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. This not only shocked X and Chen Shuxian, but they thought that the enemies were fighting among themselves. Woody, who was suspended in the air, staggered and almost fell down. He looked a little embarrassed. He thought, damn, are these 3 guys going to betray me? In fact, when Woody used the secret method to refine the 3 jackals of the ancestors, he found himself in an awkward situation when facing the 3 jackals of the ancestors who were powerful. The 3 guys did not obey his orders, and even when they walked out of the altar, they seemed to be using Woody to eat. These are not 3 subordinates, but 3 time bombs. Fortunately, Woody found that these 3 guys might be made by the dead ancestors, and he had a deep affection for the ancestors. He immediately showed them the power of the ancestors, and thus escaped. Then Woody vividly described to the 3 jackals of the ancestors how the despicable Emo used conspiracy and trickery to capture the sacred mountain and kill the high priest. Of course, when telling the story, Woody described himself as a brave ancestor who swore to defend the sacred mountain to the death and survived because of the blessing of the ancestors. After some deception, the 3 ancestral jackals became Woody's subordinates in order to avenge the high priest. 3 ancestral jackals, are you going to betray the ancestral spirit? Woody saw them shaking their heads and thought they were going to betray, so he quickly pulled out the ancestral spirit's banner. At this time, the shortest weirdo came out. Grandson, what are you yelling about? Do we need the 3 of us to deal with this little girl together? My ancestral wolf jackal can handle her alone. So that's how it is. Woody finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Chen Shuxian saw the appearance of the ancestral wolf jackal clearly, she couldn't help but gasp. Except for the word human in its name, it has no human characteristics on its body. It has a super large mouth on its big square head, and its mouth is full of black barbs. Its limbs are like sticks, and its skin is tightly wrapped around its bones. It is thin, but has a big belly, just like a pregnant woman. Seeing the ancestral wolf jackal coming over, X also took a step back in disgust, because she smelled the stench of vomit emanating from this monster. "Hey, little girl, you have tender skin and meat. It must taste delicious." The ancestor wolf jackal opened his big black mouth, and a transparent liquid flowed down from the corner of his mouth. "You know, I haven't eaten since I came back to life. Of course, it's not that I'm not hungry, but I vomit whatever I eat. You know, hunger is one of the most painful feelings in the world. Sometimes it feels like pulling out the intestines, kneading them into a ball, and making them stop moving. This person vomits everything he eats. It's so pitiful." X's eyes lit up, and she thought of a question. She asked timidly, "Wit, have you tried eating she? You won't vomit she, right? She? I haven't tried it yet. Maybe I should try it next time." The ancestor wolf jackal tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he was really considering this method. Woody, who was hanging in the air behind him, was speechless. This guy with an underdeveloped brain wouldn't take it seriously. Woody yelled, "Wolf jackal, that little girl is teasing you, you idiot." The ancestor wolf jackal was awakened and furious. "Well, you dare to tease me, I will let you taste the taste of the invincible acid shell. The shell is fired." As he said that, he slapped his stomach fiercely, opened his mouth at an incredible angle, and shot out a stream of thick liquid from the mouth full of black barbs. The thick liquid flew directly towards XX's face changed drastically. Although she didn't know what this dark green thick liquid was, and what kind of damage it could cause, it looked too disgusting. She jumped up from the ground, and avoided the attack of the dark green thick liquid. The dark green thick liquid fell on the ground, and splashed on the tree trunk next to it. The tree trunk suddenly emitted white smoke, and the thick liquid left a black mark on it like sulfuric acid. His ex couldn't help but take a breath, and his face changed drastically. If this thing splashed on his face, wouldn't it be disfigured? "You dodge quickly, take another one of my thick liquid bullets." Seeing that his attack was dodged, Zuran wolf jackal became even more angry, and he slapped his stomach fiercely. Swoosh. This time, 2 streams of thick green liquid shot out of his mouth, and pounced on X. "Come back," X exclaimed, and jumped up quickly again. She was a beautiful fairy, and she didn't want to be disfigured. The attack of the ancestral wolf jackal missed again. However, Chen Shuxian, who was standing next to him, found that as he kept shooting out the thick liquid, his face became a little rosy, and he was not as pale and ugly as before. She guessed that it seemed that this ancestral wolf jackal might be unable to eat, because his stomach was full of corrosive thick liquid, which caused serious damage to his stomach. At this time, the battle between the ancestral wolf jackal and X was completely stalemate. X's jumping speed was very fast, and the thick liquid spit out by the ancestral wolf jackal could not hit him. But X might be afraid of the thick liquid, and could not attack the ancestral wolf jackal at close range. The two could only spit wildly, and the other kept dodging. A good battle turned into a game between 2 children. Finally, maybe the ancestral wolf jackal didn't have much stock in his stomach, and realized that, if he continued like this, he would probably run out of saliva and die. He shouted, 9 heavens and 10 earths, endless thick liquid shells. This is a rhythm of launching a big move. X stared at the ancestral wolf jackal with full concentration, ready to jump at any time. The ancestral wolf jackal slapped his belly bang 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 continuously, his face full of pain, and then suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and aimed at X. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless streams of dark green thick liquid shot at X from all directions, like machine gun bullets. X had almost no place to jump. This is bad. Chen Shuxian next to him clenched her fists nervously. The special forces of the Earth Defense Agency on the side were terrified. Woody, who was suspended in the air, showed a smug smile on his face. But the next moment, everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw a white light penetrating the sky and the earth. The next second, X, who was originally surrounded by the dark green thick liquid, appeared behind the ancestral wolfjack, and on the more than 1 meter long sword in her hand, bright red liquid plop plop dripped to the ground. The face of the ancestral wolfjack was full of shock, but he couldn't say a word. At this time, a breeze blew, and the square head of the Zuran wolf jackal rolled off his neck. Only then did Chen Shuxian realize that the Zuran wolf jackal's neck had been cut open. Third brother. After a long time, the other 2 stunned weirdos finally reacted, and they rushed over to pounce on the Zuran wolf jackal. They tried to press the Zuran wolf jackal's head on the Zuran wolf jackal's neck again, but it fell off every time, and the two of them were all red and failed. One of them held the Zuran wolf jackal's head, and the other held the Zuran wolf jackal's body and cried loudly. Third brother, we three brothers agreed to be born and die in the same year and month. How can you not keep your promise? Third brother, I will never add radioactive element to your food again. Third brother, wake up. Everyone looked at this scene and didn't know what to do for a moment. Woody was still immersed in X's stunning sword. He was very sure that when X swung the sword, his instantaneous speed had reached 0.001 the speed of light, so that he could pass through the thick liquid unscathed. This girl, I'm determined to get her. He looked at X with eager eyes. The Earth Defense Agency wanted to take the opportunity to launch an attack, but the superpowers of the ancestral wolf jackal just now shocked them. Chen Shuxian was very sure that without X, one ancestral wolf jackal would be enough to destroy their entire army. According to the rule that birds of a feather flock together, the remaining two ancestral jackals must not be simple. Launching an attack at this time is undoubtedly tantamount to seeking death. X, who had completed the fatal blow, was now wiping the blade of the moist sword with wet tissues. Her feet were already piled with wet tissues stained with bright red, and she was still muttering, "Why is this guy so smelly?" After a long time, the remaining two Zuran jackals finally woke up from their grief and anger, and they cast their eyes on Woody, who was floating in the air. "Woody, we were created by you. You must have a way to save him, right?" This sentence made the Special Forces member of the Earth Defense Agency next to him almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "People are almost dead, and you just thought of it." And Woody's answer made Zuran Jackal spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. "I'm sorry, the Solmer element that we used to create you have been used up, so your third brother is completely hopeless." The last hope was shattered, and Zuran Jackal slowly stood up and glared at X. "Little girl, I will tear you into pieces to avenge my third brother." "Really?" X responded lightly, while wiping the sword with a wet tissue. "I'm going to chop you into cubes." "Really?" "I'm going to cut you into meat paste." "Really?" The two ancestral jackals kept talking nonsense, but didn't take any action, which made Chen Shuxian a little confused. Could it be that these two guys didn't have superpowers, so they kept saying harsh words here? If so, that would be great. Maybe we still have hope of victory. Although she was ready to sacrifice, but ants still try to survive, it would be impossible for Chen Shuxian to have no fear at all. Woody, who was floating in the air at this time, scratched his head in distress. As the person who created the two ancestral jackals, he naturally knew very clearly how powerful the two ancestral jackals were, and also knew why they kept talking nonsense now. These two guys were really unreliable, and he sighed in his heart. Then he said loudly, "The wolf jackal is dead, and its body belongs to you too." The two jackals of the ancestor were overjoyed when they heard this, and the two looked at each other, no longer caring about their verbal attacks, and squatted next to the ancestor wolf jackal. The next 10 minutes were the longest 10 minutes in Chen Shuxian's life, because she witnessed the ugliest thing in nature: cannibalism. The two jackals of the ancestor, who had been so affectionate with their brothers just now, after getting Woody's permission, couldn't wait to treat the ancestor wolf jackal as a plate of hand-pulled chicken, tearing it apart bit by bit, and then swallowing it into their stomachs bit by bit. The scene was so cruel that some Special Forces members couldn't help but vomit. However, the two jackals of the ancestor had an expression as if they were tasting the world's delicacies. Woody, who was floating in the air, seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene, and had a blank expression on his face. Chapter 628. Finally, the ancestor wolf jackal that was spitting saliva everywhere just now completely disappeared from the world, not even leaving a bone. "Okay, you are full too. Hurry up and take this girl down," Woody urged. The two satiated ancestors burped and looked at each other. "Boss, you go first, I have a little indigestion." The ancestor who looked bigger staggered to X, with a warm smile on his face. "Little girl, I'm the boss of the 3 ancestor jackals. Tiger Jackal. I have always been against fighting and killing. How about this? Let's play a game. If you win, I will admit defeat. How about it?" In fact, when Tiger Jackal and the others were eating the wolf jackal's corpse just now, Chen Shuxian had secretly observed the two of them. Tiger Jackal looked like a little old man, with a thin body, a goatee on his lips, and trembling when he walked. Coupled with his warm smile at the moment, if it weren't for the red marks on the corners of his beard, Chen Shuxian really thought he was a retired old man. When she heard that the wolf jackal wanted to play games, Chen Shuxian's heart sank immediately. These guys were extremely cunning and cruel. They must be using the opportunity of playing games to set a trap for X. I can't agree to it. She was about to say something to stop him, but X shook her ponytail and smiled before her. Okay, what game do you want to play? X may have noticed Chen Shuxian's concerns, turned around, and stuck out her tongue. Sister, don't be afraid, I'm best at my games. Seeing her so confident, Chen Shuxian couldn't stop her anymore, and could only secretly raise her vigilance. I said, little girl, you are so cute, you must not be an unreasonable person. As he said, the wolf jackal deliberately glanced at Woody, who was floating in the air behind him, pretending to lower his voice. Unlike some people, they don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young, relying on their own little merits to let the old man work for him. Delusion. This is a rhythm of betrayal. Although he lowered his voice intentionally, every word was clearly heard by Woody, and his face suddenly darkened. Among the three jackals of the ancestors, the eldest was the most cunning, the second was the most afraid of death, and only the third was a fool who obeyed orders the most. Who knew that the third would chop off the head as soon as they met, which was bad. Woody secretly prepared to fight in person. Haha, Grandpa, you are so nice to talk. What are we competing for? X laughed happily when he heard it. She looked extremely relaxed, as if she was really ready to play a game, but Chen Shuxian noticed that her right hand was tightly holding the moist sword. It seems that X's ability to become a guardian is not entirely based on force, and Chen Shuxian's mood relaxed. The wolf looked around, as if he was looking for something. After a long time, he looked distressed. Alas, there is nothing in this wilderness. How about we play an ancient game? Okay, what game? The wolf jackal slowly raised his fist, and the wrinkles on his face were ironed out. Rock, paper, scissors. How about it? Old enough. Chen Shuxian was speechless. This game is indeed old. It was recorded in Shuo and miscellaneous notes by Lu Rong in the Ming Dynasty. The rules are very simple. Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, and paper beats rock. The rules are also fair. It seems that everyone has a 50% chance of winning. However, a department of Mosey Technology that studies game theory once applied for funding from Professor Liemo on how to increase the winning rate of rock, paper, scissors as a topic. Professor Liemo may have had a brain attack at the time and actually approved this seemingly meaningless topic. When the head of this department saw the 10 million research funds that were immediately received, he was dumbfounded. The reason they applied for this topic was that they heard that even if the topic in Mosey Technology was ridiculous, as long as Professor Liemo thought it was interesting, it could be established. So they thought about verifying it. However, there is an iron rule in Mosey Technology that research funds must be used for research. There is a special department responsible for monitoring the use of project funds. Once corruption and waste are found, they will be immediately dismissed and never hired. But they have no research plan at all, and can they spend 10 million to study rock paper scissors? Looking at the 10 million research funds lying in the account, the supervisor wanted to die. But the pity dog himself had to be sweet, no matter how difficult it was. This supervisor was also a ruthless person. He took his researchers to visit high win rate players of rock paper scissors all over the world. It took a full 3 years to really come up with the game cheats. Chen Shuxian noticed this strange project in the mid-year project summary of Mosey Technology Group. With curiosity, she studied the so-called game cheats in detail. This game cheat that cost 10 million is actually very simple. 1. Rock opening. Men always like to use fists when they make their first move. So if you play with a man, you can try to use paper for the first time too. Scissors serving. Continue from the above. Experienced players will use paper for the first time. If you meet such a player, you can use scissors 3. Few people will use rock 3 times in a row. If the opponent uses rock twice in a row, you can guess that he should use paper or scissors next time. 4. Inexperienced people often subconsciously imitate your last punch. In this way, you can use the corresponding punch to win him 5. When you can't predict, please use paper directly. Because people usually have the highest probability of using rock. Chen Shuxian looked at the cheats and felt more and more unreliable. She wondered, did these guys eat and drink all the 10 million funds and then come up with this cheat casually? In the spirit of being responsible for Mosey technology and guarding Liamo's wallet, Chen Shuxian decided to verify the cheats. She recruited 100 students, asked half of them to play the game according to the cheats, and the other half to play the game in the normal way. The results surprised her. The winning rate of students who played the game according to the cheats was as high as 70%. Generally speaking, as a completely random game, the winning rate of rock paper scissors should be half and half. This shows that the cheats are effective. Since the wolf jackal wanted to play rock paper scissors with X, Chen Shuxian naturally had to tell X the secret. She walked to X's side, leaned close to X's ear, and whispered the secret to her. At this time, the wolf jackal on the opposite side seemed to have noticed something. His two ears moved. He stroked his beard with his hand and smiled. He looked like he was not afraid of cheating at all, which made Chen Shuxian feel depressed. Could it be that this monster had the ability to see through people's hearts? But she was not allowed to remind X at this time, because the wolf jackal stepped forward and said, "Little girl, can the game start now?" "Of course, I'm ready." The wolf jackal raised his arm. "Okay, I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we'll start punching at the same time. 1, 2, 3. X took the lead and stretched out 2 fingers. Scissors. Tiger Jackal was obviously a step slower, with a strange smile on his face, and stretched out a slap. Cloth. He slapped his head with his hand in a fake acting, and said regretfully, "Oh, little girl, you are too good. I lost. I will follow my promise and leave here." As he said that, he walked towards the primeval forest next to him, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. "Tiger Jackal, are you going to break our agreement?" Behind him, Woody, who was suspended in the air, was anxious and shouted at the back of Tiger Jackal. "We agreed that I would fight for you. Now that I've lost, I have to run away." Without even turning his head, the Tiger Jackal threw down a sentence and ran into the primeval forest, never to be seen again. Chen Shuxian saw this funny scene and finally understood. It turned out that, after seeing the wolf jackal was beaten to death, the Tiger Jackal had no intention of fighting with X from the beginning. It was just because he had reached a certain agreement with Woody and could not directly violate it, so he thought of using rock paper scissors to decide the winner. In fact, the Tiger Jackal was originally going to lose, so that he could escape, so no matter what the result of X was, it would be the same. At this moment, Woody looked at the leopard jackal who was still squatting on the ground with a sullen face. Are you also going to play the trick of rock paper scissors like your big brother?" He now regretted spending a lot of energy to revive these 3 monsters. Upon hearing this, the leopard jackal shook violently and then fell to the ground with convulsions, foaming at the mouth, like an acute attack. Good guy, this time even rock paper scissors was saved. Since this guy was ready to play dead, X naturally would not provoke him anymore. Instead, he walked up to Woody with a big sword in his hand. "Evil big boss, you are the only one left now. Just use whatever moves you have." Does the evil big boss X really think he is playing a game? For some reason, Chen Shuxian is not nervous at all now. She has an inexplicable confidence in her heart. Maybe she is infected by the optimism of the boss. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. In front, Woody, who was questioned by the boss, was not in such a good mood. He had gone through a lot of hardships to be resurrected. He thought that he could seek revenge on Liamo with his own strength. He didn't expect that he could get rid of the 3 jackals of the ancestors without even seeing Liamo. This is really unbearable. Ha ha ha, little girl, you are looking for death. He sneered and pulled out a pale golden sword from behind. The surface of the sword was engraved with complex symbols, and the hilt was inlaid with a red gem. It matched the arc line next to it, and looked like an evil eye. Under the sunlight, the sword was faintly shining under the surface. "Is this the sword you stole from the bank safe?" X asked. "Yes, this is the sword that the high priest used, which was famous for its cold iron and fire from outer space." Its original name was Hengseo, but it was regarded as a sword in myth by humans. How ridiculous. Hengseo. What a tacky name. It's not as good as my Moi. X laughed. Humph, I'll let you know how powerful Hengseo is later. Woody flew into the air and raised the Hengseo sword. I'll show you the power of the ancestors. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood on the Hengseo sword. The Hengseo sword instantly turned from a light gold color to a bright red. This bright red was a bright red that looked very strange. Then the bright red Hengseo sword began to emit a bright red light. The place where everyone stood was covered with this bright red light. Everyone's body, face, and weapon seemed to be coated with a layer of blood. In the bright red area, everyone's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a pair of big hands, and their faces showed pain and difficulty breathing. Chen Shuxian, who was in pain, saw this strange phenomenon and couldn't help but frown. This bright red light has completely surpassed the level that superpowers can reach. In order to study the superpowers of the ancestors, the Earth Defense Bureau set up a superpower research department. They regard superpowers as a unique attribute of a creature. This creature is a seed in the belly of the ancestor. Every ancestor is actually parasitized by the seed. They devour flesh and blood to provide energy for the seeds, and the seeds give them back with unique attributes. This is a mutually beneficial symbiotic behavior. But this unique attribute also has limits. It can only change the ancestor's own body and cannot affect the outside world. This is not a superpower, but an extraordinary ability. This resurrected Woody actually has an extraordinary ability that can directly affect people. No wonder he keeps saying that he wants to seek revenge on Liemo. Chen Shuxian couldn't help but glance at X. Only X was not affected at the scene. She was looking at the bright red color on her body in confusion, muttering, "It's too ugly. It's too ugly." Chen Shuxian then remembered that X didn't have a heart. Without a heart, you won't be affected by the Scarlet Field. X, hurry up, stop him. Chen Shuxian shouted, enduring the severe pain in her heart. Okay. X waved the Moi sword and rushed towards Woody. Woody saw the sword light coming and quickly dodged, secretly complaining in his heart. This Scarlet Field is a new ability he gained after his resurrection. It can suppress the heartbeats of all creatures within the range and finally let them die of heart failure. How could this cute little girl not be affected? Damn it. How could I forget that she is a biochemical robot? Woody cursed himself for being stupid. But even if you are a biochemical robot, you will definitely die if you are not affected by the Scarlet Field. Woody shouted after dodging the sword light. I saw that his muscles began to swell, and he instantly turned from a thin man into a muscular man. I now have the power of 50 ancestors. Let's see how you can bear it. He shouted loudly and waved the sweeping sword to rush towards X. His speed was so fast that the air around him began to shake and make a whoosh sound. The surrounding trees were knocked to the ground by the shockwaves that were invisible to the naked eye. The people on the ground felt a sharp pain in their stomachs and vomited blood. The red-haired man who had been hiding at the back also secretly activated his supernatural power and turned his abdomen into diamonds. X, hide. Chen Shuxian spat out a mouthful of blood and reminded. Hide? I just want to try it out. What is the effect of fully opening the battery energy? X did not dodge, but waved the Moi sword to meet it. Nuclear battery first gear. Her whole body began to glow, and a stream of pure white energy shot out through her clothes, like the bright moon in the night sky. Fuck, is this a nuclear explosion? Woody saw X's change and immediately thought of running away. Unfortunately, it was too late. X rushed towards him like a meteor, and Woody had to grit his teeth and go forward. The bright red sweeping sword and the silver Moi sword collided fiercely. Bang! A bright light lit up between the two people and rushed straight into the sky. The sky and the earth suddenly became much dimmer. Chapter 629. A month had passed since the Battle of Adeli village. Although X was still in a coma in the ward, Chen Shuxian had to leave the earth on the navigator because she needed to complete the task that Liemo asked her to inspect the deployment of the Mark Sing nuclear bomb. Of course, before leaving, Chen Shuxian did two things. One was to instruct Professor Wu, the director of the Gobi Desert Base, to notify the navigator immediately once X woke up. The second thing was to report to Liemo that Woody had come back from the dead and had extraordinary abilities. In her report, She specifically analyzed the difference between extraordinary abilities and superpowers. Chen Shuxian had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Although Wu Di was dead, his extraordinary abilities were likely to appear in others. That's right, Wu Di, who had come back from the dead, was completely dead this time. In the primeval forest of a Dali village, X and Wu Di each held a sword and had a fierce collision. The light that burst out at that time was as dazzling as the light produced by the explosion of an atomic bomb. The huge shock wave generated by the impact not only instantly razed the surrounding primitive forests of dozens of kilometers to the ground, completely destroyed a Dili village, but also caused serious losses to the special forces of the Earth Defense Agency. Wu Di turned into grey smoke in the violent explosion. Even though X was a biochemical robot, his body made of liquid alloy was also in tatters. Fortunately, the outside of his brain was protected by metal, otherwise he would have ended up like Wu Di. However, she has since fallen into a coma. The Earth Defense Agency support force that received the news and rushed to the scene conducted a careful investigation of hundreds of kilometers in radius. It took several days to confirm that Wu Di had completely disappeared from the Earth, and then the team was withdrawn. The villagers of a Dali village were also seriously killed and injured, except for the village chief Red Hair who was hiding in a deep pit and did not suffer much damage. Most of the villagers were killed and injured, and many of them were left with lifelong disabilities. They had to accept the assistance of the Earth Defense Agency and move to the city of Barcelona. Thinking of the village chief Red Hair of a Dali village, Chen Shuxian always had an indescribable feeling. Although the guy expressed his willingness to lead the way, as soon as they met, he seemed to have something to rely on. Moreover, how could there be a deep pit on the flat ground of the primeval forest outside the warehouse? No. There is something wrong with Red Hair. Chen Shuxian woke up from her contemplation and pressed the pager beside her. Soon a young man's voice came from the pager. Ms. Chen, what do you want? Captain Ji Renyu, where are we now? Report to Ms. Chen. We just passed Mars and continue to fly into deep space. It is estimated that it will take a week to reach Marxing. Chen Shuxian calculated the distance, so we can use a deep space antenna on Mars to directly contact the Earth. Theoretically, this is possible. Do you want to talk to Director Liemo? Captain Ji Renyu guessed that he thought he was smart. He is so busy talking, so I won't waste his time. No, you send a top secret email to the Earth Defense Bureau to remind them to pay attention to Red Hair, the village chief of a Dali village. I suspect he also has supernatural powers. Chen Shuxian ordered. Okay, I'll have the correspondent send a top secret email. After arranging everything, Chen Shuxian looked out the glass window at the dark universe. This was her first time to board a spacecraft and go into space. Since the navigator had been modified several times, Mosey Technology had installed a gravity generator for it, so it was like being on Earth, and there would be no weightlessness. Of course, you wouldn't enjoy the pleasure of floating in the air. Moreover, the spacecraft used a full cycle air purification system, and the oxygen consumption rate was less than 0.001%, so you didn't need to wear a heavy spacesuit inside the spacecraft. Looking at the starry sky from here, in addition to being clearer, is very different from looking at the starry sky on Earth. The distance of 3 light years is not worth mentioning in the universe, which is hundreds of light years away. There is no difference between space and Earth, but Chen Shuxian has a sense of tranquility in her heart. She sat quietly in a chair, looking at the twinkling stars in the dark universe, her mind blank. At this moment, she doesn't have to worry about anything. At this moment, she doesn't have to think about anything. Ms. Chen, your dinner is here. The knock on the door broke the silence. Come in. A young chef wearing a chef's hat and a Mosey Technology uniform came in with a tray. Ms. Chen, tonight's dinner is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed beef with potatoes, stir-fried water spinach, and tofu soup. He put the tray on the table and introduced it. Haha, 3 dishes and 1 soup, the old rules of the Earth Defense Agency. Chen Shuxian joked as she looked at the carefully cooked meal. The young chef smiled and said, yes, it's an old rule. He saw that Chen Shuxian looked friendly and talked a lot. When I passed the top exam and became a crew member of the Navigator, my buddies were very envious. Envy? Chen Shuxian had been in space for several days without anyone to talk to. Now that someone was willing to chat, she put down her spoon. Well, skipping dinner and having a good figure. Yes, they all say, Zio Wang, you are so awesome now. You can travel in the universe on the navigator. You can go wherever you want. How free. The young chef said with a wry smile. They also say that the navigator is the first spaceship of mankind. How awesome it is to be an employee on it. In fact, only I know that I'm still a chef, a man with a big spoon. My daily job is frying and cooking, but the workplace has changed from the ground to space, and the equipment has changed from an open flame stove to an automatic cooking machine. As for the so-called going wherever you want, it is even more impossible. Not to mention me, even directly Mo can't do it. The more you understand the universe, the more you know how terrible it is. When I was young, I also dreamed of traveling in the universe, but now I know that if I leave the navigator, I will definitely explode and die within 1 minute. Even if I stay in the navigator, there is a small chance of death at every moment, because the universe is filled with countless meteorites. With the navigator's fast speed, we can't dodge meteorites at all. In fact, even if we stay on Earth, there are dangers every moment. Every 18 seconds, one person dies on Earth due to various accidents. I won the big red flower in elementary school. I secretly pulled the braids of a girl in junior high school. The girl was called Eliuhua, and she eventually married a teacher. When I was in high school, when I was in college, the young chef talked non-stop and even started to reveal his privacy. Wang Ming, you should go back first. Chen Shuxian didn't like to hear these things. Wang Ming seemed not to have heard the order and continued. Do you know why the flower is so red? Because I beat it. The flower is actually a disobedient child. Once upon a time, there were 3 penguins in the Arctic. One day, a reporter came to interview them and asked them what they did every day. The first penguin, eating, sleeping, and playing dao-dao. The second penguin, eating, sleeping, and playing dao-dao. The third penguin, eating and sleeping. The reporter was puzzled and asked, little friend, why don't you play dao-dao? The third penguin was angry and said, I'm dao-dao. Once upon a time. At this time, Chen Shuxian had realized that something was wrong, especially when a strange smile gradually appeared on Wang Ming's face. Chen Shuxian decisively sounded the alarm. Oola, oola, the rapid alarm broke the tranquility in the navigator. The crew reacted instantly, quickly put on their spacesuits according to the emergency manual, and ran into the captain's room with weapons in hand. When Captain Deng Zhidong saw that the source of the alarm signal was the guest room area, his face changed drastically, because only one person lived in the guest room area during this voyage. Nothing can happen. Captain Deng Zhidong prayed in his heart when he opened the door of the guest room with the fully armed crew. When he saw that everything was normal in the guest room, Chen Shuxian was sitting on the sofa, and the chef Wang Ming was standing next to him. He breathed a sigh of relief, as if nothing was wrong. Ms. Chen, did you accidentally touch the alarm? Chen Shuxian did not answer directly, but signaled with her eyes. Captain Deng Zhidong followed her eyes, and saw the chef Wang Ming. Wang Ming's face was full of a weird smile, which Deng Zhidong had never seen on a human face. It was as if Deng Zhidong suddenly remembered that he had seen it on the face of a second-generation ancestor who had participated in the Shenzhen Annihilation War. At that time, Deng Zhidong's task was to protect scientists, and these scientists were testing the physical limits of the second-generation ancestors. The second-generation ancestor was firmly fixed under the hydraulic press, facing the slowly descending cylinder, and he had this weird smile on his face at that time. And now Wang Ming still kept saying, have you heard the story of the 3 little monks? There was a mountain and there was a temple in the mountain. This guy's crazy. Quick, control him. Captain Deng Zhidong led the crew to tie up the chef Wang Ming with an explosion-proof belt. Wang Ming did not resist and still said, Jasmine, what a beautiful jasmine flower, block his mouth too. I'm afraid he will be exhausted to death if he keeps talking. Chen Shuxian ordered. If a person keeps talking, will he be exhausted to death? Talking also consumes energy. When humans continue to talk after their energy is exhausted, they may really die. Although this extreme situation rarely occurs, it must be prevented. And Chen Shuxian suspected that the chef Wang Ming was not crazy, but was infected by some unknown virus or something. Thinking about this, Chen Shuxian ordered the captain to send Wang Ming to the biological monitoring center. When the navigator was first remodeled, a biological monitoring center was specially built on the navigator, considering that the navigator would travel through space and there might be viruses harmful to humans on a certain ancient planet. Although the biological monitoring center is not large, it is well equipped with ultra-micromolecular analyzers, cryo-optical cameras, nanomolecular dissectors, and 3 Nobel Prize winners in medicine. When Wang Ming was sent to the biological monitoring center, Professor Chen Shuxian was already waiting there. He had received warning information that a level 5 biological infection might appear on the spacecraft and put on protective clothing in advance. He also turned on the negative pressure defense equipment of the biological monitoring center. When he saw Wang Ming for the first time, Professor Chen Shuxian, an authority in microbiology, knew that he must have been infected. The pathogen invaded Wang Ming's central nervous system, which made Wang Ming unable to stop talking. In order to take a sample from Wang Ming's mouth, Professor Chen Shuxian manipulated the robotic arm to take out the gag ball in his mouth. 1 + 1 = 2, 1 + 2 = 3. Wang Ming shook his mouth muscles and continued to speak without delay. Wow, even math knowledge has come out. In order to understand Wang Ming's symptoms in more detail, Professor Chen Shuxian did not continue to put the ball gag back in. 1x1 = 1, 1x2 = 2. Amid the noise, he took out some brain nerve cells from Wang Ming's head for testing. The test results surprised him. Everything was normal. Wang Ming's brain nerve cells not only showed no signs of infection, but were also more energetic than ordinary people, with excellent cell membrane elasticity and just the right concentration of cell fluid. From every perspective, he was a bodybuilder among brain cells. There was no other way. Professor Chen Shuxian could only continue to take samples. This time, in order to collect cells more conveniently and accurately, he used a medical intelligent robot. This robot has 2 arms like a human, and it can also operate various medical devices like a human. The difference is that its accuracy is far beyond that of ordinary people. According to the manual issued by Mosey Technology, it can accurately insert a silver needle with a diameter of 0.01 nanometers into the expected cell. Of course, Professor Chen Shuxian has never tried this kind of thing. After all, every time a medical intelligent robot starts up, it consumes a lot of energy, and no one wants to use it to pierce cells. Professor Chen Shuxian walked to a 2-meter tall white robot. There was an operating panel installed on the robot's abdomen. Professor Chen Shuxian set the command on the panel, and more than 10 arms extended from the back of the medical robot to bind Wang Ming tightly, and then a laser head extended from its head. The laser head emitted a light red light, which slowly moved down along Wang Ming's head. Professor Chen Shuxian knew that this was the medical robot scanning Wang Ming in all directions to determine the exact location of the cell. The scanning process was very slow and took a full 20 minutes. Chen Shuxian made a gesture to the glass window to calm down. Outside the glass window, Chen Shuxian was leading Captain Deng Zhidong and others anxiously waiting for the test results. At this time, the navigator was 3 light years away from the Earth and had long left the communication range. The navigator was now like an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. If Wang Ming was really infected by a virus and had the symptom of being unable to stop talking, it would be terrible. Chen Shuxian actually had a vague guess in her mind, but she needed to get evidence from Wang Ming's examination results. The medical robot's scanning process was very slow, but the sampling was very fast. It waved its arms at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Several silver lights flashed, and it extracted cell samples and blood samples from Wang Ming's body. Chapter 630. The final examination results did not give Chen Shuxian an answer. She was both relieved and worried. The relief was that according to more than 100 tests, no traces of malignant viruses were found in Wang Ming's body. The worry was that this might be something more terrible than the virus. The atmosphere in the navigator suddenly became tense, and the crew members all put on heavy and comprehensive protective clothing. According to the emergency protection manual, Captain Deng Zhidong closed the areas that Wang Ming had been in contact with 24 hours before he fell ill, which of course included Chen Shuxian's guest room. Chen Shuxian could only learn about what happened in the navigator through the intercom. Captain Deng Zhidong, you just said that some crew members suggested that the navigator return, right? In the captain's room, Captain Deng Jidong stood in front of the command desk with a heavy heart. Report to Ms. Chen. There are indeed 2 crew members with great psychological pressure. I have asked them to report to the psychological counselor. Most of the people on the navigator this time are young people who have never been to the battlefield. It is inevitable that they will panic. You should pay more attention. Chen Shuxian suggested. Captain Deng Jidong, of course, this trip to Marxing is a task assigned by directly MO. It is of great importance. There is no reason to give up halfway. What's more, Wang Ming's condition is complicated, and the cause of the disease has not been found. If we return to Earth rashly, it is likely to cause harm to the entire human civilization. As the captain of the navigator, I can still grasp this measure. That's good. I feel relieved to have you on the navigator. Chen Shuxian was a little tired. She hung up the intercom and looked at the dark universe outside the window with lifeless eyes. How many secrets are hidden in this universe? On this side, although Captain Deng Jidong seemed very relaxed in the conversation just now, he was actually extremely nervous. The most terrifying thing in the world is the unknown. Deng Jidong had participated in the Shenshin Annihilation War. He was not afraid of the second generation ancestors with claws and fangs, because he knew that the beam weapon in his hand could kill this kind of monster. Even if he was killed by the monster accidentally, his teammates around him would avenge him. Although the enemy is terrifying, he is restrained. This time the situation was completely the opposite. Wang Ming just became a chatterbox and couldn't control his mouth. He didn't become a terrifying monster, but Captain Deng Jidong felt a little scared. He didn't know if Wang Ming's symptoms would be contagious. If everyone on the ship became chatterboxes, the navigator would be doomed. This is the fear brought by the unknown. Driven by fear, humans will always look for some beautiful things to make themselves full of hope again. Carrying photos with you seems to have become a habit for all people who have set foot in space. Although there is no clear statistics, Captain Deng Jidong believes that at least 80% of the crew on the navigator carry photos. On the one hand, in the dark space, people feel extremely small, and it is easy to get lost. According to statistics, if the time spent in space exceeds 2 years, the rate of mental illness outbreak of the crew is twice as high as that of people on the ground. At this time, an anchor is needed to stabilize the spirit of the crew. This anchor is the memory of the past, and the specific way of presentation is photos. On the other hand, photos are light and easy to carry. In a spacecraft, where every inch of space is valuable, every inch of space and every bit of weight is of great significance. Captain Deng Jidong was no exception. He took out a photo from his arms. In the photo, a young woman with a pretty face was standing under a gardenia, smiling brightly. The photo looked very old-fashioned, like a photography style from the 1980s, but it vividly showed the girl's innocence. The woman's name was Han Yuqian, and she was Captain Deng Jidong's fiancée. Although the two had already obtained a marriage certificate, according to the rules of Captain Deng Jidong's hometown, they were not considered married without a wedding banquet. Since both of them were very busy at work, the wedding banquet was delayed. The two agreed to return to their hometown to get married after this flight. Captain Deng Jidong was a top student trained by the China Flight Academy. In his undergraduate studies, he skipped 3 grades and obtained a master's degree in aeronautics and a doctorate in cosmic psychology. After graduation, he was spotted by the Earth Defense Agency. After a character test, he successfully joined the reserve training team and was entrusted with important tasks along with the original captain and crew of the navigator. Captain Deng Jidong passed a rigorous exam and finally became the captain of the navigator. This is a supreme honor for a Chinese youth. Therefore, after receiving the mission order, Captain Deng Jidong said goodbye to his fiancée without hesitation and set off for Marxing. Captain Deng Jidong stroked the beautiful face in the photo, feeling a little guilty. His fiancée Han Yuqian was originally from Yanjing and had a good family background. The two fell in love at first sight after they met in college. Han Yuqian was not like other girls. Knowing that Deng Jidong's family conditions were average, she not only did not ask Deng Jidong to buy gifts all day long, but also used her own pocket money to subsidize Deng Jidong. Of course, she did not act petty with Deng Jidong because of this, but was more considerate. In the eyes of his classmates, Deng Jidong seemed to be eating soft rice. After graduation, although the salary of the Earth Defense Agency was several times higher than that of ordinary companies, with the influx of wealthy people from various countries into China, China's housing prices were also rising rapidly, and the housing prices in Yanjing were even more unattainable. Some people with good intentions have calculated that, if all the houses within the fifth ring of Yanjing were sold, they could buy the entire North America and Europe. Faced with such a high housing price, Deng Zhidong, who had just graduated, was powerless at this time. At this time, Han Yuqian's family proposed that, as long as the two got married, they could provide them with a new house within the Third Ring Road. Deng Zhidong had originally wanted to marry Han Yuqian, but now facing reality, he could only eat soft rice to the end. In this way, he did not even pay for the decoration of the new house, and directly moved into the Third Ring Road of Yanjing. In the eyes of people around him, Deng Zhidong is a standard Phoenix man. However, only Deng Zhidong himself knows that, if there is a woman who loves you, what's wrong with being a Phoenix man? This is reality. At this time, Captain Deng Zhidong, who was immersed in memories, was awakened by a crisp report. Report to the captain. Wang Ming seems to have woken up. The visitor was crew member Yang Kexiang, who was responsible for monitoring Wang Ming's condition 24 hours a day. He looked terrified at the moment, as if he saw something strange. Captain Deng Zhidong frowned upon hearing this. If he wakes up, he wakes up. If he doesn't wake up, he doesn't wake up. What does it mean to wake up? You'll understand if you go and see this. Crew member Yang Kexiang tried to explain, but found that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he had to let the captain see it himself. Captain Deng Zhidong followed crew member Yang Kexiang outside the IQ. In the IQ, Wang Ming was already awake. He was sitting on the bed and didn't continue to chatter. Professor Chen Daming, who was wearing protective clothing, looked at him with horror and hid in a corner far away. The conversation between the two came out of the intercom. Professor Chen Daming, Wang Ming, how did you do that just now? Wang Ming, Professor, I don't know. I just had a strange thought in my mind just now, and I just said casually that you were going to fall down. And then this happened. Before he finished speaking, Professor Chen Daming's terrified voice came from the intercom. Don't say it. Don't say it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Professor Wang Daming, who was curled up in the corner, suddenly bounced up at an incredible angle, and then he fell heavily to the ground. During the whole process, it seemed that an invisible person hugged and threw Professor Wang Daming. Wang Ming was also surprised that this situation would occur. He covered his mouth tightly with his hands and shouted repeatedly, "This is not my fault. I just said it casually. I didn't expect you to really fall down." Shut up. Professor Wang Daming had just gotten up from the ground, and he immediately shouted to stop him when he heard the words. It was too late again. Professor Wang Daming, who had just gotten up, plopped and fell heavily to the ground again. This time, a drop of blood even oozed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Captain Deng Zhidong gradually understood. Wang Ming, who had woken up, had acquired a magical ability. He said that someone would fall down, and that person would fall down. Even if the person was already lying flat on the ground, it was inevitable. So is this ability only for humans or applicable to all things? Can this ability not only make people fall down, but also lead to more serious consequences? Thinking of this, Captain Deng Zhidong's expression changed drastically. If Wang Ming accidentally said something like the pilot would explode, it would be bad. He quickly picked up the intercom and ordered, "Wang Ming, from now on you shut up, and don't make a sound, otherwise you will be punished by military law." Wang Ming was still planning to refute, but after hearing the military's punishment, he immediately became serious and nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Even so, Captain Deng Zhidong was still worried. If Wang Ming couldn't control his mouth, things would be bad. He immediately asked Professor Wang Daming to seal Wang Ming's mouth with medical tape. Professor Wang Daming, who got up from the ground, seemed very active. He took out a large roll of tape from the cabinet and sealed Wang Ming's mouth without any gaps. Seeing this, Captain Deng Zhidong was relieved. He immediately convened a meeting of all the crew members of the Navigator, and Chen Shuxian also listened in through the intercom. In the meeting room, all the crew members were frowning. They had just learned about the strange events that happened in the IQ through Captain Deng Zhidong's explanation. A crew member whispered, "Isn't Wang Ming a time bomb now?" Another crew member curled his lips. "He is more powerful than a time bomb. At least we know when a time bomb will explode. This guy can make people fall down with just one sentence. How to prevent it?" Another crew member said, "Captain, why does it sound like Wang Ming has suddenly become a crow's mouth, and whoever he says will be unlucky?" Captain Deng Zhidong saw that the crew could not discuss it clearly and looked at the three medical professors sitting at the bottom right. Professor Wang Daming was wearing a plaster cast and the corners of his mouth were red and swollen. The two professors closed their eyes and said nothing. But for this kind of thing, we still need to listen to the opinions of medical experts. "Professor Wang, what do you think?" Captain Deng Zhidong asked. Professor Wang Daming cleared his throat and said vaguely, "Captain Deng, what happened to Wang Ming has gone beyond the scope of modern medicine. Just think about it. He can make me fall down with just one sentence, which can no longer be explained by cells, blood or even viruses. This is equivalent to saying nothing." Captain Deng Zhidong looked at the second medical professor again. The professor, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemed to realize that he was caught and immediately opened his eyes and smiled. "I'm studying human anatomy. The human body is extremely complex, and all kinds of strange diseases emerge in an endless stream. Some people cannot touch water for their entire lives. Some sleepwalk thousands of miles after falling asleep in the middle of the night, and some can even spit fire from their mouths. But they have one thing in common, that is, the disease only occurs to themselves and cannot affect others. Wang Ming's disease can make people fall down, which is really incredible. It's incredible." "Okay." Captain Deng Zhidong can only look at the last medical professor for help. This medical professor is an old man with grey hair, a sly look, and a strange name, Wu Story. In the crew's detailed information, Wu Story graduated from Pangasinan University, a university whose name has never been heard of. He studied human mysticism and had no academic achievements. Wu Story did not have a specific task on the navigator. His daily job was to wander around and steal chicken legs in the kitchen from time to time. After Captain Deng Zhidong's several warnings failed, he applied to the Earth Defense Bureau to transfer Wu Story from the navigator, but was rejected by the Earth Defense Bureau. The reason for the rejection was also very strange. Wu Story was old, and it was difficult for him to find a new job. It was unethical to dismiss him. This reason seemed completely perfunctory to Captain Deng Zhidong. There were so many positions in the Earth Defense Bureau, and it was fine to find a casual job to arrange him. Why did he have to stay on the navigator? Although he was dissatisfied, Captain Deng Zhidong had to accept the existence of Wu Story. Now, the two famous medical experts are helpless, and Captain Deng Zhidong can only hold the idea of hitting two sticks, if there is a date or not, and look to Wu Gushi for help. Wu Gushi opened his cloudy eyes and pointed at himself. "Captain, are you asking me?" Knowing that he was playing dumb, Captain Deng Zhidong had to nod and smile. "Professor Wu, what do you think about Wang Ming's symptoms? Who is Wang Ming who can make people fall down with just one word?" Wu Gushi continued to play dumb. "It's him." Captain Deng Zhidong nodded helplessly. This old man has no other skills, but he is first class at playing dumb. Once in the kitchen, he clearly stole a chicken leg, but he said that the big rooster had degenerated its leg because of years of practicing golden rooster stand. "Goddamn degenerated, your leg has been useless for years, how come it hasn't degenerated?" Wu Gushi seemed very satisfied with Captain Deng Zhidong's attitude. He stood up and said with a smile, "In my opinion, this kid named Wang Ming is not sick at all. No illness." After this, the crew members were stunned for a moment, and then they all talked about it. "Wang Ming has been in a coma once, how can he not be sick? That's right, that's right. I think this guy is just messing around on the navigator." Captain Deng Zhidong stood up and wanted to kick Wu Gushi out of the conference room immediately, but he heard a voice coming from the intercom. "Wu Gushi, please continue." Everyone quieted down instantly, and Captain Deng Zhidong sat back in his seat. Because this voice belonged to Chen Shuxian. Chapter 631. Think about it, sick people always feel uncomfortable. Is Wang Ming feeling uncomfortable? Wu Gushi looked around with a mysterious look. This seemed to make sense, but also seemed to make no sense. Everyone turned their eyes to the two real medical professors. Professor Wang Daming was also a little confused. He scratched the sparse hair on the top of his head and said, being sick is an extremely complicated process. In many cases, the process from health to disease is a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. Disease is an abnormal life activity process caused by the disorder of self-stabilization regulation under the action of certain causes, and it triggers a series of metabolic, functional and structural changes, which manifest as abnormal symptoms, signs and behaviors. Disease is an abnormal life activity process caused by the disorder of self-stabilization regulation after the body is damaged by the cause under certain conditions. After a long speech, he originally planned to explain the cause of the disease from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing that everyone had an impatient look, he hurriedly said with a smile, what Professor Wu said is valid in the popular sense. If a person is sick, he must first show signs of discomfort. Could this old man be a peerless master? Captain Deng Zhidong frowned. Professor Wu, please continue. Wang Ming can use words to make others uncomfortable, but he himself feels very comfortable. Wu Gush's pair of golden turbid eyes burst into a gleam of light. Then, have you ever thought about whether he has mutated for some reason, and after the mutation, he has extraordinary abilities? This extraordinary ability is the language curse. Extraordinary ability! Exclamation mark. As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room was surprised. Even the medical professor, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Old Wu, don't talk nonsense. In the modern scientific system, everything must follow the laws of the universe. How can extraordinary abilities appear? The first person to express his opposition was Wang Daming. He stood up while enduring the severe pain on his face. Although I'm not a physicist, I have received professional scientific education and know that the law of conservation of energy is one of the universal basic laws of nature. Energy can neither be created nor disappear out of thin air. It can only be transformed from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another, while the total amount of energy remains unchanged. And where does the energy that Wang Ming uses to launch the language curse come from? There are too many perpetual motion machines and water to oil scams in this world. Old Wu, you are more than half of your age. Don't embark on the evil path. Hearing that Professor Wang Daming had brought up the law of conservation of energy, everyone had to nod in agreement. The law of conservation of energy was discovered in the 1840s. As soon as it was discovered, it became one of the cornerstones of modern science, and one of the few universal truths. Truth is called truth, because it is absolutely correct, and cannot be questioned. Oh, you always say the truth. Are you the creator? Wu Gushi looked at Wang Daming with a sneer on his face, and then looked around at everyone with contempt. The law of conservation of energy is indeed correct, but it cannot be said to be the truth. Just like before the emergence of general relativity, the law of universal gravitation was also considered to be the truth of the universe. As a result, Einstein discovered that the law of universal gravitation can only be realized under certain conditions. And general relativity is essentially a perfect and supplementary version of the law of universal gravitation. Similarly, the emergence of extraordinary abilities does not necessarily mean that the law of conservation of energy has been violated. Perhaps it is hidden in a field that humans have not yet discovered. Wu Gush's similarity made everyone feel like they were back in class. Originally, something like extraordinary abilities sounded very anti-scientific, but after Wu Gush's explanation, everyone felt that it seemed to make some sense. The process of human research and discovery of the mysteries of the universe is a gradual process. There are many scientific theories that are considered to be completely correct when they first appear, but after several years of development, humans are likely to find a counterexample, and then they need to modify and supplement this scientific theory. Perhaps, extraordinary abilities are really hidden in areas that humans have not yet studied. However, Captain Deng Zhidong did not care about this. The sky fell, and the tall man held it up. Let directly Mo worry about the emergence of extraordinary abilities. The most critical issue now is how to treat Wang Ming. Another thing is whether this extraordinary ability will be contagious. When we get on the spacecraft, everyone is a normal human being. When we get off the spacecraft, we all become extraordinary people, which will be troublesome. Captain Deng Zhidong was about to ask Wu Gushi for his opinion. He heard Chen Shuxian's voice coming from the intercom. Just lock Wang Ming in the ward and keep a close watch on him 24 hours a day. At the same time, all crew members must be vigilant and report to Captain Deng Zhidong immediately if they find any abnormalities in their bodies. Yes. Captain Deng Zhidong stood up with a serious expression. He knew that it was Chen Shuxian who was issuing orders. Chen Shuxian paused for a moment and then said, "Throw Wu Gushi into the ward and keep him with Wang Ming." Wu Gushi, who was feeling very proud, couldn't stand it anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "Xiao Chen, you can't do this. I'm almost half buried in the earth. If something goes wrong, I'll see how you'll explain it to Liemo." Captain Deng Zhidong saw his excited expression and was really afraid that he would fight Chen Shuxian the next moment, so he quickly asked 2 crew members to stop him. 2 chicken legs. I'll ask the kitchen to supply you with 2 extra chicken legs every day. Chen Shuxian's faint voice came from the intercom. Deal. Wu Gushi, who was so angry and desperate just now, immediately smiled. Captain Deng Zhidong. In the ward of the navigator, Wang Ming, who was thinking hard about what happened to him, saw Captain Deng Zhidong asking someone to open the door of the ward. He stood up quickly. "Captain, have you figured out what happened? I can go out now. You don't know that I've been staying here for the past 2 days without anyone to chat with. I'm going crazy." Captain Deng Zhidong opened the door of the ward a crack, stuffed a thin old man in, and then slammed the door shut. Wang Ming was anxious now. "Captain, what's going on? What happened to me?" But Captain Deng Zhidong did not respond to him, but led the crew to disappear quickly into the corridor. "Hey, wait a minute. Don't leave me here alone." Wang Ming lay on the door of the ward and burst into tears. Although he didn't understand what happened, from Captain Deng Zhidong's reaction, he knew that something bad must have happened to him. Seeing this closed ward again, he was shocked. "Do I have an infectious disease?" He had seen in the emergency manual of the Earth Defense Agency that locking people in a closed ward and isolating them from the outside world was the standard procedure for dealing with infectious diseases. Wang Ming immediately shook his head. "No, if I really have an infectious disease, why did Captain Deng Zhidong send an old man in? By the way, where is the old man?" Wang Ming then remembered Wu Gushi, who was just stuffed in through the crack of the door. He turned around and saw Wu Gushi eating a chicken leg, and that chicken leg was Wang Ming's lunch. Wang Ming couldn't help shouting. Wu Gushi saw that he was discovered and stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth in a few seconds, his cheeks bulging. "Young man, eating such greasy things is not good for your health. I will do it for you." His righteous look made Wang Ming very angry. Although the navigator has been modified several times and can carry a lot of food and water, considering the long journey to Marxing, at the time of departure, Captain Deng Zhidong had already strictly restricted the daily meals of the crew. The crew's usual food is the unpalatable high-energy space food. Although this semi-solid food can meet the nutritional needs of the human body and contains rich vitamins and trace element, it tastes really bad, just like toothpaste with the taste of wood. In this way, a chicken leg a week has become a delicious dish. "I say, old man, aren't you afraid that I will make you fall?" Wang Ming was afraid that he would say the word fall, and this old man, who looked like he could lose half his life with a fall, would fall. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I know you are a good person, and you will never have the heart to let me, an old man half buried in the loess, fall." Wu Gushi said, chewing in his mouth. When he finished speaking, he had swallowed all the chicken into his stomach and burped with satisfaction. Now it was Wang Ming's turn to be speechless. Although the old man snatched his chicken leg as soon as he came in, which was really hateful, but if he asked him to teach the old man a lesson, he couldn't do it. "Young man, you have no sense at all. Can't you see that I'm thirsty? Quickly pour me a glass of water." Wu Story found the sofa and sat down comfortably. Even a clay man can still have a temper. Wang Ming was simply furious. He could no longer bear it and roared, "Old man, throw it to the ground." He was about to launch the language curse to let this arrogant old man know why the flowers are so red. Wu Story's words made him swallow the language curse back into his stomach. "Young man, don't you want to know what happened to you?" "Of course I do." Wang Ming nodded heavily. Wu's story looked mysterious. Then help me pour a glass of water. Remember to add some tea leaves. In order to figure out the strange things that happened to him, Wang Ming could only pour a cup of tea as he was told and bring it to Wu's story. Old man, what's wrong with me? In fact, when Wang Ming used the language curse to knock Professor Wan Daming to the ground for the first time, he was more painful than Professor Wan Daming, who fell to the ground hard. How could he, a good human being, become a second generation group person? It is well known that the second generation ancestors have superpowers different from humans on Earth. They may be extremely powerful or as strong as iron. It sounds very impressive. But no one on Earth wants to be a second generation ancestor, because the second generation ancestors are the enemy of humans and are aliens. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Wang Ming believes that once he shows this language curse ability on Earth, what awaits him can only be the siege of humans, and the final outcome is likely to be blasted into slag. Directly Mo has always adhered to the principle of complete elimination of aliens, and no one can be an exception. Therefore, Wang Ming now needs to figure out what happened to him as soon as possible, and then find a solution. He looked at the old man who stole his chicken leg with expectation. The old man tasted a sip of tea and showed a look of disgust. The soup is bland and has no fragrance. The tea on the navigator is not as good as the big bowl of tea. My uncle, stop drinking tea and speak quickly. Wang Ming could only smile. Old sir, when we return to Earth, I will let you taste the new tea from my tea garden. I come from Lingnan, where good tea is produced. Well, your filial piety is commendable. Although Wu Gushi disliked the bad tea, he still drank up the tea mouthful by mouthful. Old sir, can you tell me what happened to me now? Wang Ming asked hurriedly. I don't know about this. Wu Gushi smiled, as if he deserved a beating. You. Wang Ming almost exploded on the spot. He pointed at Wu Gushi. You are too much. I will let you taste the bitterness now. Alas, young man, why are you so anxious? I said I don't know what happened to you for the time being, but I didn't say I can't find out clearly. Wu Gushi shook his head and said, think about it. Why did the captain lock me up here? Isn't it to investigate clearly? It makes sense. Wang Ming swallowed the language curse again and smiled. Then let's start the investigation. Old sir. Oh, didn't you want me to taste the bitterness just now? Wu Gushi still looked angry. I dare not. Wu Gushi said seriously. How about this? To make up for your disrespect to me, you should give me the chicken legs next week. So the idea was to give me the chicken legs. Although Wang Ming was reluctant, he could only nod his head in order to recover as a normal human as soon as possible. Old sir, if you can make me a normal person, I will be willing to give you as many chicken legs as possible. You are young, but you have a lot of thoughts. I just promised to help you find out the reason for your body mutation. As for becoming a normal human, I never said that. Wu Gushi keenly sensed the trap. Yes. Half an hour later, Wang Ming truthfully recounted his life trajectory, although he didn't know what the incident of wetting his pants 20 years ago had to do with the mutation happening to him now. But at Wu Gushi's request, he could only describe it in detail. So, your family is a tea-growing family, but you went to Yenching University to study high-energy physics, and after graduation you became a chef. Wu Gushi looked Wang Ming up and down in confusion. Your life is quite eventful. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly. Well, I always like new things. My family asked me to study agriculture, so that I could inherit the tea garden in the future, but I thought it was boring. At that time, Professor Liemo won the Nobel Prize in Physics, and becoming a physicist became the dream of every young Chinese. After I graduated from university, I found that I could not make a name for myself in high-energy physics with my talent. It happened that my girlfriend's family ran a big restaurant, and one time I saw the head chef in the kitchen teaching his apprentice a lesson in a very majestic way. I thought that being a chef might not be bad, and just like that, I became a chef with a master's degree in high-energy physics. P.S. Recommend a new book. Top luck. I have been staying at home for 1,000 years and now I'm invincible when I go out. Chapter 632. Facing Wang Ming's jumping life. Even the well-informed Wu Gushi couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He had planned to study the cause of Wang Ming's mutation through his work experience. It seems that it won't work. If the work experience doesn't work, then what about the love experience? Maybe Wang Ming once had a second generation ancestor girlfriend? Although Wu Gushi knew that this idea was ridiculous, he still asked with the mentality of eating melons. You just introduced your study and work experience, and your emotional experience should also be described in detail. Wang Ming seemed a little embarrassed, and he couldn't utter a word after a long time. Wu Gushi suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Wang Ming on the forehead. Now it's urgent. Do you still have time to be shy? This really scared Wang Ming. I say, old man, talk nicely, don't hit me. I'm thinking about which girlfriend to start with. Which girlfriend? Wu's story became interested, and his eyes narrowed into a line. Boy, you are not old, but your emotional life is quite rich. Generally, the young people of our new era are incomprehensible to you old antiques. Wang Ming curled his lips. He said you were fat, and he was panting. Wu's story pretended to flick him again, and Wang Ming quickly dodged to the side. I said, I fell in love for the first time in high school. Another half an hour passed, and Wang Ming talked about his emotional experiences with 11 girlfriends in total. Wu's story still got nothing. There is no doubt that Wang Ming's 11 girlfriends are all human beings, and it is absolutely impossible for them to transmit supernatural powers to him. So what is the problem? Wu's story fell into deep thought. As a crew member of the Navigator, Wang Ming needs to train every day and has been in a fully enclosed environment, unable to contact the outside world at all. As for the general route of infection, food, and water, it is even more impossible. Wu Gushi, who had been in the Gobi Desert Base, knew how tight the protection there was. There was a professional department in the Gobi Desert Base that checked the water and air of the base at all times. Once any abnormality was found, the alarm would be sounded immediately. Then the only possibility was that this extraordinary ability was generated in a way unknown to humans. Only in this way could it be explained why Wang Ming, among so many crew members of the Navigator, suddenly had extraordinary abilities. At this time, Wang Ming also saw some clues. He asked in confusion, "Old sir, can't you find the reason for the appearance of prophecy at all?" Compared with language curse, he would rather call his ability prophecy, which sounds cool. That, because your life experience is too rich and there are too many clues, I can't find it for the time being. Wu Gushi blushed and smiled. However, I have a way to suppress your prophecy, so that it will not cause harm to ordinary crew members. What method? Wu Gushi stood up and put his hands behind his back. Just shut up. After a 3-month voyage, the Navigator finally arrived near Marxing. Chen Shuxian looked through the glass window and saw a huge black star quietly appearing in the distance of the spacecraft in the dark universe. The MO star itself does not reflect light. It can absorb any light passing through its body, so from a distance, it looks like a black deep hole in the universe. When it was first discovered, Liemo speculated that it was made of carbon and graphite, but as the research deepened, he realized that this speculation was completely wrong. Because the MO star does not reflect any light at all, and even high purity carbon and graphite with a purity of up to 99.9999% cannot do this. In the universe, only one celestial body can do this, and that is a black hole. But Liemo is very sure that the MO star is not a black hole, because its mass is not large enough. A black hole is a celestial body with a space-time curvature so large that even light cannot escape from its event horizon. It is the remnant of a star. When a star ends its life in the form of a supernova, the mass of the dead star is compressed to a single point of zero size and infinite density, which will produce a region of space where gravity is so strong that even light cannot escape. Although Marxing looks like a black hole, and no light can escape, its mass is far from enough. Generally speaking, the mass of a black hole is between 990,000 and 40 billion solar masses, and although Marxing is as large as 5 Earths, its mass is about the same as that of the Earth. What's even more bizarre is that there is no universal gravitation on Marxing. Universal gravitation is one of the basic laws of the universe. All celestial bodies with mass in the universe have universal gravitation. Marxing is like a planet that broke in from the outer universe and is not bound by the laws of the universe. Since discovering Marxing, Liemo has established a team dedicated to studying Marxing. They use various methods to detect Marxing, but cannot peek into its mystery. After decades of work, the research team only calculated the mass and volume of marxing, and had no clues about its composition, and why it does not have universal gravitation. This situation changed with the appearance of the navigator. The research team boarded marxing on the navigator with many advanced scientific instruments. They were ready to unveil the mysterious veil of marxing. But the final result disappointed everyone. All scientific instruments on Earth failed on marxing. No, it shouldn't be a failure, but scientific instruments can't see marxing. The atomic analyzer can't detect the existence of atoms on the surface of marxing. The spectrometer can't detect any spectrum on the surface of marxing. It's like all the laws of the universe are completely ineffective in front of this mysterious planet. I don't know why LMO has deployed so many nuclear bombs on marxing. Is he really going to blow up this weird planet? Chen Shuxian sighed. She couldn't understand Li Zhi's actions more and more. At this time, the captain's voice came from the intercom. Ms. Chen, we have entered the trajectory of marxing. Although marxing has no gravity, we can land directly. But in order to avoid the inertial weightlessness caused by sudden deceleration during landing, I suggest you fasten your seatbelt. Chen Shuxian walked to a chair as she was told. This chair is a bit like the gaming chair on Earth. She sat on the chair and fastened herself to it with the seatbelt on it, welcoming the upcoming violent deceleration. Fortunately, the driver's skills are very superb, and the expected collision did not come. After the navigator landed safely, Chen Shuxian walked off the spacecraft accompanied by Captain Deng Zhidong. At this time, a team of Mosi Technology employees in spacesuits had been waiting on the ground for a long time. Chen Shuxian walked down the gangway to the spacecraft. When she stepped on the ground, she found that the surface of marxing was covered with a kind of rough particles. The particles were very uniform, just like modern industrial products. The surface of the particles was semicircular and did not reflect any light. It could only be felt by touch. Chen Shuxian took out her mobile phone from her pocket, turned on the flashlight, and shone it into the particles. The beam emitted by the flashlight was like sinking into the abyss, and only a dark area could be seen. Shuxian, how about it? Marxing is amazing. She was about to change a method to detect it when she heard a thick voice. She looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a spacesuit staring at her. Through the mask, she recognized that this person was Brother He. Brother He, aren't you at the Mars base? The appearance of Brother He made Chen Shuxian overjoyed. This veteran of Mosi Technology, LMO's first bodyguard, disappeared from everyone's side several years ago, even at such an important moment as the Earth Defense Bureau's attack on Shenzhen. Many people, including some senior officials of the Earth Defense Bureau, believed that Brother He had retired and had already spent his old age in a beautiful place. Only Chen Shuxian knew that this bodyguard, whom LMO trusted most, was sent by LMO to perform some special tasks. For example, when attacking Shenzhen, LMO was worried that the ancestors of Shenzhen might escape to Mars by spacecraft, so he sent Brother He to fully preside over the work of the Mars base. Let him build many air defense facilities on the surface of Mars in the shortest time, and ordered him to issue an order to detonate the millions of tons of high-energy explosives stored on Mars once the ancestral spacecraft broke through the firepower network and confirmed that the Mars base could not be saved. The Mars base must not be left to the ancestors. Seeing Brother He appear on marxing, Chen Shuxian's heart moved. The Earth Defense Agency secretly placed hundreds of nuclear warheads on marxing. Could it be that LMO was also planning to let Brother He blow up marxing? Chen Shuxian, what are you thinking about? Your coming to marxing is equivalent to coming to my territory. I will treat you well today. Brother He had a good impression of Chen Shuxian. This little girl is actually very talented in literature, but in order to help LMO, she gave up her career. What is particularly rare is that due to LMO's special identity, Chen Shuxian has been hiding behind the scenes for many years. Brother He said, sending a signal through the built-in intercom and the helmet. A strange-looking space car came from a distance. The space car is a bit like the new energy car on Earth, but there is a thick rope behind the car. The rope is very long, and you can't see the end at a glance. When the space car approached, Chen Shuxian realized that there was no power device such as an electric motor or battery inside the space car. It was not driving over, but launched. When the space car came in front of them, the rope behind the car was tightened, and the space car slowly stopped. This. Brother Hay saw Chen Shuxian's surprised face, and explained with a smile, "Marxing has no gravity, so there is no friction. Normal vehicles can't drive on Marxing at all, so we made this little gadget called a catapult car. Before each catapult car sets off, we will calculate the distance and direction of the target location in advance, and set the length of the rope. Then use the catapult launcher in the base to launch the car. Since there is no friction, the catapult car will not encounter resistance during the driving process, and the speed will not decrease. When the catapult car arrives near the predetermined target, the rope behind it will slow down." Brother Hay's explanation is very easy to understand. Chen Shuxian understood it instantly. On Earth and Mars, battery-powered vehicles can move because there is friction between their wheels and the ground. This friction will produce a reaction force that allows the vehicle to move. Just like a person can run fast on a concrete floor, but can only walk slowly on a smooth floor. The friction generated by the concrete floor is much greater than that of a smooth floor. When the floor is completely smooth, the vehicle will not be able to move due to the lack of friction. Although the Marxing is not completely smooth, it lacks gravity. Without gravity squeezing the vehicle and the ground together, there is no friction. Chen Shuxian, who had figured it out, smiled and said, "Brother Hay, isn't the catapult car just a yo-yo? Children throw the yo-yo out and then pull it back with a rope. The yo-yo is very vivid." Brother Hay smiled and opened the car door. Chen Shuxian and Captain Deng Zhidong got on the catapult car. The interior of the car was very spacious, with a red and black technological style design, and the armrests were wrapped in soft materials. However, there was no steering wheel in the main driver's seat, but instead a control panel. There were several simple buttons and a communicator on the control panel. "This car is good," Captain Deng Zhidong exclaimed. "I designed it." Brother Hay pressed the button on the control panel with some pride. Chen Shuxian felt the car start to move slowly backwards. She looked back and saw that the rope behind the car was shrinking. "Dapping, please pay attention. We are on our way back. Over." Received. "I will adjust the strength of the ejection device to ensure that the VIP will not be frightened." A young man's voice came from the intercom. "The strength of the ejection device?" Chen Shuxian was a little confused. "You will understand later." Hay just smiled. The ejection vehicle began to accelerate. Since there was nothing on the Marxing star and there was no object to use as a reference, Chen Shuxian could only estimate in her mind that the current speed had exceeded 500 km per hour. At this time, a white building appeared in the distance. This should be the Marxing base. The Earth Defense Bureau has never disclosed to the public that they have established a human base on Marxing. As a non-staff senior executive of the Earth Defense Bureau, Chen Shuxian knew that, in order to establish the Marxing base, Liemo stopped the original solar system exploration plan. The construction cost of the Marxing base is an astronomical figure, reaching 10 times that of the Mars base. Of course, since the Earth Defense Bureau's expenses must be announced to the public, Liemo used the profits from Mosey technology over the years to pay this astronomical bill. The white building was getting closer and closer, and Chen Shuxian could already see the black door. At this time, she suddenly realized a problem. The catapult car was traveling at a speed of 500 km per hour. How could it stop without friction? Just as she was wondering, the catapult car had already crashed into the white building under the traction of the rope. "Hold on tight," Brother Hay said loudly with a hearty smile. "Is it going to hit the wall?" Chen Shuxian held the handrail tightly, feeling terrified. Fortunately, the expected violent collision did not occur. The catapult car seemed to hit something soft and elastic, swaying back and forth twice, and finally stopped. Chapter 633. "Okay, we are here." Dapping did a good job this time, and the debugging was very accurate. Brother Hay got out of the car and opened the door for the two people who were still in shock. Chen Shuxian got out of the car and found that the so-called deceleration device was a blue viscous substance. The elastic car plunged into the viscous substance, and the kinetic energy was gradually absorbed, thereby achieving deceleration. The Marxing base is an eggshell-shaped building, which is the most commonly used building structure for Mosey technology to build alien bases, because eggshell-shaped buildings can disperse all the forces to various parts of the eggshell when under stress. At this time, the catapult car set off again, and shot towards the location of the navigator, probably to pick up the remaining crew members. There is an iron rule in the Marxing base, that when night falls, all crew members must return to the base. Chen Shuxian glanced at the sun. Because it is far away from the sun, which is usually the size of a disk, now looks only as big as a fist. At this moment, the sun is in the center of the sky. There are still 30 minutes. I hope the catapult car will be able to pick up all the crew members in time. Brother Hay looked at the catapult car going away, a little anxious. There is still 1 hour left. Chen Shuxian was puzzled. Brother Hay, the sun is clearly in the sky, and it will take at least 5 hours for the sun to set. You must have calculated it wrong. That's right. The position of the sun in the sky is related to the angular velocity of the star's rotation. The angular velocity of the Earth's rotation is 4.167 x 10-3 degrees/second, while the angular velocity of the Marxing is as high as 41.67 x 10-3 degrees/second. So a day on Earth is 24 hours, while a day on the Marxing is only 2.4 hours. So now there are less than 30 minutes left before the Marxing enters the night. Brother Hay explained. So, what will happen after dark? Are there wild beasts? Chen Shuxian couldn't help but worry. There are still more than a dozen crew members on the navigator, and the catapult can only carry 3 people at a time. The catapult needs to go back and forth at least 5 times to pick up everyone. Beast. Brother Hay looked up at the sun, his silver space helmet shining in the weak sunlight. Marxing is composed entirely of an element of unknown properties. The scientists of Mosey technology have used all the means they can think of, but they cannot detect this element. But one thing is clear, there is neither land nor rivers on Marxing, so there are no conditions for the birth of life. No matter what type of beast, it is essentially a kind of life, so it is impossible for life to exist on Marxing. But there is something more terrifying than beasts on Marxing: temperature. Temperature? Chen Shuxian took a step forward, puzzled. On Earth, there are spring, summer, autumn and winter seasons, and hot and cold weather. In winter, the weather is very cold, and humans wear thick down jackets and turn on the heater to keep warm. In summer, the weather is hot, and humans wear thin clothes and sit in air-conditioned rooms to avoid the heat. This change is all due to the change in temperature in different seasons. The living environment of humans is closely related to temperature. Some scientific studies believe that, if the global average temperature rises by 1 degree Celsius, the ice and snow in the Antarctic Circle will melt, and the coast of the ocean will be deeply affected by hurricanes. Places far away from the ocean face severe long-term droughts. If the global average temperature rises by 2 degrees Celsius, the glaciers in Greenland will begin to melt, the coral reefs will gradually disappear, and the global sea level will rise by 7 meters. Cities along the ocean coast and some island countries will be submerged by seawater. If the global average temperature rises by 3 degrees Celsius, the Amazon rainforest will gradually disappear. Extreme weather will become the norm on Earth. Europe will continue to suffer from unprecedented heat waves in the summer, and tens of millions or billions of refugees will migrate from the subtropics to the mid-latitudes. If the global average temperature rises by 4 degrees Celsius, Antarctica will disappear, and the land area of the Earth will shrink greatly. When the global average temperature rises by 20 degrees Celsius, the entire Earth will become a living hell. 95% of the Earth's creatures, including humans, will die, and the remaining creatures will suffer from frequent and deadly storms and floods. Hydrogen sulfide and methane will cause fires from time to time, just like an atomic bomb that can explode at any time. Rising temperatures will threaten the survival of organisms, and similarly, falling temperatures will also have serious consequences. However, due to the existence of heat from the sun and the Earth's core, it is generally believed that there are not many cases of significant temperature drops on Earth. Some scientists predict that after the global average temperature drops by 10 degrees Celsius, the ocean level will drop due to the formation of more glaciers, and the temperature of the subtropical areas will drop to the frigid zone. In this case, Humans may survive by using nuclear power plants, but the ecological balance will be destroyed, and many species will be extinct. However, the reason why temperature changes cause serious disasters is a long-term process. Humans are no longer the primitive people of millions of years ago. Primitive people wrapped themselves in animal skins in the severe cold, hid in caves, and burned wood collected from the primeval forest to keep warm. Modern people have invented various heating equipment, air conditioners, heaters and other equipment, so that they can hide comfortably in warm rooms. Therefore, current technology is enough to maintain a person's short-term survival in hundreds of degrees Celsius and dozens of degrees below zero. What's more, MOSI technology has already invented a spacesuit for astronauts that can provide heating on the body. How could they be afraid of warm changes? You know absolute zero, right? Brother Hay looked at her puzzled expression, naturally understood what she was thinking, and explained. Absolute zero. Will the temperature be so low here? As an extra staff scientist at MOSI Technology, Chen Shuxian naturally understood what absolute zero meant. There is no upper limit to temperature. The human body temperature is 36.5 degrees Celsius. The temperature of water boiling is 100 degrees Celsius. The temperature of magma erupted from a volcano is 1200 degrees Celsius. And the temperature of the surface of the sun is about 5500 degrees Celsius. And the temperature at its center is as high as about 20 million degrees Celsius. So is the temperature at the center of the sun the upper limit of temperature? No. The highest temperature known to humans at present is created by humans themselves. When an atomic bomb explodes, its core temperature can reach 350 million degrees Celsius. In the Large Hadron Collider, humans have measured the highest temperature in the universe so far. When two protons collide at ultra-high speeds, these particles are divided into quarks, and the collision point will produce extremely high temperatures, which can reach 100,000 times the temperature at the center of the sun, and the temperature at the collision center is even higher. However, this so-called maximum temperature is far from the upper limit of temperature. For example, during the Big Bang, the almost unmeasurable temperature of the singularity must be much higher than the temperature generated by the collision of particles in the collider. There is no upper limit to temperature, but there is a lower limit. Because the essence of temperature is a state function, which is used to describe the intensity of the thermal motion of atoms inside an object. To put it bluntly, it is the average kinetic energy of particles inside a substance. When this average kinetic energy approaches zero infinitely, the temperature reaches the so-called lower limit. This lower limit is absolute zero, which is minus 273.15. However, although scientists have measured absolute zero, they have never found the existence of absolute zero in the universe. Even the Boomerang Nebula hidden in the dark corner of the universe has an internal temperature of minus 272, which is 1.15 higher than absolute zero, minus 273.15. In geophysics, there is a famous law called the third law of thermodynamics. It describes that the entropy of a thermodynamic system tends to a constant value when the temperature approaches absolute zero. For a complete crystal, this constant is zero. This obscure law can actually be expressed as, in the universe, it is impossible to cool an object to absolute zero. The fact that the third law of thermodynamics can become a law is enough to prove that absolute zero does not exist. Marxing is in the solar system, and is naturally part of the universe. How could it violate the third law of thermodynamics? Brother Hay, this sounds too folk science, right? Chen Shuxian looked suspicious. Brother Hay shook his head heavily. Alas, I also hope that there is no so-called absolute zero on Marxing, so the first batch of scientific expedition members will not have to sacrifice. Chen Shuxian was very surprised to hear this and asked, Brother Hay, why haven't I heard of any news of scientific expedition members being killed? After the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, considering that its office funds and scientific research funds come from all mankind, it will regularly announce information about the plans being planned by the Earth Defense Agency. For example, the construction of a nuclear fusion power station, the progress of the second phase of the Mars base project, and even the amount of toilet paper used in the 2,000 toilets in the Earth Defense Agency. Some social critics, with a skeptical attitude, conducted field investigations on all the projects of the Earth Defense Agency at the point of information disclosure, and found that the Earth Defense Agency had nothing to hide. The information they disclosed was all complete information about the ongoing projects. There was no information about the death of the scientific expedition team members. Of course, the humans on Earth don't know this information because the Marxing scientific expedition plan was initiated by our Mars base, and its funds came from directly MO's private sponsorship, and there is no need to explain it to the human world. Moreover, all the scientific expedition team members are members of the Mars base. They are no longer humans on Earth in the legal sense. Brother Hay explained in a heavy voice. At this time, Chen Shuxian was about to continue asking questions when a silver light rushed over from a distance. This silver light hit the blue viscous substance of the white eggshell building fiercely. Since there is no air on Marxing, sound cannot be transmitted, and Chen Shuxian could not hear the sound. But looking at the half of the car body that was deeply immersed in the blue viscous substance, she also knew that this collision was much more serious than the previous one. Sure enough, the blue viscous substance slowly spitted out the elastic car and restored it to its original state. The door of the elastic car opened, and the skinny old man Wu Gushi was the first to break free, groaning in pain. "You are going to hit me to death. No matter how Ali Emma begs me next time, I won't come." Following closely behind was a crew member of the navigator and the language cursor Wang Ming. Through the helmet of the spacesuit, Chen Shuxian could see that Wang Ming's mouth had been completely sealed with tape. He looked terrified and looked around as soon as he got off the car. "Wang Ming, don't worry, this is the Marxing base. We will not give up on you." Chen Shuxian understood that he was worried about his own situation and comforted him. Wang Ming nodded slowly. "Okay, you will go in first. Dapping, take them to the lounge of the base." Brother Hay told a tall staff member behind him. The staff member named Dapping walked to the black door. A round ball popped out above the black door. The ball was dark green and covered with dozens of cameras and sensors. The sphere emitted several red and blue beams, sweeping at Dapping. 10 seconds later, a mechanical voice sounded. "Verification passed. Member ID Marxing base number 1061. Name Liu Dapping. Position base security officer. Welcome to enter." As the voice fell, the black door slowly opened. "Come in, fellow Earthlings." Liu Dapping made a gesture of invitation. "It's so formal, who are you trying to scare?" Wu Gushi muttered, pushed Wang Ming, who was still a little confused, and the three of them walked into the door together. After entering the door, "Someone will greet you," Liu Dapping said on the intercom, then waved his hand, and the black door closed again. Chen Shuxian then discovered that the black door was also in an arc shape, and the arc was very similar to that of an eggshell. From the outside, there was almost no trace except for the different color. It seems that this door is well sealed. After sending the three people into the Marxing base, Liu Dapping took out a controller from his pocket and clicked a few times, and the catapult started again. "Brother Hay, you just mentioned that the first team members selected by the Marxing Research Institute were all members of the Mars base. Why didn't you choose people from Earth?" Chen Shuxian continued to ask as she watched the catapult disappear below the horizon. "I don't know about this either. The specific plan was handled by directly MO." Thinking of the situation at that time, Brother Hay was also puzzled. At that time, the Earth Defense Agency was attacking Shenzhen. Because we couldn't predict whether Shenzhen's spaceship would escape and fly to Mars, I could only order the Mars base to strengthen its vigilance. At the same time, the air defense system installed on the surface of Mars has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Just then, the communications room at the Mars base suddenly received a message from a spaceship requesting to land. My heart jumped at that moment, and I almost pressed the missile launch button of the air defense system, because the only spaceship that can fly from Earth to Mars, besides the Navigator, is the spaceship of the ancestors of Shenzhen. And according to the information released by the Earth Defense Agency, the Navigator should still be undergoing transformation at the Gobi Desert base, so this alien spaceship that suddenly appeared must have been sent by the ancestors. The Mars base instantly entered a special combat readiness state. All staff members were fully armed, and even the bombs buried at the bottom of the base were activated. Suddenly, the Mars base received an enemy identification code from a strange spaceship. After verifying the identification code, we found that the spaceship was the Navigator. At this moment, the leadership of the Mars base, including me, was confused. We thought, could it be that the ancestors had defeated humans, ruled the Earth, and robbed the Navigator, and then deceived the Mars base to achieve the goal of occupying the Mars base? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634. On the surface of Marxing, Chen Shuxian and Brother He stood opposite each other. The fist-sized sun in the sky began to slowly set. Considering that the incoming spacecraft was likely to have been controlled by the ancestors, I was ready to activate the bomb immediately. At this critical moment, the voice of Directly Mo came from the intercom. Brother He continued. Hearing Directly Mo's voice, I was relieved immediately, because everyone on Earth could be captured by the ancestors, except Directly Mo. I immediately ordered the Mars base to open the spacecraft landing warehouse, and personally led the team to welcome the arrival of Directly Mo. After getting off the spacecraft, Directly Mo declined our request to hold a welcome party, but immediately ordered our Mars base to organize a professional team to conduct a full-scale investigation of Marxing. And Directly Mo also specifically classified this investigation plan as confidential and strictly prohibited it from being leaked to the outside world. Although I had doubts, I still executed it without hesitation. I selected 10 scientific research team members with rich space experience from the Mars base to form a scientific expedition team. Sun Junaya, the captain of the scientific expedition team, is a double doctor of physics and biology from Yan University, and is also a member of the Marxing project. What's more commendable is that she has rejected the pursuit of countless young talents in order to explore the universe. After Sun Junaya joined the Mars base, she has been in charge of the surface exploration of Mars. There were several times when the scientific expedition team working on the surface of Mars was suddenly attacked by Martian sandstorms, and they all survived under the command of Sun Junaya. So, when Directly Mo proposed to explore Marxing, the first person I thought of was Sun Junaya. Of course, the other members of the scientific expedition team are also experts in space exploration at the Mars base. Among them are planetary geologist Wu Yuanzhou, cosmic biologist Wen Changxi, space chemist Zhuang Fute, space physiologist Zhang Yonghun, mechanical expert Jiao Qinghu, electrical engineer Tong Yingpeng and 3 guards, Xin Yizhi, Zilaz Hang and Lao Zhangzhu. Chen Shuxian found that Brother He's tone was very solemn when he said the names of these team members, and immediately realized that these people had all sacrificed. She couldn't help but respect these outstanding experts who sacrificed their lives in exploring the universe, and at the same time, she was even more puzzled that so many outstanding experts would all die on Marxing. Although space is completely different from the environment on Earth and lacks the conditions for human life, especially the near vacuum and space without atmospheric pressure, the human body may explode and die due to the imbalance of internal and external pressures if it is exposed to space for just a few minutes. Just like deep sea fish, they have adapted to the high pressure environment of the seabed. Once brought to the surface, their internal organs will rupture under the huge pressure. It can be said that this scientific research team has gathered the best talents in the Mars base. Therefore, although I knew that Marxing was a strange planet, I didn't care too much. I just told them to successfully complete Directly Mo's task while protecting their own safety. Brother He spoke in a low voice and slowly. Among them, space physiologist Zhang Yonghun is going to marry his fiancée next week. His fiancée is a botanist at the Mars base, and they will become the 325 couples at the Mars base to hold a wedding on Mars. Zhang Yonghun had already received a month's wedding leave, but when he heard that a scientific expedition team was going to be formed to land on Marxing, he personally handed me a blood oath, requesting to join the expedition team. I will always remember that day when the scientific expedition team composed of 10 of the most outstanding talents at the Mars base boarded the Navigator. A blue flame spurted out from the tail of the Navigator and disappeared into the dark universe. According to the planned schedule, The scientific expedition team will take 2 weeks to reach Marxing, and then the navigator will leave Marxing and return to Earth to perform its mission. The scientific expedition team will have up to 1 month to study Marxing. Of course, in order for the scientific expedition team to be able to spend this month safely on Marxing, we have also made full preparations. When the navigator flies over Marxing, it will drop a small lander. This lander not only has all the scientific research equipment needed to study Marxing, but it is also a temporary camp. The small lander has a built-in nuclear fusion generator and a complete ecological circulation system. Oxygen and water can be recycled 100%, and it carries a large amount of high-energy food, enough for 10 scientific expedition team members to live in it for half a year. The entire landing plan went very smoothly. The small lander was deployed on the surface of Marxing. After receiving the signal from the expedition team leader Chen Shuxian that everything was going well, the navigator started again to return to Earth. Because Marxing and Mars are hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, there is a serious delay in the signal. When I received the message from the expedition team leader Chen Shuxian, according to the time calculation, they had already started scientific exploration activities. Considering that deep space signal transmission consumes a huge amount of energy every time, we agreed that the expedition team needs to send a message to the Mars base every hour to report on the execution of the mission. After the first hour, the scientific expedition team sent back information indicating that they had officially launched scientific investigation activities and that the small lander was operating normally. After the second hour, the scientific expedition team sent back information indicating that there was no gravity on Marxing and that the material that made it up was not carbon, graphite and other element that Earth scientists had speculated, but an element that had never been discovered by humans. The material composed of this element has the characteristic of completely absorbing light. Complete absorption of light means that it has the ability to absorb energy infinitely, almost equivalent to a miniature black hole. The scientific research team has tried to deal with it with oxygen cutting, explosives, plasma, high-energy electron beams, high-energy pulsed lasers, high-energy microwaves and other means, but no matter how much energy is absorbed by it, this seems to have violated the laws of the universe, so the scientific expedition team temporarily named this element anomaly factor. At that time, it was close to the night of Marxing. In order to complete the scientific research task as soon as possible, and there seemed to be no danger on Marxing, the scientific research team decided to continue collecting anomaly factors on the surface of Marxing at night. After reading this message, I sat in the command room of the base on Mars, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Marxing, waiting for the next star's information. Because I don't know why, I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. This is a feeling that I can't explain clearly. In order to avoid missing the information, I have already ordered all 26 deep space antennas on Mars to open, but the clock has jumped to the next hour, and the information has not been transmitted back. Considering the long distance, the signal may encounter strong magnetic radiation in space and attenuate, and the deep space antenna cannot detect it, so I can only suppress my anxiety and continue to wait for the arrival of the next wave of signals. But, an hour later, the expected signals still did not appear. I realized that there was a problem with the Marxing expedition team, because although Marxing is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Mars, the signal will be greatly attenuated, but it is absolutely impossible to not receive the signal twice in a row. So, I immediately asked directly MO to let the navigator interrupt the journey to the Earth and fly to the Mars base instead. Then, I asked the communication department to keep calling the Marxing expedition team. Unfortunately, this call is in vain. The signal is shot into the dark universe and there is no response. My heart gradually cooled down. In order not to affect the normal life order of the Mars base, I secretly organized an investigation team without telling anyone. The members of the investigation team were all veterans who had followed me for decades. They had an absolutely loyal belief. Back then, it was with the help of these veterans that I was able to completely control the situation at the Mars base in a short period of time. A week later, the navigator flew to Mars again. I personally led the investigation team on the navigator and headed to Marxing. During the journey, I contacted the Mars base from time to time, hoping to get good news. Unfortunately, the Mars base has not been in contact with the Marxing expedition team. A week later, the navigator arrived at Marxing. This was my first close contact with this strange planet. To be honest, when I saw it for the first time, I actually had a chill. This planet gave me an extremely terrifying feeling, as if I would die immediately if I stepped on it. The veterans who traveled with me all had this feeling, and they also looked terrified. But the pilot of the navigator looked normal, as if he was taking an ordinary space trip. Afterwards, I analyzed that the veterans and I had all experienced bloody storms and crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. We could very sensitively sense the breath of death. Although the pilots of the navigator had undergone rigorous training, they had never really faced death. I finally suppressed the fear in my heart and ordered the navigator to search for traces of the scientific expedition team on the surface of Marxing. Soon, the ultra-microwave radar found the scientific expedition team, who were more than 20 meters away from the small lander. Under the control of the pilot, the navigator landed accurately at the preset location. The investigation team and I put on our spacesuits and couldn't wait to get off the spacecraft. I was stunned at just one look. I saw the most terrifying thing in the world. 10 scientific expedition team members and spacesuits were floating in the air in all directions. Some of them were holding drilling equipment, some were holding communicators, and some seemed to be chatting with their companions. They still maintained the movements of dying. Although there was no autopsy, I can be sure that these scientific expedition team members died in an instant. There must have been a catastrophe on Marxing, causing these scientific expedition members to die instantly without having time to react. This thought forced me to suppress my grief and order the investigation team to bring the bodies of the scientific expedition members back to the navigator. Then I ordered the navigator to fly thousands of kilometers away to investigate the cause of death of the scientific expedition members. The investigation of the cause of death is quite simple. I unbuttoned their spacesuits and did not use any instruments. With my own eyes, I could see that all the scientific expedition members died of cold. Because they were cold and stiff, with strange smiles on their faces, as if they were having a beautiful dream. At this point, Brother Hay suddenly paused and sighed. Although they died, they did not suffer. This is the only thing that makes me feel relieved. Do you know that being frozen to death is the least painful of all ways of death? Freezing to death means that people are in a low temperature environment for a long time, exceeding the limit of body temperature regulation and causing disorders in material metabolism and physiological functions. Why is it the least painful? Chen Shuxian had never heard of this before and asked in confusion. Brother Hay explained, humans are warm-blooded animals and the human body is radiating heat all the time. When the rate of heat loss from the human body is greater than the heat supply, people will experience hypothermia, that is, a drop in body temperature. When the body's temperature begins to drop, the most obvious manifestation is shivering, that is, shaking with cold all over the body. This is a measure taken by the human body to resist the drop in body temperature. During this period, the heartbeat will also speed up, which is to accelerate blood circulation. Breathing becomes rapid and blood pressure rises. These phenomena are called insulation reactions, which are protective behaviors produced by the body's instinct. When protective behaviors cannot alleviate the drop in temperature, the human body will instinctively make certain trade-offs and redistribute blood flow, giving priority to allocating heat to important parts such as the internal organs and the brain. At this time, the human body will shake violently due to the low temperature. The limbs will be cold and unconscious. The hands and feet will become stiff and uncontrollable. The face will be pale, and the whole person will become tired and sluggish. As the temperature continues to drop, the human body's breathing and heart rate will slow down. The central nervous system is suppressed. Some senses disappear. Consciousness begins to become dull and blurred, and hallucinations appear. At this time, low temperature will destroy the body's temperature sensing organs and central nervous system, making him feel an illusory warmth before he dies. So his facial expressions are very peaceful before he freezes to death, and some even look like they are smiling. Chen Shuxian finally understood. So, they were wearing spacesuits with temperature control equipment inside, so how could they freeze to death? This is also what I can't figure out. After the autopsy, we determined that all 10 scientific expedition team members were frozen to death. and the frozen marks on their cell membranes showed that they died in an instant. The last moment, they were still doing their respective work, and the next moment, they were suddenly frozen to death. After many analyses, we still haven't figured out why this happened. We had to send what happened on Marxing and the autopsy reports of the scientific expedition team members to Professor Liemo. 2 hours later, we received a message from Professor Liemo, who asked us to observe the temperature changes on the surface of Marxing in space. Although we didn't understand why Director Liemo had this idea, we still released hundreds of temperature sensors from the navigator and observed quietly in space. During the day, the temperature on the surface of Marxing has been constant at around -200 degrees Celsius. Although this temperature is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, it is not enough to cause harm to astronauts. Chapter 635. In front of the Marxing base, Brother Hay continued. 2 hours later, Marxing turned into darkness, and at the moment the sun set, we detected an incredible temperature, -273.15. Although this temperature only lasted for less than a second, and then the temperature on the surface of Marxing rose to -270, the hundreds of temperature sensors on the surface of Marxing still accurately recorded this temperature. It was in that less than a second that all members of the Marxing scientific expedition team were frozen to death. Less than a second. This is incredible. Chen Shuxian looked at the setting sun with concern and asked, -273.15 and -270 are only 3.15 degrees Celsius apart. How could the scientific expedition members be frozen to death? Moreover, they are under the protection of spacesuits. Yeah, we didn't believe the results of this investigation either, so we observed over MO star for another week. It turned out that except for the 0-degree temperature at the moment the sun set, there was nothing abnormal on the surface of MO star. There is no sandstorm like on Mars, no devil's eye on Jupiter, and no volcanic eruption like on Earth. It is a dead world, existing silently in the universe. Brother Hay sighed. After eliminating all the impossible, the remaining impossible is the truth. So we can only send this investigation result back to Earth and wait for the order from Director Liemo. Before confirming the real cause of death of the scientific expedition members, we can neither leave MO star nor land on MO star. We can only wait slowly in MO star's space orbit. Fortunately, the wait didn't take too long. Just after the absolute zero appeared on the surface of Marxing 102 times, we finally received a message from Earth. In the message, Director Liemo ordered us to build a temporary base on the surface of Marxing. At the same time, we can only move during the day. When Marxing enters the night, we need to enter the temporary base to hide. At the end of the message, Director Liemo also gave a guess about the cause of death of the scientific expedition team members. According to his speculation, the scientific expedition team members died of cosmic extinction. Cosmic extinction? Chen Shuxian frowned. Although she applied for the Department of Literature of Yan University that year, in order to assist Liemo, she later studied physics and obtained a doctorate degree. She had never heard of the term cosmic extinction. Although wearing a helmet, Chen Shuxian could still feel that Brother Hay was also confused. At that time, I didn't know what cosmic extinction was. Later, from the communication with Director Liemo, I slowly learned that this was a term created by Director Liemo. Cosmic extinction refers to the death of the entire universe. Of course, it is not the permanent death of the entire universe, but the moment when absolute zero appeared, the universe where Marxing is located died instantly. You know, at absolute zero, the movement of molecules stops. Expanding to the level of the universe, the real absolute zero will stop all movement in the universe. When the movement of matter stops, time and space will have no meaning, and everything in the universe will fall into eternal stillness. This is called cosmic extinction. This is simply the death of the universe. Chen Shuxian felt a chill on her back, and couldn't help shivering. On the strange planet Marxing, the universe actually dies once a day. Although each death lasts less than a second and the scope of death is limited to the scope of Marxing, what if in the endless time scale and infinite space scale, even the lowest probability events will eventually happen? If this kind of death spreads to the entire universe, all life in the universe will definitely die in the annihilation of the universe. Of course, this has surpassed the cognition of human technology. It is just a speculation without factual basis by Director Liemo. At the same time, Professor Liemo also gave a solution, allowing us to enter the temporary base before the sun sets. Brother Hay looked up at the horizon. Can we resist absolute zero by entering the temporary base? Chen Shuxian asked doubtfully. Absolute zero can make the universe enter a state of annihilation and kill all life in an instant. How can a small temporary base resist it? At this time, Brother Hay smiled and said, "Look, they are back." In the distance, the silver catapult car sped over. This is the last batch of team members. When the team members leave the navigator will return to Earth to perform new tasks. Dapping, open the base gate quickly. The catapult car plunged into the blue viscous substance like a bullet. Brother Hay ran to the catapult car and opened the door. Chen Shuxian glanced at the sky. The originally bright sun had become dim, like a candlelight that would be blown out by the wind at any time. Once the candlelight goes out, the annihilation of the universe will come. Quick, quick, quick. She also shouted to the team members who were still a little confused. Although the team members were a little dazed by the collision, they realized that something was wrong in an instant. They woke up in an instant and rushed into the black door. When the last team member entered the black door, Chen Shuxian and Heije also jumped into the black door. Heije pressed the button next to the door, and the black door fell. It was not slow, but Chen Shuxian felt like hundreds of years had passed, because the sun in the sky had begun to flicker. It could go out at any time. Fortunately, perhaps it was God's pity that when the black door was completely closed, the sun did not go out. Liftoff. Heije shouted loudly through the headset. The base operator who had been waiting in front of the control panel pressed the red start button. Chen Shuxian only felt the ground shaking, and the pressure on her body gradually increased. The pressure was so strong that Chen Shuxian could hardly stand on the floor. Fortunately, with the support of the spacesuit, she could barely lean against the wall. The team members who ran in front were not so lucky. They were running when they were suddenly attacked by strong pressure and fell to the ground. At one time, 6 or 7 people were lying in the white passage. Chen Shuxian realized that the temporary base had taken off. Although there were no windows here to see the emotions outside, the strong pressure could only be caused by the sudden upward emergency acceleration of the temporary base. Heije's performance was quite normal, and he did not seem to be affected by the strong pressure. He checked the data of the temporary base on a strange instrument in front of the door. He said through the headset, "This temporary base is equipped with a beam propulsion device driven by nuclear batteries. Whenever the sun is about to set, we will rise into the air to avoid the arrival of the annihilation of the universe." After many observations, we found that the annihilation of the universe will only affect the surface of Marxing. At this time, the temporary base seemed to have risen into the sky and the rapid acceleration ended. Without the suppression of strong pressure, Chen Shuxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You should have explained to us in advance about the annihilation of the universe, instead of letting us land on Marxing without knowing anything. We were lucky today. We landed early and not far from the temporary base. If it was a little further, we might not be able to enter the temporary base before the sun sets." Chen Shuxian was very dissatisfied with Brother Hay's behavior of disregarding other people's lives. "Don't be angry, this is actually the order of Director Liemo. Director Liemo believes that the annihilation of the universe is the top secret of the Earth Defense Bureau and ordered me not to disclose it to the outside world." Brother Hay explained with a smile. Chen Shuxian realized that Brother Hay had been talking to her in a single line, and the call channel had never been opened to other crew members. It seems that he had prepared for it. "Then what should we do if we can't enter the temporary base before the sun sets today? The annihilation of the universe is indeed incredible. Once it is announced, it will inevitably cause an uproar in human civilization. It should indeed be kept secret, but Chen Shuxian still finds it difficult to understand such behavior of disregarding the lives of team members. What can be done? Of course, he froze to death on the surface of Marxing. Brother Hay said lightly, "There are more than 7 billion human beings. Each individual life thinks that he is unique and the only protagonist of the world. Everything in the world exists because of him. Without him, the whole world will become dim and meaningless. But the reality is that no one is irreplaceable. even if he is the richest man in the world with millions of employees. When he dies, at most those who have benefited from him will express their grief at his funeral. But maybe after leaving the funeral, they will immediately return to the villa and call a queue. As for ordinary people, it is even more tragic. They turn into a handful of ashes in the crematorium furnace, and then are put into a square box and buried in the cement floor. The family members will naturally be extremely painful at first, but this is also a very short process. Perhaps in less than a month, his family members and friends will forget him completely. Even 20 years later, because his family members forgot to renew his mausoleum, the square box was dug out by the management department and randomly piled up in a remote warehouse. Maybe there are many rats in this warehouse, and they especially like to use the wooden square box to grind their teeth. Maybe the square box he lived in was just chosen by the rats. In this way, when an ordinary person dies 20 years later, he will completely disappear from this world. If the emergence of Homo sapiens in Africa 70,000 years ago is defined as the official birth of modern humans, there are more than 170 billion people on Earth. Of course, except for the 7 billion people alive now, the remaining 160 billion people are dead. There are very few people who can successfully leave traces in history, such as Confucius, Yao, Shun, and Yu, and so on. 100 years later, those whose names are still mentioned frequently are even more rare. So, as a human being, you must accept the fact of being ordinary. In a sense, humans are no different from other creatures on Earth. Hey Jez's cold words made Chen Shuxian shudder, but she wanted to refute but couldn't. Maybe a few lives are really nothing to keep the secret of the extinction of the universe. Although this obviously violates the morality of human civilization, it is very realistic. This is a question that Chen Shuxian once saw in a magazine. Railway switchmen are responsible for changing the train's route at the Y fork. On this day, a switchman who was about to retire was on his last shift. He had bought a fishing rod and was ready to go fishing tomorrow. Hearing the roar of the train in the distance, he knew that he could end his work of more than 50 years by pressing the button that controlled the switch and moving the train track to the other end of the fork. But then he found that there were 20 young people lying in a row on the track in the straight direction of the railway, and there was a white-haired old man lying alone on the track in the fork direction of the railway. At this time, the experienced switchman immediately pressed the red light button to notify the train that there was an abnormality ahead and it must stop immediately. But the heavy iron wheels of the train hit the track, the ground trembled, there was no sign of slowing down, and a sharp whistle sounded. Through the interval of the whistle, the switchman understood that the train had lost control and could not stop moving forward. At this time, the switchman faced the biggest choice, since he inherited his father's job. Plan 1. He did nothing and let the train run straight and run over the 20 young people. Plan 2. He continued to perform his original work, press the button, switch the track, and let the train run over the white-haired old man. The final question is, what should the old switchman do? This question does not give an answer. When Chen Shuxian saw this question, she immediately realized that this was a question that everyone knew the answer to, but no one dared to say it, because the answer was too cruel. From a rational analysis, 20 young people not only have more people, but also have longer future lives, and can create more material wealth for the world. The old man is nearly 70 years old, and he may not live for a few years. Even if he is not killed by the train, he may suffer from various diseases in the future, and finally die in pain, after spending a lot of wealth. From a realistic perspective, what the old switchman should do, is to press the button, to let the out-of-control train rush into the fork. But, can human life really be measured in this way? As the only life of a person, can it really be taken away by another person at will? Are the lives of 20 young people really more important than the life of an old man? From an ethical point of view, all beings are equal. Therefore, many people know the answer, but are ashamed to say it out loud, because they are afraid that others will think that they have lost their sense of morality. It's obvious. People like Liemo and Heije who stand on high ground don't care about the so-called sense of morality, nor do they care about the opinions of others. In order to keep the secret of cosmic annihilation, they did not mind sacrificing several scientific expedition members, including Chen Shuxian. Strangely, Chen Shuxian did not have any negative emotions such as anger, sadness, or grief. Instead, she agreed with this approach. The night on Marxing is very short. When the fist-sized sun jumped into the sky again, the day came. Under the order of Brother Hay, the temporary base landed on the surface of Marxing again. Obviously, Brother Hay had received the message sent by Liemo, and knew what Chen Shuxian was doing. After the temporary base stopped on the surface of Marxing, he led 2 team members and Chen Shuxian to take the catapult vehicle to inspect the layout of the nuclear bomb. Chapter 636. Since the nuclear bombs were placed by Brother Hay himself, he was very familiar with the positions. It took them only 10 minutes to reach the first nuclear bomb placement site. There were a total of 20 nuclear bombs placed at this nuclear bomb placement site. They were stacked together in a pyramid shape, and most of them were sprayed with bright red skulls. What puzzled Chen Shuxian was that these nuclear bombs were of different sizes and appearances. Some nuclear bombs resembled torpedoes with propellers at the tail, and some nuclear bombs resembled missiles with ejectors at the tail. Moreover, the languages marked on these nuclear bombs were also varied, including Russian, English, Hindi, and even French. These nuclear bombs were collected from all over the world by the Earth Defense Agency. They come from different countries, so their appearances are naturally different. Brother Hay saw the doubts in her heart, and introduced them at the right time. There are more than 30 placement sites like this on the entire Marxing, evenly distributed on the surface of Marxing according to equally spaced positions. More than 30 placement sites means more than 600 nuclear bombs, which is the rhythm of bombing Marxing into pieces. Chen Shuxian was immediately puzzled. Was Liemo planning to destroy Marxing? Why on Earth, in a doomsday fortress 1000 meters underground in the Earth Defense Agency, in a room covered by metal wires? There was no furniture, no office supplies, and not even a stool in the room. Only an LED light on the roof emitted a dim light, and a carpet was laid on the ground. Liemo sat cross-legged on the carpet. He was motionless, and his consciousness had entered the grey fog space. Why do you want to place so many nuclear bombs on Marxing? On the high platform, the surprised voice of the big-headed Pajero came from the rolling grey fog. Just now, Liemo revealed to him the big plan on how to fight against the invasion of alien spacecraft. The most important part of this plan is the hundreds of nuclear bombs on Marxing. I plan to blow up Marxing when the alien spacecraft launches a fatal attack on the Earth. Liemo truthfully confessed his long-planned action plan. Now, the Pajero brain has not received any information from the Pajero Academy of Sciences for more than a month, and he has not received any response when he used quantum communication to call the Pajero star. Obviously, the Pajero civilization has abandoned this two-dimensional Pajero. Perhaps, when the big head was two-dimensionalized, he was abandoned. The abandoned Pajero big head, after Liemo's unremitting assimilation education, has completely recognized his new human identity, especially when he heard that Liemo used liquid metal to create a biochemical robot X. He was even more excited. The Pajero big head has mentioned several times that after the human technology level develops to a certain level and the secrets behind the dimension are revealed, maybe he can get out of Liemo's head and enter a body made of liquid metal to truly have freedom. Of course, the premise of all this is that humans can survive the invasion of alien spacecraft. Therefore, when the two chatted, the most discussed topic was defeating alien spacecraft. Blow up Marxing? The Pajero big head was even more stunned. He knew that Marxing was a new planet discovered by Liemo in the solar system, but he didn't understand what the relationship was between this planet, the Pajero civilization, and the alien spacecraft. Yes, I suspect that Marxing is the cosmic factor that your Pajero civilization needs when holding the civilization upgrade ceremony. Liemo said the secret that had been hidden in his heart for years. He had never told this secret to anyone, including Chen Shuxian and Heijie, who were carrying out the task of placing nuclear bombs on Marxing. Cosmic factor. The big-headed Pajero was shocked when he heard this, and the grey fog nearby burst out violently. He rushed to Liemo in an instant, with a shocked expression. You mean, Marxing is the cosmic factor? The obsession with cosmic factors has penetrated into the blood of every Pajero. Even the big-headed Pajero who has left the Pajero civilization is no exception. In order to find cosmic factors, the Pajero civilization has been running around in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. In those decades, more than 200 billion Pajeros gave up studying science, gave up expanding their living space, and even gave up reproducing offspring. Their only task is to take various spacecraft to find cosmic factors. Because the great scientists of Pajero Academy of Sciences believe that, as long as they have enough cosmic factors, Pajero civilization may be promoted from a 4th level civilization to a 5th level civilization, and have the qualifications to become the ruler of the universe. However, as the first hidden substance produced after the Big Bang, cosmic factors are extremely rare in the universe, and their forms and properties are different. After tens of thousands of years of collection, Pajero civilization has collected 24 cosmic factors. Some of these cosmic factors are a meteorite wandering in the cold space, Samara beam of light that can fly freely in the universe, Samara crystal marble with a diameter of only 2 centimeters, and Samara big tree on the resource star. There is even a cosmic factor, that is a carbon-based creature with horns on its head, 8 legs in its lower body, and a height of 3 meters. The cosmic factor is amorphous, and it can be transformed into everything in the universe. After collecting 24 cosmic factors, Pajero civilization gathered all the power of civilization, spent more than 100,000 years, but failed to collect the last cosmic factor. At this time, even the most patient great scientists of Pajero Academy of Sciences lost their patience, and they took the risk to hold a civilization upgrade ceremony. Unfortunately, luck did not stand on the side of Pajero civilization this time. It was precisely because of the lack of the last cosmic factor that Pajero civilization failed to upgrade to level 5 civilization and lost the qualification to become the ruler of the universe. At this time, when the big-headed Pajero heard that the cosmic factor was hidden in the solar system and was a planet, he could no longer hold back the shock in his heart. After the shock, all the things, how he was two-dimensional, how he accepted the great scientific order of Pajero Academy of Sciences, how the learning assistance system was implanted in Liamo's head, and how Pajero Academy of Sciences hid the existence of alien spacecraft. All of this was like a string of pearls strung together by this news. The ultimate goal of Pajero civilization is to get Marxing. He couldn't help but blurt out. In fact, after the big-headed Pajero came to Earth, he had doubted the true purpose of Pajero civilization thousands of times. In his opinion, except for a little more soil and oil on Earth, there is no difference between the resource star owned by Pajero civilization and Pajero's civilization, and it is not worth the energy of Pajero scientists to set up such a big game. No, it's not that the Pajero civilization's goal is Marxing. Liamo, who knows everything, said slowly, the one who really wants to get Marxing is the higher level civilization behind the Pajero civilization. There is a higher level civilization? The big-headed Pajero man's mind was confused. Isn't a 4th level civilization enough to deal with a small human civilization? Of course, in the whole conspiracy, the Pajero civilization is just a chess piece. Li Zhi slowly stood up and paced back and forth, like a famous detective in the Tang dynasty of China who was famous for solving cases. The famous detective also has a super bodyguard who can kill the entire aircraft carrier formation alone. Before analyzing the whole thing, because the matter is too complicated and too weird, we need to clarify what is true and what is false. Liamo said as he walked. First, the body is connected. My body is connected to all Pajeros. If I get hurt, all Pajeros will get hurt. This should be true. Do you agree? Li Zhi looked at the big-headed Pajero man with sparkling eyes. The big-headed Pajero nodded heavily. I agree. Although I know that the great scientist of the Pajero Academy of Sciences is hiding something from me. When the wound incident occurred, the panic of all the Pajero people could not be false. At that time, there were already underground sects that preached that the Pajero Academy of Sciences had offended the gods, and that this was a punishment from the gods. In order to regain the favor of the gods, the Pajero people needed to invade and work together to overthrow the rule of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. At that time, this statement was even recognized by some officers. If the great scientist of the Pajero Academy of Sciences had not urgently transferred the extrasolar legions that were fighting back to the mother planet, a riot aimed at overthrowing the rule of the Pajero Academy of Sciences would have inevitably occurred. Therefore, the wound incident must be true, and the body connection is naturally true. After hearing the analysis of the big-headed Pajero man, Liemo nodded and continued. Second, the curse comes from the void. This matter may be false. Do you agree? In this universe, there can be creators and creators, but there can never be gods. Even if there are mysterious beings in the void, they are just higher civilizations. Even if the body connection comes from the void, it is not a curse, but a technological means of a higher civilization. Afraid that the big-headed Pajero man would not understand, Liemo continued to explain. Just like in ancient China, due to poor living conditions, some middle-aged people may have shingles around their waists. These herpes will spread along the waist over time. When the herpes completely wraps around the waist, the person will die. Ancient people did not understand that the appearance of herpes was only due to viral infection, but believed that it was because of offending the mountain god and being cursed. This disease was also deified as a fire dragon wrapped around the waist. In modern times, with the development of medicine, people only need to go to the hospital to get some high efficiency antiviral drugs and then take them on time to recover. When the big-headed Pajero man was two-dimensionalized, the big scientist of the Pajero Academy of Sciences told the big-headed Pajero man that the Pajero man was cursed by the void and that he needed to sacrifice himself for the entire civilization. Since then, Big Head Pajero has always believed in this statement. Hearing Liemo's reason, the hard rock in his heart unknowingly cracked, and the seeds of doubt began to sprout. It is possible that in Pajero's civilization, all information about the void comes from the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Ordinary people have no way to prove the existence of the void. Of course the void exists, but it is not a universe with nothing but the name of a civilization. Liemo said with a smile. Big Head Pajero was shocked again. This did not match his cognition. However, thinking of his own cognition, all from the teaching of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, Big Head Pajero wisely chose to keep silent. Liemo went on to explain. According to my reasoning, the void is a high-level civilization. It may be level 6, level 7, or even the legendary level 9 civilization. After the Pajero civilization failed to upgrade, the Pajero Academy of Sciences, unwilling to be trapped in the galaxy, contacted the Void civilization through a secret means. They asked the Void civilization for help, hoping to use the power of a high-level civilization to upgrade to a level 5 civilization. If you want to gain, you must give. The Void civilization agreed to help the Pajero civilization, and also put forward a new condition, which is to steal the Emo star back from the solar system. At this point, Liemo's face showed a trace of doubt, and he said in an uncertain tone, "Of course, I don't know why the Void civilization is interested in the cosmic factor, and I don't know why it doesn't take action to snatch it." Liemo has been puzzled by these two things. Obviously, the reason why the cosmic factor is important is that it is a necessary material for the 4th level civilization to upgrade to the 5th level civilization. Logically speaking, this upgrade material is not of much use to a high level civilization like the Void civilization. Moreover, the Void civilization is an advanced civilization that has long discovered the secrets of the cosmic dimension and can navigate through the dimension without regard for space or distance. Since the Void civilization needs the Emo star, it can just take it directly from the solar system by crossing the dimension. Can the Earth civilization still resist it? Why bother setting up such a big chess game? Maybe I know the answers to these two questions. The big-headed Pajero, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. He thought for a moment and added, "Of course, I don't really know the answers, but I know 2 stories related to the answers. You know, I have been a teacher in the Pajero civilization for a long time. The work is both hard and leisurely. My biggest hobby is to hide in the library and read some strange books. Those books record all kinds of stories, most of which are interstellar adventure stories and wild stories from outer space. Wild stories are stories that have not been verified by the Pajero Civilization Academy of Sciences for authenticity. They are difficult to distinguish between true and false. Stories? In recent years, Liemo has rarely listened to the big-headed Pajero people telling stories, and he became excited when he heard it. At the beginning, he realized the conspiracy of Pajero civilization from the alien story, told by the big-head Pajero. Well, you will listen to it in the future. The big-head Pajero also imitated Liemo's previous behavior, with his hands behind his back, shaking his head. I read this story in a book called Cosmic Adventure Record. Cosmic Adventure Record is a collection of adventure stories, which was written in the era of Pajero civilization's great exploration of the universe. At that time, some adventurous Pajeros dared to go straight into space with one person and one spaceship. Of course, exploration often means sacrifice. The surviving captains recorded their experiences and compiled them into Cosmic Adventure Record. Chapter 637. In the grey fog, the big-headed Pajero man put his hands behind his back, shook his head, and paced back and forth. He spoke slowly. The name of this story is Alien Star, and the recorder is Captain Umazlera. Captain Umazlera was born when the Pajero civilization just entered the level 2 civilization. He was the captain of the official Pajero expedition team, and led an official expedition team of 200 people to carry out interstellar exploration missions in space. His profession was already a top profession in the Pajero civilization at that time. Not only did he have a generous credit point salary, but he also owned a private villa in the capital of Pajero. Oh, by the way, Captain Umazlera also has 5 spouses, all of whom are beauties with huge heads, thick necks, and weighing up to 200 kilograms. All of them have huge heads, thick necks, and weigh up to 200 kilograms. Isn't this a hippopotamus on Earth? It's actually called a beauty. The aesthetics of the Pajero people are indeed unique. He was moved and asked in a low voice, "Big head, according to the human lifespan, you are already 30 years old. How many spouses do you have in the Pajero civilization?" Liemo remembered that the big-head Pajero had clearly stated that he was more than 1,000 years old when he was two-dimensionalized, and the lifespan of the Pajero was less than 5,000 years. "Well, I don't have any spouse." The big-head Pajero hesitated. As a carbon-based creature, reproduction is an instinct. Not having a spouse means losing the right to reproduce, which means that this carbon-based creature is a failure. Even though Liemo, who asked this question, is in a sense the same person as the big-head Pajero, he is ashamed to admit that he is a loser. The big-headed Pajero thought for a moment and explained in a low voice, "But it's not my fault, because in the Pajero civilization, 1/3 of the males have no mates." "Why? Are there also a shortage of female Pajeros in your place?" Liemo asked curiously. "Your Pajero civilization is already a 4th level civilization. You can completely control gender. You shouldn't be so surprised by the huge gender at birth. In fact, it's just the opposite. As early as the 1st level civilization period, the Pajero Academy of Sciences noticed that a large number of young people in the Pajero civilization could not find a mate. Fearing that this would cause fierce social conflicts, the Pajero Academy of Sciences deliberately adjusted the technology through genetic information to increase the number of female Pajeros. The big-headed Pajero continued to explain. For 10 consecutive years, the number of female Pajeros born was 200 million more than that of male Pajeros, and the total population of the entire Pajero civilization at that time was less than 50 billion. This is a very large number. According to the prediction of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, with so many new female Pajeros, the problem of single young males in Pajero will be solved. But the result is surprising. 10 years later, the single rate of young males in Pajero has not decreased, but has increased. This greatly surprised the Pajero Academy of Sciences, which has always been proud of its scientific predictions. The great scientists led a research team to the people. It was found that, although the newly added female Pajeros did not become the spouses of single young men, they all committed themselves to some Pajeros with higher status. In Pajero society, high-status Pajeros are scientists, explorers, officers of the escort team, and political officials who control the distribution of civilized materials. According to statistics from the Pajero Academy of Sciences, these people have an average of 3 female spouses. It turns out that alien societies also have the phenomenon of uneven drought and flooding. Liemo sighed. He asked, "Do you have any countermeasures for this phenomenon?" If the advanced Pagurus can find a solution, humans can also follow suit. No. The big-headed Pajero said with disdain. When the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences found the root cause of this situation after their trip to the people, they never mentioned the issue of single young men again, but asked the civilization guard to strengthen their surveillance of these people, to prevent them from giving up because of failure, and at the same time strengthen publicity, calling on every single young man to work hard and strive to build the Pajero civilization. Why? Liemo asked. According to the description of the big-headed Pajero, in the Pajero civilization, the Pajero Academy of Sciences is a godlike existence, and those great scientists can completely order that high-status Pagurus are prohibited from having multiple spouses. Haha. The big-headed Pajero put his hands behind his back and laughed up to the sky. Liemo saw him like this, and he exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy." This big-headed man imitated his expression last time very vividly. He has a great talent for acting. There is only one reason, that is, the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences understand that once they take action against those high-ranking Pagurus, it will endanger the rule of the Academy of Sciences. After the big-headed Pajero laughed, he immediately put on a wry smile on his face, and his tone was gloomy. The Pajero Academy of Sciences needs political officials to help them distribute supplies, explorers to help them explore the universe, and guard officers to maintain the stability of Pajero civilization. Without these people, the great scientists have to face ordinary Pagurus. Although the big-headed man's words were vague, Liemo seemed to understand and nodded silently. Captain Umazlala is such a superior person. As the leader of the expedition team, he has successfully completed several interstellar exploration missions and discovered more than a dozen resource-rich planets. He has been included in the promotion list of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Once promoted, he will become an explorer directly under the Pajero Academy of Sciences and will have the title of junior scientist. The big-headed Pajero continued to explain. In the Pajero civilization, scientists are divided into junior scientists, intermediate scientists, senior scientists and great scientists. This classification method is mostly based on the scientist's scientific research results, but there are exceptions. Every 5 years, the Pajero Academy of Sciences will reward some Pagurus who have made outstanding contributions to the development of Pajero civilization by setting aside a small number of junior scientist quotas and granting them as an incentive. Scientists are not only a profession in the Pajero civilization, but also a symbol of status. With the title of scientist, both salary and social status will rise a lot. At the same time, if a person becomes a scientist, he will not be bound by ordinary laws. Even if they kill other Pagurus for no reason, the guards have no right to arrest them, and they can only be tried by the Academy of Sciences. Of course, for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps because scientists have a relatively higher level of morality, there has never been an incident of a scientist committing a crime. Of course, there are also rumors that those criminal incidents have been suppressed by scientists. For example, a mid-level scientist named Negan Keith once grabbed hundreds of civilians from the street in order to study the brains of the Pajero people and then dissected their brains. In the end, public outrage was boiling, and the Pajero Academy of Sciences had to come forward to clarify that these civilians had a kind of parasite in their brains that was almost impossible to find, and Negan Keith was treating those civilians. Although the operation failed, doesn't science continue to develop through failure? When the civilians heard that Negan Keith killed people for scientific experiments, they all expressed their understanding. After all, the Pajero civilization has been able to develop in the universe for millions of years relying on science. It is the honor of those dead civilians to be able to dedicate themselves to science. So, they jointly published an apology in the newspapers, apologizing for calling Negan Keith the devil. Liemo smacked his lips when he heard this. The scientists in the Pajero civilization sounded a bit like the ancient aristocratic class. The big-headed Pajero continued. Captain Umazlala was about to become a junior scientist, but at this moment, an accidental mistake made him fall from heaven to hell on Earth. It was a very low-level interstellar exploration mission. The target of the mission was Hook, which is 1000 light-years away from Pajero. In fact, this planet has long been explored by the Pajero Academy of Sciences. It has a few freshwater resources and low-level nuclear energy resources, which are of no value in themselves. The only special thing is that there is a low IQ carbon-based creature on Hook. This creature looks a bit like the silkworms on your Earth, but its body is much larger, more than 5 meters long. It has a big mouth full of sharp teeth, and its body has fur that is designed to withstand firearms. In the biological archives of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, this low-level creature is not named with an alphanumeric serial number like ordinary low-level creatures, but has a Pajero name, Ancient Insect. The reason is that this ancient insect tastes very delicious. Its meat is juicy and tender, its flavor is unique, the saturated fatty acid content in its muscle fat is very low, and its nutritional value is extremely high. Once the ancient insect was discovered, it became a delicacy on the plates of Pajero's advanced people. Even the great scientists of the Academy of Sciences praised it, and believed that the ancient insect was a gift from the universe. Therefore, thousands of hunting teams took spacecraft to visit Hook Star and capture ancient insects. The number of ancient insects dropped sharply, and the meat of the cloned ancient insects was far less delicious than that of the original ancient insects. The Pajero Academy of Sciences could not bear to see such a gift from the universe become extinct, so it designated Hook Star as a forbidden area and prohibited civilian spacecraft from approaching. At the same time, in order to restore the ancient insect population as quickly as possible, the Academy of Sciences also banned the ancient insects from being taken away from Hook. In other words, if the Pajero people want to taste the ancient insects, they can only fly to Hook to hunt them in person. It is naturally impossible for ordinary Pajero people to hire an official spacecraft to fly to Hook just for a meal. However, things are valuable because they are rare. From then on, some Pajero upper class people used hunting on Hook as a way to entertain the most respected guests. They spent a huge amount of money to hire an official spacecraft to fly to Hook, caught a few ancient insects from the primeval forest with laser guns, and then put the living ancient insects on the grill. After the ancient insects were roasted, the fat melted due to the high temperature and smelled fragrant. Coupled with the primitive scenery next to it, it was a novelty for those upper class people who have lived on Pajero all year round. Captain Umazlala is carrying out such a mission on this expedition. He only needs to send more than a dozen guests to Hook, then protect their safety, wait for the banquet to be over, and then bring them back to Pajero from Hook to complete the mission. Since the coordinates of the planet Hook have long been recorded in the star map, and the route has been cleared by the previous spacecraft, Captain Umazlala only needs to turn on the automatic driving, and the spacecraft can reach the planet Hook. In addition to the low IQ ancient insects on the planet Hook, the rest are small reptiles that cannot threaten the safety of the VIPs at all, so it is a simple and easy task. Captain Umazlala also thought so. He had asked his 5 spouses to prepare a celebration ceremony before leaving. Once he returned from the planet Hook, he would have secured the position of junior scientist. Hearing this, Liemo already vaguely knew the direction of the story, because tragedy often happens inadvertently. However, he did not interrupt the big-headed Pajero man's narration. The spacecraft arrived at the planet Hook smoothly. Captain Umazlala led more than 200 fully armed team members to protect the VIPs. They used tranquilizer guns to catch 5 ancient insects from the primeval forest, and then threw the squirming ancient insects on the grill, tasting asmi while talking and laughing loudly. Asmi is a kind of drink in the Pajero civilization. It has the effect of numbing the brain nerves and making people feel happy. It is a bit similar to the fine wine in your human world, but its raw material is much more precious than fine wine. It is the brain juice of a marine creature on the OC star. Those VIPs also knew that Captain Umazlala was about to be promoted, and they congratulated him one after another. Some even left him their private contact information. Looking at those private numbers in the communicator, Captain Umazlala was very excited, because this was equivalent to him beginning to be accepted by the upper class Pajero people. Just then, the surroundings seemed to be silent, and the laughter disappeared. Captain Umazlala raised his head in confusion, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Tens of thousands of ancient insects emerged from the primeval forest. The ancient insects had hideous faces and bright fangs in their mouths. There was a solemn atmosphere in the air. Captain Umazlala smelled a fishy smell. He turned around and saw that the pants of a VIP behind him were wet. The crew members beside him also widened their eyes and trembled. Although they didn't understand why the low IQ creatures like the ancient worms would riot collectively, Captain Umazlala knew that once these ancient worms rushed over, they could tear them into pieces with just their teeth. Captain Umazlala fell down and took out the laser gun from his back, yelling, "Fire," and then pulled the trigger. The purple laser beam went straight through the body of the ancient worm, and the ancient worm fell to the ground, motionless. However, before Captain Umazlala could get excited, the ancient worms behind him continued to rush over along the body of the dead ancient worm. At this time, the team members also came to their senses and began to pull the trigger frantically. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Although the ancient worms hit by the laser will die in a short time, more ancient worms will rush up from behind. Chapter 638. In the grey fog, the big-headed Pajero continued to speak. "If we go on like this, we will surely die on this damn planet." Captain Umazlala took a look at the VIPs who looked at him, and with a ruthless heart, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, retreat." Before he finished speaking, he ran towards the spaceship not far away without looking back. Those VIPs have always been in high positions on the Pajero planet, and have never experienced such a scene. When they saw the scene of thousands of insects attacking, they were scared out of their wits. Most of the members of the expedition team had come out of the hail of bullets, and their psychological quality was much better. They reacted instantly and retreated while shooting. Although the ancient insect looks like a large silkworm, its speed is not slow. It can travel more than 200 meters per second. Fortunately, with the more than 20 VIPs blocking it, Captain Umazlala and his team members were able to board the spaceship smoothly. The spaceship left the surface of Hook Planet with miserable cries. The team members on the spacecraft looked through the glass windows at the VIPs, being devoured by the ancient worms below, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They all knew that the ancient worm had a habit when hunting prey. It would first secrete a neurotoxin to paralyze the prey. Then it would tear the prey into small pieces with its sharp teeth bit by bit, and then swallow it. During this whole process, the prey's brain is still awake, and it can feel its body being torn apart and swallowed bit by bit. While the team members felt sad for the tragic experience of the VIPs, they couldn't help but worry about their own future, especially Captain Umazlala. He already had one foot in the upper society and knew the status of these VIPs in the Pajero civilization, especially since several of them were the offspring of a senior scientist. Captain Umazlala knew that returning to Pajero Star, what awaited them was only a long interrogation, and then spending their lives in a dark prison. If they were luckier, they might be exiled to a desolate planet by the Pajero Academy of Sciences to fight terrible beasts. In that case, we might as well escape. Captain Umazlala ordered the spacecraft to shut down the communication system and then convened a meeting of all crew members. In the meeting, Captain Umazlala explained the current situation and everything they would inevitably suffer after returning to Pajero. He smiled miserably and said, "Since we would be courting death, if we go back, it is better to drive the spacecraft and find a habitable planet in the universe and hide there. Even if the Pajero Academy of Sciences is so powerful, it can't search the entire universe." The crew looked at each other in bewilderment. The education they had received for a long time filled their brains with the idea that as a Pajero, they must follow the orders of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Without the Pajero Academy of Sciences, there would be no Pajeros. Adhere to the leadership of the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, and do not waver for 100 million years. Captain Umazlala actually asked them to betray the Pajero Academy of Sciences. This was really difficult to decide at the moment. The meeting fell into silence. At this time, Captain Umazlala's adjutant and his brother Milovan Tarmik stood up and said, "I don't think you know that among the VIPs who died this time, there are descendants of senior scientists and local administrators. Even if the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences let us go, the families of these people will not let it go. They will crush us to death just like the Gudu beast crushed the Pajero people. So, I agree to become an interstellar ranger like Helvin Columbus." Helvin Columbus is a famous villain in the Pajero civilization. In order to avenge his spouse, he assassinated a great scientist, which shocked the entire Pajero civilization, and was called a sinner of the entire civilization by the Pajero Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences launched a hunt for Helvin Columbus in the Water Drop Galaxy, and demanded that he be seen alive or dead. Who would have thought that Helvin Columbus seemed to have disappeared? Neither the monitoring system throughout the Water Drop Galaxy nor the spies hidden among the civilians found any trace of him. It is even rumored that the great scientist used a super brain to calculate the location of Helvin Columbus, but found nothing. At that time, everyone thought that Helvin Columbus had died in the gap of time and space 2000 years later. Information about this name came from the edge of a distant galaxy. When a Pajero expedition team was exploring a planet called X19281e that was not on the star map, they accidentally discovered traces of intelligent biological activities on this planet. Later, after tracking, the expedition team found a Pajero who looked like Helvin Columbus and tens of thousands of local indigenous creatures. Although Helvin Columbus's wanted order was cancelled as early as 500 years ago, when the new great scientist took office, the expedition team still retrieved his photo from the database. The Pajero, who was served as a god by the indigenous creatures, looked exactly like Helvin Columbus. At this time, Helvin Columbus was already in his twilight years, and he confessed everything that happened to the expedition team. Back then, after assassinating the great scientist, Helvin Columbus knew that staying in the Pajero civilization would lead to his death, so he robbed a smuggling spaceship at the airport. The spaceship was not equipped with any tracking equipment, nor was it in the official database of Pajero, so it did not attract any attention. Helvin Columbus drove the spaceship aimlessly in the universe. Looking at the decreasing energy and supplies, he was ready to be buried in space. At this moment, a planet in front of him caught his attention. Radar scans showed that there were traces of water resources on it. In the universe, the existence of natural water often means the existence of life. Where there is life, there is hope for survival. Sure enough, when he landed the spaceship on the planet, he found a group of primitive indigenous creatures chasing prey. He used a laser gun to casually knock down an extremely large beast, which shocked the indigenous creatures. The indigenous creatures looked at the spaceship that fell from the sky and the gun that emitted bright light to destroy the most ferocious beasts, and they all knelt on the ground. From then on, Helvin Columbus became the god of the indigenous creatures and the ruler of this planet. When the news that Helvin Columbus was still alive and ruled a planet was passed back to the Pajero civilization, the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences were worried. The wanted order for Helvin Columbus had been cancelled long ago. If he was arrested again, it would violate the principle of one case cannot be prosecuted. And the great scientist who was stabbed to death had been dead for more than 2000 years, and his remaining power had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, among the civilians of Pajero, Helvin Columbus, who had escaped death and ruled a planet, had become a hero. There were even young people who were ready to learn from him, drive spacecraft to explore those unknown planets, and hope to become the ruler of the planet. This is exactly what the Pajero Academy of Sciences expected. After repeated consideration, the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences announced the pardon of Helvin Columbus's crimes, and acknowledged that he was the actual ruler of the planet X19281e. Later, Pajero's professional exploration team discovered a large amount of pure energy crystal, ore on the X19281e star, and Helvin Columbus became one of the richest people in Pajero. This is a legendary figure, an idol of every expedition member, and also created a new profession for Pajero, the Interstellar Ranger. The Interstellar Rangers drove spacecrafts, traveled in the dark and empty universe, carefully avoided the high energy storms of the universe and the almost undetectable gaps in time and space, and went through thousands of hardships, just to find a planet that is not on the star map. Once the planet has rich resources, the Pajero Academy of Sciences will give 50% of the profits from the mining of resources to the discoverer of the planet. This is a profession that makes you rich overnight, and it is also a profession that is a life or death struggle. However, most of the crew members know that returning to Pajero Star will only lead to death. Therefore, when Milivan Tarmic mentioned the legendary Helvin Columbus, most of the crew members were moved. I think this plan is feasible. We will die if we go back anyway, so we might as well give it a try. That's right, that's right. Our spaceship is equipped with an eternal energy generator, and the food storage is enough for 1,000 years. It is also equipped with more than 200 laser guns. It is much better than what Helvin Columbus had back then. Let's do it. Captain Umazlala noticed that most of the crew members expressed their opinions, and only a few young crew members in the corner squatted there without saying a word. He felt sad. These young crew members all came from high-ranking Pajero families. They joined the expedition just to get some experience. Naturally, there was no need to take risks with these desperate people. In the dark and empty space, there are countless dangers hidden. Over the years, so many young people have become interstellar rangers, but only a handful of them have truly found planets, and most of them have become cold corpses wandering in space. However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Team members who are unwilling to participate in this escape plan can stand up now. I will use the space lifeboat to send you back to the home planet. Captain Umazlala said kindly. Well, we think we should return to the home planet. As expected, the young crew members raised their hands and stood up. Captain, you know, none of us have experience in space exploration, and we may hinder you. Captain Umazlala smiled and looked at the young man who was speaking. He remembered that this good-looking young man was the son of a local administrator, who had participated in the next local election, and was designated as the successor to the administrator. Abduani Tahan, in this case, I will send you home now. Remember to say hello to Governor Abduani for me. Thank you for your magnanimity, Captain. The young people were overjoyed. They stood up, ready to leave the meeting room, and walk towards the cabin, where the space lifeboat was stored. As soon as they opened the door, they heard a beep sound behind them. Although they had not been in the expedition team for long, they knew that it was the sound of laser guns aiming. They raised their hands involuntarily, and turned around slowly. Abduani Tahan turned around and saw that he was being aimed at by dozens of laser guns, while Captain Umazlala was still looking at them with a smile on his face. Captain, why? He asked in disbelief. Oh, no reason. I just think you guys are an eyesore. Captain Umazlala said, waving his hand. The laser gun burst out dozens of bright beams, shooting these young people into sieves. Captain Umazlala walked to the dead body and sighed. Of course, he didn't kill these young people just because they were an eyesore. It was because these young people still had hope of survival, and their family power would provide them with shelter. This hope would make the crew members who were about to embark on a journey with no chance of survival have second thoughts. At this time, the team members looked at the corpses on the ground, and their faces also showed complex expressions, and their eyes gradually became determined. Captain, I will take people to throw them out of the spacecraft and let them wander in space. Milivantarmik came over and said in a low voice, maybe we should hold a ceremony for them. After all, we have worked together. Captain Umazlala looked at him strangely and shook his head. No need for the ceremony, and there is no need to throw these bodies out of the window. You take a few people to throw them into the material circulator. Material circulator. Milivantarmik looked at the bloody bodies on the ground with an ugly expression. The material circulator is an important equipment on the spacecraft. It can process the various excrement of the crew into food through complex procedures. During the whole process, only 0.01% of the material energy is lost. With the material circulator, the spacecraft can carry out a voyage of hundreds of light years while carrying limited supplies. But this time, the supplies we carry are enough for 1,000 years, so there is no need to eat these corpses. Milivantarmik looked at the blurred blood and flesh on the ground and felt nauseous. In the history of Pajero, it is not that there has never been cannibalism. During the Great Suppression period, the wise man led a team of inspirers and was trapped in an underground cave by the army of the Gilu Beast for 10 years. After all the food was eaten up, in order to keep the hope of the Pajero people, those Pajero people who had just sprouted wisdom took the initiative to give themselves as food to the wise man and the inspirers. This story is full of the spirit of sacrificing oneself for the tribe, and it has been instilled into the brains of every Pajero by the Pajero Academy of Sciences through the brainwave knowledge transmitter. Milivantamic also deeply admired those Pagyros who took the initiative to sacrifice themselves, but it always felt a bit against the morality of intelligent creatures to use the flesh and blood of the same kind on the ground as food. The food in the spacecraft can be used for 1,000 years, so what about 1,000 years later? If we can't find a suitable planet to settle down, what will everyone do? Will we eat you then? Captain Umazlala said grimly. He knew that from then on, they would become wanderers in the universe, after being separated from civilization. In this dark and empty universe, the distance between planets can easily reach several light years. It is extremely difficult to find a planet with conditions for life to survive. We must be mentally prepared from now on. Chapter 639. On the spaceship, Milivantamic looked at the blood and flesh on the ground and shuddered when he heard Captain Umazlara's cold words. He had no doubt that when the food ran out, Captain Umazlara would eat all the crew members one by one. Because Captain Umazlara was a cold-blooded man, after the bodies were thrown into the material circulator, Captain Umazlara asked the crew to destroy all the communication equipment. In order to avoid possible repair, he smashed the built-in chip of the equipment into pieces. After doing all this, Captain Umazlara controlled the spaceship to speed up. They had to escape from the water droplet galaxy before the incident on Hookstar was transmitted back to the mother planet. Along the way, it was very smooth. Even if they encountered patrol spaceships, they would only meet and let them go. Because the Papami driven by Captain Umazlara was a high-sequence spaceship directly under the Pajero Academy of Sciences, the General Patrol team was not qualified to inspect it. Seeing the asteroid belt displayed on the radar screen, Captain Umazlala knew that the Papami had reached the edge of the water drop galaxy. Passing through these asteroid belts composed of tens of millions of fist-sized meteorites, they will escape the surveillance range of the Pajero civilization, and will also be out of the protection of the Pajero civilization, and become a true interstellar ranger. Forward. Captain Umazlala had no time to sigh, and directly opened the protective shield of the Papami, and rushed to the asteroid belt. Those meteorites that had been parked in orbit for tens of billions of years were knocked out of orbit by the Papami, and the gravitational balance was broken, and they began a wandering life. Leaving the water drop galaxy, the Papami came to the spindle galaxy, which consists of 11 planets and looks like a huge spindle from the outside. On the largest planet, Gunla, there was originally a carbon-based creature called the Merry People. They had wisdom, and lived happily in the spindle galaxy. But 100 million years ago, the Pajero civilization defeated the Merry People through a galactic war, and occupied the spindle galaxy. Of course, after the galactic war, there were at least 2 billion Merry People in the spindle galaxy. Under the peace agreement of the Pajero people, they chose to surrender, and hoped to become new Pajero people. After the war, the Pajero Academy of Sciences did fulfill its promise, and allowed them to live on Merry Star. They only needed to pay enough planet usage fees to the Pajero people every year. The war ended peacefully, and everyone was happy. The Merry People who saved their lives even built a sculpture for the great scientist Pajero on Merry Star. However, as time went on, the Merry People found themselves caught in a huge conspiracy, because since they received medical services from the Pajero people in the prisoner camp, they had lost their reproductive ability, and even the young bodies cultivated with technological assistance could not survive. This is a conspiracy. Damn Pajero people. The last Merry person smeared this sentence on the stone slab with blood, and closed his eyes in grief and anger. From then on, all the planets in the Spindle Galaxy became resource stars of the Pajero civilization, and the Pajero Academy of Sciences transformed the huge Merry Star into a weapons testing site. Looking at the distant Merry Star, which had been somewhat deformed after countless bombings, Captain Umazlala muttered, "Childish Merry People." He immediately pushed the acceleration button, and the tail of the Papami ejected a light blue beam, and rushed into the dark universe. All the planets in the Spindle Galaxy are resource stars of the Pajero civilization. Once they stop here, they are likely to be discovered by the large companies responsible for mining resource stars. Afterwards, the Papami passed through the Edmund Galaxy, Logan Galaxy, Gojoa Galaxy, Kirizo Galaxy, Euclid Galaxy and Krog Galaxy. After 200 years of sailing, it came to the outer side of the galaxy cantilever. Captain Umazlala looked at the dense bright spots displayed on the radar and knew that they were standing at the entrance of the new world, the Dark Passage. Through the Dark Passage, you can reach the Dark Cluster. The Dark Cluster is located 500 light-years away from the Pajero galaxy. It consists of more than 100 galaxies of different sizes. It is named because it is surrounded by 300 light-years of interstellar dust outside. From a distance, you can only see a dark mass. Due to the interstellar dust, the Pajero civilization could not use astronomical telescopes to observe the Dark Cluster. With the expansion of the Pajero civilization, the nearby galaxies have been developed. The Pajero civilization has set its sights on the Dark Cluster. Although it cannot be observed directly, through superbrain calculations, there are at least 2,000 planets and stars in the Dark Cluster. Once they can be included in the territory of the Pajero people, the strength of the Pajero civilization will be greatly enhanced. However, in the interstellar dust outside the Dark Cluster, there are countless space-time gaps. Once a spacecraft is trapped in it, there is no chance of escape, and it will be torn and swallowed by the space-time gaps. In the early days, the Pajero people organized many interstellar rangers to enter the interstellar dust, but most of them were swallowed by the space-time gaps at the edge. Even those who were lucky enough to go deep did not send back any signals, and they might encounter accidents in the subsequent journey. Since then, no one has mentioned the plan to explore the Dark Cluster. The universe is too small and life is too big. With the development of Pajero civilization technology, the population has expanded dramatically, and the demand for resources has made the Pajero people think about the Dark Star Cluster again. To this end, the Pajero Academy of Sciences has created a planet-sized star-class battleship, trying to use a huge mass volume to fight against the gap in time and space. At the same time, they have also equipped the star-class battleship with anti-gravity weapons, super energy shields, black hole annihilation bombs and other latest technological weapons. A large-scale exploration activity has begun. In addition to 100,000 guards on the star-class battleship, there are more than 10,000 senior scientists and 5 great scientists from the Pajero Academy of Sciences. This is a force that can completely annihilate a galaxy. However, such a powerful force encountered a gap in time and space when it penetrated less than 2 light-years into the interstellar dust. In the face of the great cosmic power, the star-class battleships that the Pajero people have exhausted their minds to create have no resistance. They only have time to send out a distress signal before they are swallowed up without even a residue left. The Pajero Academy of Sciences, which received the distress signal, was silent. The Pajero civilization was silent. From then on, the Dark Star Cluster became a taboo for the Pajero people. Some great scientists have analyzed that, in order to successfully pass through the interstellar dust filled with gaps in time and space, it is necessary to reach at least level 5 civilization and travel from a low dimension. Fortunately, the Pajero civilization subsequently invented the curvature engine, which greatly expanded the scope of cosmic exploration, and discovered several large-scale galaxy clusters outside the water droplet galaxy, which alleviated the pressure of civilization survival. The Dark Cluster is extremely dangerous, but for Captain Umazlera, it is the most suitable place to escape. First, it is relatively close. Compared with those extragalactic galaxies that are thousands of light-years away, the Dark Cluster is only 300 light-years away, and the Papami can reach it. Second, as long as you reach the Dark Cluster, you don't have to worry about the power of the Pajero civilization. Third, there are almost no Pajeros patrolling the edge of the Dark Cluster. After all, it is like a place where you must die. As long as you don't deliberately seek death, no one will want to enter here. As for the gaps in time and space and the interstellar dust, Captain Umazlera has always believed in one sentence: life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is in the universe. Staying in the territory of the Pajero civilization means death anyway, so it is better to rush into the interstellar dust and take a chance. Captain Umazlera immediately convened a full staff meeting, and the team members announced the decision to enter the Dark Star Cluster. The team members were all terrified at first, and then nodded helplessly. From the first moment they abandoned those VIPs, they were ready to die at any time. Captain Umazlala took out fresh food from the supply room and found a few bottles of Asmi. Although they were about to face death, the team members were immediately excited when they saw Asmi. This precious drink was only available to the upper class in the Pajero civilization. So, a carnival before death began in the Papami spacecraft. The carnival lasted for 24 hours. When Captain Umazlala saw that all the crew members were drunk, he pretended to be drunk and climbed up from the table and put the crew members into the hibernation chamber one by one. After confirming that all the crew members were in forced hibernation, Captain Umazlala picked up the only remaining bottle of Asmi, took a gulp, and then, under the surging alcohol, he operated the spacecraft to rush into the interstellar dust. Interstellar dust is a kind of solid dust composed of many tiny particles. Entering it is like entering a gray fog, surrounded by a gray haze. Even the high 0-degree space radar carried by the Papami is ineffective in this case. Moreover, the location of the space-time gap is erratic and undetectable. In this case, the route is not important. Captain Umazlala manipulated the spacecraft at random, singing loudly the song that the Pajero people have been singing since childhood. Hi, hi, hi. We will carry the endless mines. We will dig the bottomless deep holes. We will collect the seeds of thorn grass. We will raise the cubs of the Gilu beast. Hi, hi, hi. The mines crushed the shoulders of us Pajero people. The deep holes buried the bones of us Pajero people. The thorn grass pierced the skin of our Pajero people. The Gilu beast sucked the blood of our Pajero people. Hi, hi, hi. Dig out the mines. Fill the deep holes. Burn the thorn grass. Bury the Gilu beast. Because we are Pajero people. Hi, hi, hi. This song, which was created by the enslaved Pajero people billions of years ago to motivate themselves, is very appropriate for this moment, when death may occur at any time. Just like this, Captain Umazlala controlled the spacecraft and magically passed through the 300 light-year long interstellar dust belt. When the grey fog in front of him disappeared, the radar started working again, and a galaxy that had never been seen before was displayed on the screen. Captain Umazlala covered his face and cried with joy. He knew that this was the Dark Star Cluster, and he finally succeeded. Captain Umazlala stood up, stepped on the floor full of food packaging bags, squeezed into the cabin, and woke up the sleeping team members. When the team members came out of the hibernation capsule just now, they were still in a state of amnesia and looked dazed. But when they recalled the tragedy that happened on the Hawk Star and heard Captain Umazlala announce that they had arrived at the Dark Star Cluster, they jumped up excitedly. With hope, there is motivation. The crew began to repair the damaged parts of the spacecraft when passing through the interstellar dust. Since the dust itself is relatively small in size and mass, the damage to the spacecraft was not serious, and there was only a little wear and tear on the outer shell. Watching the crew driving the space repair vehicle and starting to repair the outer shell, Milivan Tarmik approached Captain Umazlala, who was checking the condition of the spacecraft in front of the main brain, and lowered his voice. Captain, how did you avoid the space-time gap and pass through the interstellar dust zone? Space-time gaps are monsters that can even swallow star-level spacecraft, and they cannot be detected. His last memory was the carnival party facing death. But when he woke up, the spacecraft passed through the interstellar dust zone. This is really incredible. This is fate. Captain Umazlala raised his head, his face neither sad nor happy. As a Pajero, he was educated with science and technology as the top priority since childhood. Everything in the world can be analyzed by science and has scientific reasons that can be analyzed. However, the interstellar dust journey made this captain who always believed in science begin to believe in fate. Captain Umazlala was very casual when driving the spacecraft. Sometimes he turned left, sometimes right, and sometimes made a big turn. Most of the time, he closed his eyes and rested, letting the spacecraft go straight. The whole operation process was completely arbitrary and full of randomness. However, it was precisely this random behavior that allowed them to successfully pass through the interstellar dust zone that even star-class battleships could not pass through. If this is not the gift of fate, then what is it? Fate. Milivan Tarmik pondered this reason with a strange expression. Immediately, he smiled and shook his head. In any case, they had passed through the interstellar dust zone and came to the Dark Star Cluster. There are thousands of planets in the dark star cluster, and there is always one suitable for them to settle down. Captain Umazlala checked the status of the spacecraft and breathed a sigh of relief. Although it had been sailing for hundreds of years, the operation of the Papami was still normal. The energy supply was enough to last for another 1,000 years, and the material reserves were sufficient. There was no need to randomly draw crew members for food. Now all we had to do was find a suitable planet to settle on. Spacecraft detection officer, report to the command room. He picked up the intercom and shouted. In less than 5 minutes, a young Pajero who looked only 500 years old pushed open the door and walked in. He saluted in a standard way. Captain, the spacecraft detection officer Circuit Karen reports to you. Immediately turn on the deep space detection radar at maximum power to detect the planetary information of the dark star cluster and focus on finding those planets with natural water resources and soil. Captain Umazlala ordered. Yes. Spacecraft detection officer Circuit Karen immediately turned around and walked to the detection console to turn on the deep space detection radar. Chapter 640. In the command room of the Papami, Captain Umazlala has been watching the spacecraft detection officer, Circuit Karen, operating the deep space detection radar to search the dark star cluster. Because the search results will be related to the future of the Papami, the entire search process is very long, and quantum fluctuations ripple out from the Papami, spreading silently to every corner of the dark star cluster. These quantum waves will detect the size, mass, composition, and even the possible existence of organisms on the planet, and then feed back to the Papami in the form of quantum waves. No matter how long it is, there will always be an end, and there will always be results for waiting. 10 days later, the main brain of the spacecraft popped up the detection results of the deep space detection radar. A total of 3,021 planets and 562 stars were detected in the dark star cluster, of which 261 planets had natural water and soil, and 106 planets had traces of carbon-based intelligent organisms. Seeing this result, Captain Umazlala frowned. It is a bit incredible that there are so many planets with intelligent organisms in the dark star cluster. Life is a miracle of the universe, especially carbon-based intelligent life forms, which require extremely demanding initial conditions. The first condition for the origin of life is energy, which requires a star of moderate size. If it is too big, its lifespan will be too short, and it will explode in hundreds of millions of years. If it is too small, it will not have enough energy, and the parent star is in a stable orbit on the planet, and cannot be hit by meteorites accidentally. The size of the parent star is moderate. If it is too big, the air will be pressed into liquid by gravity. If it is too small, it will not be able to hold the air. The surface temperature of the parent star is moderate and can form liquid water. The rotation of the parent star is stable and good, and it is best to have a small satellite. The parent star must have molten iron core so that the magnetic field generated can withstand most of the crazy cosmic rays. Simply put, the probability of life being born is very small. 1 in hundreds of millions or 1 in hundreds of billions is possible. The cruelty of the universe is far beyond imagination. Even if the Pajero civilization has reached level 3 and explored 500,000 planets, it has only found less than 500 galaxies suitable for life. As for those resource stars, the Pajero civilization had to send intelligent robots to guard them. A great scientist from the Pajero Academy of Sciences once studied the origin of life and came to a conclusion. There are about 10 to the 90th power of atoms in the observable universe, and the probability of meeting the conditions for the formation of carbon-based life is estimated to be about 10 to the 350th power. In other words, the formation of life is like a gust of wind blowing a bunch of parts into the sky, and they fall down to assemble into a star-class battleship. Even if the 106 planets in the dark star cluster are not planets where life is born, the presence of carbon-based intelligent creatures on them is enough to show that these 106 planets are suitable for life. Captain Umazlala felt that this dark star cluster was very strange. Although he felt strange, Captain Umazlala decided to go to the nearest planet to find out. The size of this planet is 16.318 x 1011 cubic kilometers, which is almost half the size of Pajero star and 1/3 of its mass. According to the detection results displayed by the Deep Space Detection Radar, 2/3 of the planet is covered by oceans, 1/3 is land, and the air contains oxygen, nitrogen, argon, neon, and carbon dioxide. The main brain shows that this planet is completely suitable for Pajero to survive. When Captain Umaslara saw the planet through the glass window of the Papami spacecraft, he was amazed by its beauty and decided to name it Hope Star. The ocean on Hope Star is red, probably because it contains a large amount of iron. From space, it looks like a planet full of crimson colors. Since Papami is already in the synchronous orbit of Hope Star, the main brain of the spacecraft can automatically start the telescope to conduct a detailed analysis of the surface of the planet. Through the detailed analysis of the main brain, there are plants and a large number of animals on the surface of Hope Star, which is a carbon-based planet. The planet is ruled by a carbon-based animal that can walk upright. According to their life and production analysis, the civilization level of this carbon-based creature should only be 0.3. They are in the farming era and rely on growing crops for a living. They have not yet established a complete scientific system, and there are no traces of electricity. Captain Umaslara breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the investigation report. As an interstellar ranger, the most frightening thing is to finally discover a planet with intelligent creatures. But when he flies near the planet, he finds that his spaceship has been targeted by an interstellar battleship. We are the gods on the Hope Star. Captain Umaslara summoned all the crew members and announced the formation of an interstellar invasion group. He wanted to conquer this wild planet with the Papami spacecraft and the modern weapons he carried with him. Although they only had 200 people, their laser guns with almost unlimited ammunition were enough to sweep the army composed of native creatures. However, considering that their purpose was to rule the Hope Star, rather than kill all the native creatures on the Hope Star, Captain Umaslara decided to organize a 10-man advance team to infiltrate the Hope Star. In this way, on the one hand, he could find out the customs of the native creatures on the Hope Star for future rule and management, and on the other hand, he could determine who their real enemies were. For Captain Umaslara, the native creatures on the Hope Star would be his slaves in the future, and each one was very precious. They just need to overthrow the real ruler of Hope and take these slaves over. After tens of millions of years of civilization expansion, the Pajero civilization has a complete set of plans for how to rule a low-level biological group. Under the control of the main brain, the Papami chose a manor on the outskirts of a large city to land. The spacecraft landed in a farmland in the manor. Captain Umaslara just got off the ship with several crew members and breathed the first breath of fresh air on Hope. Dozens of native creatures in robes surrounded them with wooden sticks. They looked terrified, shouting incomprehensible languages, pushing each other, but no one dared to approach the spacecraft. At this time, the main brain instantly transmitted the analyzed native language into Captain Umaslara's headset, and Captain Umaslara realized that the group of people opposite were the serfs of the manor. Foreigners, this is the manor of the magician. Leave quickly, otherwise you will be discovered by the magician and none of you will be able to escape. The magician is going to attend the king's birthday today and will be back in the evening. Leave quickly. Since the Pajero people did not have the concept of magicians, the main brain chose the name of magician instead based on semantics. Isn't a magician a profession that uses visual deception? What's so scary? Captain Umaslara heard the serfs scolding and thought that these serfs were afraid of the Papami behind him and deliberately threatened him. He didn't take it to heart, but whispered to his left and right, "Fire. Don't aim at the fatal parts." To rule a planet, the first thing to do is to make the local native creatures feel fear. The 3 team members next to Captain Umaslara raised their laser guns and pulled the trigger. The laser gun fired a light red laser beam, which instantly pierced the serfs' arms. The serfs whose arms were shot through were lying on the ground howling in pain. The farmers and herdsmen beside them saw this and ran away with fear on their faces. Magicians. They are also magicians. Everyone, run away. Captain Umaslara frowned when he heard this. It was a bit strange that these serfs saw the laser guns and did not think that it was the power of gods, but thought that they were also magicians. But he did not care. After all, according to the calculation of the main brain, the level of the native civilization of Hope Star was only 0.3, which would definitely not pose a threat to himself from the 3rd level civilization. Captain Maslala ignored the serfs who were crying in pain on the ground and led 3 team members to the farm not far away. There was a dark grey 3-story building in the farm, which should be the residence of the farm owner. Captain Maslala knew that there should be someone there to explain this world to him. They walked along the grassy road. Both sides of the road were planted with a kind of broad-leaved plant. The plant should have reached the harvest season. The fruits began to turn yellow. The shells of some fruits burst, revealing the white starch inside. Captain Maslala roughly estimated that the yield of crops per acre here should be about 5,000 kilograms, which is very high for a primitive civilization. It seems that Hope is a very rich planet. Captain Maslala nodded with satisfaction. Planets were all created in the Big Bang, but their composition materials are different. Some planets are covered with rocks, some planets are only ice, and some planets are full of volcanoes. For the initial civilization, a planet that can grow crops is like winning the first prize in the lottery. As the leader of the expedition, Captain Maslala has seen countless barren planets. Due to poor environmental conditions, the life on those planets can only hide in the ocean. Although they have been born for more than 10 billion years, they have been unable to evolve. The planet that impressed him the most was a planet called Fiddler. The trajectory of this planet was very strange. It would pass through the star it orbited once every 100,000 years. So the primitive life on it, after 100,000 years of evolution, had just landed on land and suddenly found that the end had come. When Fiddler passed through the star, all the creatures on it died in the high temperature, and then when the planet cooled down again, new life was born again from the primitive ocean. Then it would repeat itself. It can be confirmed that no intelligent creatures would ever be born on Fiddler. It was really sad. I'm very satisfied with this planet. Captain Maslala nodded and praised when he saw several large livestock walking on the path near the farm. With these livestock, the production efficiency of the serfs will be greatly improved. When Captain Maslala and his team came to the front of the manor, they found that the entire manor was surrounded by a wall made of huge stones. These walls were 2 meters high. There were also 2 towers at the gate. More than a dozen armed serfs were nervously aiming bows and arrows at them. Captain Maslala stopped and frowned. He was certainly not worried about the armed serfs holding primitive weapons. After all, with laser guns, the bows and arrows of armed serfs were no different from firewood. He was worried about the boulders used to build the wall. These boulders were blue-gray in color, and the cuts were smooth, as if they had been cut with a sharp tool. He walked to the front of the wall and touched the boulders with his hands. The cold boulders did not feel a bit rough. Captain Maslala believed that, if measured with a measuring cabinet, the flatness of the surface of the boulders would reach at least 0.5. Under such primitive conditions, how did the serfs on Hope Star cut the boulders so smoothly? Generally speaking, the hardness of the stone is between 5 and 4 degrees. Even if the serfs use iron hammers to grind, they cannot grind out such a smooth boulder without decades. There is something strange about this planet. Captain Maslala reminded the crew to be careful. He secretly warned himself that he must not let the tragedy on Hook Star happen again. If he had not been so careless and busy chatting with those superiors on Hook Star, he only needed to set up a few detectors in the primeval forest to detect the attack of the ancient insects in advance, and he would not have to flee to this dark star cluster. The team members nodded one after another. Deal with them. We must find out the secret of Hope Star as soon as possible. Captain Maslala pointed to the more than 10 armed serfs on the tower. The team members took out the laser gun and pulled the trigger. It was 5,000 meters away from the tower. The armed serfs were still waiting for them to get closer. They only saw a few light red beams shooting out from the strange iron box, and a small hole appeared on their bodies. Then a burst of pain made them lie on the ground and twitch uncontrollably. This is the power of the difference in civilization level. Captain Maslala switched the shooting mode of the laser gun, aimed at the big wooden door, and pulled the trigger. A ball of red light flew out of the muzzle. With a bang, the wooden door was blown into pieces. The armed serfs holding sticks, knives and forks were trembling with fear when they saw this. They dropped their weapons and fled. Captain Maslala took out the biological detector and made sure that there were no more enemies hiding in the dark around. Then he led his team members into the manor. The armed serfs in the manor had already fled to who knows where. Captain Maslala walked straight to the 3-story building in the center of the manor. took out the laser gun, and was about to aim at the vermilion gate to fire a laser cannon when he saw the vermilion gate being slowly opened from the inside. A female native creature walked out slowly. Unlike the serfs wearing linen clothes, she wore a red and white striped short-sleeved top with a black collar and sleeves. The exquisite tailoring made her look small and exquisite, and the round collar revealed her beautiful collarbone. She wore crimson mini shorts on her lower body, revealing her fair and slender thighs. On her left wrist was a series of small red circle bracelets, shining brightly in the sun. There was no fear on her face, but a little excitement. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "Dear magician, which Black Tower are you visiting? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 641. If this female creature's head was a circle bigger and her ears were 2 inches longer, she would definitely be a great beauty in the Pajero civilization. What a pity. Actually, there is nothing to be sorry about. The aesthetic problem is a psychological problem and a protective measure in the organism's own genes. Ugly is just a relative concept. Why do you think it's ugly? It's because the appearance is too different from the organism itself. Beauty is also a relative concept. The closer the appearance is to the average, the more beautiful the creature thinks it is. Ugly also means unknown and dangerous. Things that are considered ugly in the genes of organisms are usually dangerous. This is an instinctive protection. There are tens of millions of intelligent creatures in the universe. Captain Maslala has seen guys with heads growing under their buttocks. That's called ugly. This also shows that the appearance and aesthetics of this native creature on Hope Star are similar to those of the Pajero people. This is good news for Captain Maslala. He doesn't want to rule a group of weird guys. Captain Maslala has confirmed that she is the mistress of the manor through her attire. But what is the Black Tower? Captain Maslala shook his head blankly. The hostess of the manor was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes fell on the laser guns in their hands. Her expression immediately slowed down, and she smiled charmingly. "Guests from afar are welcome. We welcome every superpower in the Red Rose Manor." As she spoke, she made a gesture of invitation. Of course, the meaning of this gesture was inferred by Captain Maslala. Captain Maslala was a little stunned by the calmness of the hostess, as if she was not facing a fierce and evil spirit with a weapon, but a distinguished guest from afar. Calmness is not without reason, and confidence is usually hidden behind it. Why does this woman think that she can deal with us? Captain Maslala couldn't help but be alert, but when he saw the woman staring at him with a smile, he felt an inexplicable spirit in his heart. What's so scary about a low-level creature? I'm a third-level Pajero. He inserted the laser gun into his waist and stepped into the castle. That's right, Captain Maslala has remembered the name of this stone building. He has seen this kind of building on a backward planet. The local indigenous residents call this kind of building, which can only exist for 10,000 years, a fortress. It can resist foreign invasion and store crops. It is also a characteristic building of civilization below level 0.5. Entering the castle, Captain Maslala was stunned. Inside the castle is a huge living room. The ground is paved with smooth light blue rocks. The surface of the rock is very smooth, and the wrinkled texture inside the rock can be vaguely seen. The wall is covered with a layer of lavender paint. Under the illumination of more than 10 chandeliers on the roof, it looks particularly charming and mysterious. The brightness of the more than 10 chandeliers is not high. The fuel should be biological fossils, but the strange thing is that Captain Maslala did not smell the stench of common biological fossils when they are burned. There are also several huge portraits hanging on the wall. The men in the portraits are all wearing grey robes, wearing large hoods, and a pendant inlaid with rubies hanging around their necks. The pendant was light gold in color, and strange symbols were engraved on the surface. Perhaps it was because of the painter's superb craftsmanship. Captain Maslala always felt that the people in the portraits were alive. In the center of the hall, there was a long table with several bouquets of flowers on it. "Please sit down." The hostess came over at some point. I don't know what she whispered, and a young girl in a maid's outfit came over with a tin kettle. Captain Maslala noticed that the tin kettle was also engraved with the same strange symbols. The tin kettle contained a black liquid. After pouring it into the porcelain teacup, the surface of the liquid was still steaming and white mist, which should be some kind of drink. The maid held the teacup in both hands and handed it to Captain Maslala. God knows if this woman has poisoned this strange drink. Captain Maslala certainly won't drink it. He had heard in the Explorer Exchange community that an interstellar ranger discovered a primitive planet, and the primitive indigenous creatures living on it treated him like a god. This interstellar ranger thought he had reached the pinnacle of his life, so he took the drink offered by the indigenous creatures and drank it all. As a result, he died of poison on the spot. Although these primitive creatures have a low level of technology, they are good at using poisons. They can often use poisons in the forest to make highly toxic potions, which are hard to guard against. Captain Maslala put the teacup on the table and stared at the hostess sitting opposite. The hostess pouted her lips slightly, as if she was laughing at his cowardice, then picked up the teacup and drank it all. Captain Maslala just smiled, tapped the table with his fingers, and said, "Low-level creature, do you have a name?" Although this woman was full of momentum, in Captain Maslala's opinion, she was just pretending to be calm. Now he would use the power of higher creatures to break her dignity. The main brain can translate his words into the language of indigenous creatures at any time. Low-level creature? The hostess raised her eyes and blushed, as if she was angry. Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. "This is the first time I've heard such a name. Just consider it a compliment. Of course, I have a name. My name is Laskinia Koppers Zyalanshan Librunli God Zyahua. You can call me God Zyahua or Zyahua." A small indigenous creature dares to call itself a god. Captain Maslala said contemptuously, "Zyahua, what race are you from? How many major forces exist on this planet? And what are your customs and practices? Tell me in detail, or I will let you taste the taste of the artifact." As he said that, he placed the laser gun on the table. The 3 team members behind him also took out their laser guns and pointed them at Zyahua. Unexpectedly, Zyahua was not angry, but laughed happily. She looked at the laser gun and said, "This is the kind of weapon that can emit light to kill people. I can't feel any superpowers from it. The Black Tower is really amazing. The Black Tower is the Black Tower again." When Zyahua first said the name of the Black Tower, Captain Maslala felt a little uneasy. This seemingly ordinary 2-syllable word seemed to have magic. "What is the Black Tower?" Captain Maslala couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, this ordinary question made Zyhua's face change drastically. Her fair skin suddenly turned a hen. Her eyes widened and stared at Captain Maslala. That look seemed to say, "You are a monster." The atmosphere in the castle suddenly became weird, and the air became sticky and unbearable. This emotion lasted for a long time. Just when the 3 team members behind Captain Maslala were about to pull the trigger, Zyahua sighed. "It seems that you are from outside the domain. Does outside the domain refer to outside the Dark Star Cluster?" Captain Maslala nodded. "This explains why you dared to break into the castle of the Divine Magician, and why you didn't know the existence of the Black Tower." Zyahua had an expression that understood everything. Captain Maslala's heart sank. From Zyahua's tone, he felt something was wrong. This planet might not be as simple as he thought. Facing the unknown threat, he couldn't help it anymore, and raised his laser gun to Zyahua. "Low-level creature, tell me everything now, otherwise, I will shoot you into a sieve now." Zyahua faced the black muzzle and smiled indifferently. "It is a duty as divine magicians to explain the customs of Gaystar to the guests who have come from afar and help them accept reality as soon as possible. So, dear guest, don't worry, listen to me slowly." As she said that, she waved her hand, and the maid next to her immediately poured another glass of black drink. Zyahua raised the teacup and drank it all. Her face gradually became rosy, and her eyes were full of psychedelic colors, with an expression of great enjoyment. "It seems that this drink has a hallucinogenic effect," Captain Maslala said inwardly. "Dear guest, we are the Gays, belonging to the Gay Kingdom. The Gay Kingdom owns 16 planets in the surrounding galaxies, and is a kingdom of medium strength in the Dark Star Cluster." Zyahua woke up from the hallucination and told the story. 16 planets, how is this possible? I have checked your technological level, and it is still at the 0.3 level civilization stage. Even if you develop for another 1000 years, you will not be able to travel in space. How do you own 16 planets? Captain Maslala was extremely stunned. A race that has not even invented electricity actually owns 16 planets. This is too unscientific. Zahua pouted her lips slightly, covered her mouth with her white and slender right hand and laughed. Dear guest, don't worry, you will understand after I finish telling you the history of the gays. Captain Maslala could only suppress his doubts and continue to listen. Zahua continued, we gays were born 50 million years ago. After tens of millions of years of evolution, we gradually acquired wisdom and formed a civilization. From the moment the gays were born, we discovered that there was a black tower standing high in the sky of Gaystar. This black tower descends to the ground once every 10,000 years, stays on the ground for a month each time, and then rises to the sky again, over and over again, waiting for the next descent. In the beginning, when we gays saw the black tower descending to the ground for the first time, we all knelt down and worshipped it, treating it as a god. Being able to fly to a height of 10,000 meters is itself the power of the gods, not to mention that the top of the black tower is always emitting red light. Therefore, for a long time, the black tower was just a symbol of the gods, embodying the primitive worship of the gays. Among the people, believers established the black tower cult. The black tower believers believe that the black tower is where the gods live, also called the god realm. As long as you believe in the black tower god and endure all the sufferings of the world, you can enter the god realm after death. There is no pain, no cold, no hunger, and it is a dream of happiness. The black tower cult was originally just a spontaneous primitive belief of the gay people. It had a loose organization. The slogan that one can enter the realm of the gods after death by enduring hardships was widely circulated among civilians living in poverty. Most of the believers were also civilians. With the development of time, the use of iron tools greatly improved productivity. Some civilians occupied the most primitive production material, land, through various means, and became large landowners. After the emergence of large landowners, the Black Tower cult was gradually controlled by the large landowners. While they used the realm of the gods to appease those civilians, they also formulated a series of harsh religious rules. For example, believers had to pay 1/10 of their income as tribute, and believers had to work for the Black Tower cult for 1 month every year. After the death of a believer, all property belonged to the Black Tower cult. Believers are not allowed to speak wildly, deceive, resist, or commit crimes. They can only work on the land until death, and finally enter the realm of the gods after death. The Black Tower cult of this period has become the ruler of Gaystar, and the large landowners use the Black Tower cult to maintain their rule. The familiar formula of the Black Tower cult. Familiar taste. Captain Maslala has explored countless planets and seen many primitive civilizations. The primitive intelligent creatures in these primitive civilizations gradually formed a primitive worship out of fear of the power of nature. And these primitive worships are often used by ambitious people and become tools to enslave others. Among them, ambitious people often formulate a series of harsh religious rules to restrain the behavior of civilians, and they also call it good for civilians, so that they can obtain the gift of God. Captain Maslala once saw on a planet that the civilians there did not even have the right to mate. The local church organization propagated that the gods hated the mating behavior of animals. Every time the male creatures needed to mate, they had to pay a large mating tax to the local church organization. The great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences analyzed that these church organizations taught local civilians to become good, in fact, to facilitate their own bad deeds. The same is true for the Black Tower Church on Gaystar. Zahua continued, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Although productivity was improved at that time, civilians could not stand such exploitation, so actions against the Black Tower Church continued to break out on Gaystar. However, the top leaders of the Black Tower Church were well prepared for this. They had already used the money from exploitation to recruit a large number of troops and built the Inquisition. The Black Tower Church defined the leaders of the rebels as foreign demons who attempted to destroy Gaystar. Foreign demons are an ancient legend on Gaystar. Legend has it that outside the space where the gay people live, there are a large number of demons wandering around. The demons are always trying to find ways to enter Gay Star and massacre the gay people. Fortunately, the Great Black Tower God had already set up an indestructible barrier outside Gay Star to protect the gay people from being slaughtered by demons. Being defined as a demon by the Inquisition means being spurned by all gay people, so the spontaneous resistance of civilians was quickly suppressed by the Black Tower Church, and Gay Star returned to its former tranquility. Just when the Black Tower Church's top brass thought their rule had been stabilized, dozens of large landowners in the big cities of Planet Gay secretly colluded and established an organization called Akatsuki. Chapter 642. Inside the castle, Captain Maslala, who realized that this planet was very strange, listened quietly to the hostess Zayahua's detailed account of the history of the gay people. The reason why these big landowners want to form the Akatsuki organization is to overthrow the rule of the Black Tower cult. Captain Maslala was fascinated by what he heard and asked involuntarily, wasn't the Black Tower cult established by the big landowners to maintain their rule? Why did these big landowners unite to overthrow it? Zayahua seemed very satisfied with his concentration and nodded gently, her beautiful eyes full of praise. Yes, the Black Tower cult was indeed established by the big landowners, but with the development of time, after the Black Tower cult became the real ruler of the gays, the top leaders of the Black Tower cult took advantage of the civilian sphere of the Black Tower God, and called themselves the messengers of the Black Tower God. So a new class was gradually established. The Black Tower messengers considered themselves to be the spokespersons of God, and were nobler than all the gays, and all the gays naturally included the big landowners. So the Black Tower cult gradually extended its strategy against the civilians to the big landowners. First 1/10 of the tribute, and then all the property would belong to the cult after death. Compared with those civilians who had almost nothing, the big landowners obviously had more money. The big landowners who knew the details of the Black Tower cult naturally had no fear of the Black Tower cult in their hearts, so they decided to overthrow the rule of the Black Tower cult. However, they were afraid that the Black Tower cult controlled the army and the Inquisition, and had a group of loyal believers who intended to enter the world of gods after death, so they had to act in secret. Because the big landowners were well educated, and some of them even served as priests in the Black Tower cult, they knew the cruel methods used by the Black Tower cult to deal with resistance. So, under the leadership of several big landowners, they secretly connected, and finally established the Akatsuki organization. This name implies that they will lead all the gays to break the rule of the Black Tower cult and welcome the dawn. The first president of the Akatsuki organization was Ferrugia Kasuzala. He owned more than 20,000 hectares of land along the coast, 3 mines that could produce high quality salt, and 2 iron factories, which were responsible for making weapons for the army of the Black Tower cult. Ferrugia Kasuzala connected with most of the large landowners in Gai, and with the support of the large landowners, he formed an army of 50,000 people, most of whom were serfs. Ferrugia Kasuzala's serfs disguised themselves as a caravan, led by his 3 sons, and headed to the location of the Black Tower cult, which was Gunana, the landing site of the Black Tower. He planned to launch an attack on the Black Tower cult when the Black Tower descended and all the attention of the Black Tower cult was focused on it. Gunana is a city built by the Black Tower cult to welcome the Black Tower. Their original purpose was just to surround the Black Tower with a wall to prevent civilians from contacting the Black Tower, thereby increasing the mystery of the Black Tower. After hundreds of years of development, Gunana has become the largest city of the Gai people. What a pity. When Ferrugia Kasuzala's disguised caravan passed through a canyon 500 kilometers away from Gunana, it was suddenly attacked by the Black Tower cult's army that had been ambushed above the canyon. Not surprisingly, the 50,000 well-equipped troops and Ferrugia Kasuzala's 3 sons were wiped out. It turns out that the Akatsuki organization was targeted by the Black Tower cult's Inquisition at the beginning of its establishment. They planted a large number of spies inside the Akatsuki organization. Some large landowners, in order to win the favor of the Black Tower cult, had already reported the secret of Ferrugia Kasuzala's formation of an army to the Black Tower cult's messengers. The Black Tower cult took the opportunity to destroy the raiding army and set off a bloody storm on the planet Gai. All the large landowners who joined the Akatsuki organization were defined as extraterritorial demons, of course including those informers. The Black Tower Church did not let them go because of their informants. but took advantage of their proximity to the water and hung their heads on the city wall of Gunana. This shouldn't be the case. If the messengers of the Black Tower cult had any sense, they shouldn't have killed those big landlords who informed on the matter, because if they did that, how could others dare to inform on the matter in the future? Captain Maslala was puzzled and asked, "Did you remember it wrongly? Those big landlords who informed on the matter should have been rewarded by the Black Tower cult, so why were they beheaded?" Zahua laughed so hard that her bulging chest trembled. "I'm sure you're from outside the stars, because you don't know anything about the Black Tower cult. Captain Maslala, please explain." After years of self-hypnosis, the messengers of the Black Tower cult have come to believe that the Black Tower God really exists, and that they are the true messengers of God. The messengers have surpassed ordinary gays and become God's spokespersons on Gaystar. In the eyes of the messengers, all gays are their slaves. How could they care about the lives of a few big landlords? Zahua explained with a smile. Captain Maslala nodded. It seemed that these envoys were all fanatics. Seeing that Captain Maslala agreed with her, Zahua continued. According to the list of Akatsuki submitted by the informant, the Black Tower cult launched an unprecedented massacre against the large landowners who participated in the Akatsuki organization on the entire Gaystar. As long as they were on the list, their relatives, friends, teachers, students, and even servants at home would be beheaded on the spot. Then the deacons of the Inquisition would escort their heads to Gunana and present them to the envoys of the Black Tower Church. This massacre lasted for 2 years. More than 1 million heads were hung on the walls of Gunana, making Gunana the city with the most vultures in the entire Gaystar. When the deacons of the Inquisition delivered the last batch of heads and the envoys of the Black Tower cult checked them, they felt relieved. Without these leading landowners, the civilians could not pose a threat. From then on, Gaystar was still Gaystar of the Black Tower cult. But they didn't know that in the distant mountains, a little boy looked at the direction of Gunana with an angry face, his delicate hands tightly grasping the thorns, and he was pierced, but still didn't know it. He was Abdurazak Menethil, the youngest son of Hemeti Menethil. Hemeti Menethil was a big landowner in the Gay Mountain area. His family owned 3 mountains. Under the deception of his friends, he also joined the Akatsuki organization. Hemeti Menethil had 10 sons. Abdurazak Menethil was the youngest and the only illegitimate child. Because his mother was just a maid, he was not qualified to be included in the family tree. When the deacon of the Inquisition led the army to come, Abdurazak Menethil happened to be hunting in the primeval forest and escaped. Seeing the familiar manor burned down by flames and his father and mother beheaded, Abdurazak Menethil, who had been transformed from the son of a large landowner into a commoner, secretly vowed in his heart that he must take revenge. 20 years later, when he reappeared, he had changed his name and identity to a trainee deacon of the Inquisition. Because Abdurazak Menethil was ruthless and had completed his tasks perfectly many times, he was noticed by the deacons of the Inquisition, who specially transferred him from the remote mountainous area to the holy city of Gunana. After entering Gunana, Abdurazak Menethil did not report to the Inquisition immediately, but climbed the city wall of Gunana alone. He wanted to find the heads of his parents. The guards on the city wall saw that he was wearing a black robe with a light golden triangle hanging around his neck. They immediately realized that he was from the Inquisition and had a high status, so they immediately stepped aside to let him pass. After the demise of Akatsuki, the Black Tower cult realized that its rule was not stable, so it vigorously cultivated the power of the Inquisition. The Inquisition not only has the largest dungeon in the entire Gaystar, but also has the power to arrest and execute criminals at will. They can kill civilians on the streets at will. The faces of the gay people suddenly changed when they heard about the Inquisition. After Abdurazak Menethil climbed up the city wall, he was disappointed because the head had been hanging on the city wall for 20 years and had long turned into a white skull. Facing the rows of white skulls, Abdurazak Menethil could not tell which was his father and which was his mother. Abdurazak Menethil, who entered the Inquisition of Gunana, made many contributions and was considered to be the rising star of the Inquisition. At this time, under his deliberate arrangement, he met Kiana Vance, the daughter of the Black Tower God's Messenger. Although Kiana Vance was only one of the more than 20 daughters of the God's Messenger, Abdurazak Menethil understood that once he could marry Kiana Vance, he would have a backer in the future. Under Abdurazak Menethel's ardent pursuit, Kiana Vance, a naive girl who had been living in Gunana, quickly fell in love. She knew that according to the rules of the Black Tower god, the daughter of the god's messenger could only marry the son of another god's messenger. The god's religion wanted to use this kind of mutual marriage to bring all the god's messengers together into a community of interests. After realizing that their marriage would not be blessed by the god's father, Kiana Vance ran away from home under the instigation of Abdurazak Menethil. When she appeared again, she was already 8 months pregnant. Although his father was furious, he could only accept this fact in order to avoid his family becoming a laughingstock in the Black Tower religion, and because Abdurazak Menethil was already in power in the Inquisition, which would be of great help to him in his future bid for the position of chief envoy. He circumvented the 1,000-year-old rule of the Black Tower religion by adopting Abdurazak Menethil as his adopted son. As the son of the envoy, Abdurazak Menethil received great family support and soon took control of the Guana Inquisition and the patrol army in the city. But he did not act rashly, because the Black Tower religion also had a direct unit, the Black Tower Army. This army has a permanent staff of 20,000 people, composed of fanatics drawn from all over the country. From the moment they joined the Black Tower Army, they had the consciousness of dedicating themselves to the Black Tower religion. Facing such an army, Abdurazak Menethil felt that he had no chance of winning. So he could only choose to lie dormant in the dark and wait for the opportunity. Fortunately, 10 years later, when Abdurazak Menethil's eldest son was old enough to pull up a bow and arrow to hunt, the opportunity finally came. The chief envoy of the Black Tower cult, who had ruled Gaystar for 50 years, finally could not resist the erosion of time and finally returned to the god realm. When the funeral of the previous chief envoy was held, the election of a new chief envoy became a major event of the Black Tower cult. The Black Tower cult has a total of 20 envoys. Only 3 great envoys are truly qualified to compete for the position of chief envoy, including Abdurazak Menethil's father-in-law. The election is conducted by secret ballot. Only the envoys have the right to vote. They will be locked in a tower called the Black Room on the voting day. The tower is isolated from the outside world. Only when the chief envoy is elected and the chief envoy personally lights the smoke signal on the tower will the guards below open the door locks when they see the smoke signal. Abdurazak Menethil's father-in-law knew that he was no match for the other 2 great envoys and had no qualifications to win the election. So before entering the Black Room, he handed the envoy's token to Abdurazak Menethil. He asked Abdurazak Menethil to use the token to control the Black Tower army, and then led the Black Tower army to force him to abdicate and help him become the chief envoy of the Black Tower religion. At this time, Abdurazak Menethil realized that the time for revenge had come. For so many years, he had been secretly cultivating his strength. Not only did he completely control the power of the Inquisition, he also won over many generals in the Black Tower army. Although those fanatics were full of thoughts of loyalty to the Black Tower religion, they still had to eat, marry, and have children. All of these required a lot of money. Abdurazak Menethil had plundered wealth from the civilians through the Inquisition, and had long been rich enough to rival a country. With his deliberate solicitation, those generals of the Black Tower army had already regarded him as a brother. After Abdurazak Menethil obtained the token of the god's messenger, he immediately led his direct troops to break into the Black Tower army. Since he held the token of the god's messenger, it was easy for him to control the Black Tower army. He first killed all the Black Tower army generals who opposed him, and then filled them with his own confidants. With the cooperation of the Black Tower army generals who were fed by him, the whole thing went very smoothly. In less than 2 days, Abdurazak Menethil completely controlled the Black Tower army. He announced that the envoys of the Black Tower cult had angered the Black Tower god, and the Black Tower god had issued a divine decree, ordering them to wipe out the envoys of the Black Tower cult together. Moreover, he promised that after all the envoys were wiped out, the generals of the Black Tower army would become the next envoys. Chapter 643. Inside the manor castle, Godzilla, who sat on a chair, changed to an elegant sitting posture, and continued to preach. Under the instigation of Abdurazak Menethil, the Black Tower army and the Inquisition army jointly attacked the Black Tower cult, and the Black Tower cult guards were no match at all. In less than half a day, Abdurazak Menethil was standing outside the Black Room, stepping on blood. He forced the law enforcement elders guarding the black room to open the tower door, but the law enforcement elders refused. Abdurazak Menethil was very patient. He used a sharp knife to cut off the flesh and blood of a law enforcement elder piece by piece. When the screaming law enforcement elder revealed his abdominal bones, the other law enforcement elders who had witnessed the entire execution process surrendered. They entered 3 sets of numbers on the tower door, and the tower door slowly opened. At this time, the new great envoy had been elected, and he was not Abdurazak Menethil's father-in-law. When his father-in-law saw the tower door open and Abdurazak Menethil leading the soldiers standing outside the door, he was overjoyed and loudly ordered Abdurazak Menethil to arrest all the other envoys. Abdurazak Menethil did as he wished and ordered the soldiers to arrest all the envoys and the newly elected great envoy. But he did not hand over the military power as the envoy's father-in-law expected, but arrested the envoy's father-in-law as well. Amid the anger of the envoy's father-in-law, he ordered the soldiers to arrest all the elders, priests, and even trainee priests of the Black Tower God Association headquarters. After looting the Black Tower Society's headquarters, Abdurazak Menethil ordered his soldiers to loot all the Black Tower Society's branches on Gay. All those who were related to the Black Tower Society were captured and taken to Guyana. Due to the Black Tower Society's years of extortion and plunder, it has long aroused the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Civilians and large landowners have expressed their support for his cleansing operation. With the support of hundreds of thousands of troops, Abdurazak Menethil announced that he would become the first emperor of Gay. His coronation ceremony was chosen at the place where the Black Tower descended, and the moment of his coronation was chosen when the Black Tower descended. On August 8th, the Black Tower, which had been suspended in space for hundreds of years, descended on Gay again. Abdurazak Menethil led his subjects to the Black Tower. His subjects were mainly composed of large landowners. Abdurazak Menethil, wearing a black robe and a crown, stood in front of the Black Tower and announced his official accession to the throne. At the same time, he beheaded all those who were related to the Black Tower God's Council in front of the Black Tower and poured their blood on the Black Tower. These included his father-in-law, the God's Messenger, his wife, Kiana Vance, and the 3 children he and his wife had. Captain Maslala complained that the first emperor of Gaystar was a ruthless character, beheading even his wife and children. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. In the history of Pajero, there are many heroes who were soft-hearted to their enemies after they succeeded, which led to their failure in the end. I didn't expect that there would be biological individuals in the lower civilization who could understand this truth. No wonder he could endure for so many years and finally succeed in revenge. If such a person was born in the Pajero civilization, he would also be able to make a name for himself. Godzilla continued to speak. At that time, there were a total of 128,100 Black Tower members captured, of which 120,000 were beheaded. Captain Maslala was stunned. He asked in a daze, so there are still 8,100 people who have not been beheaded. Why? Just now, he thought that the first emperor of Gaystar had become merciful so quickly. Because it is not necessary. Godzilla smiled mysteriously, and this smile made people shudder. Captain Maslala had to listen quietly. He didn't know when he started to feel a sense of threat from this female low-level creature. It seemed that she had some means to threaten his life. Just like the pigeons on the planet Pakrax, the feathers are pure white, only the size of a fist, and look very well behaved. The biometric identifier told Captain Maslala that this kind of grid is a harmless creature that feeds on the seeds of plants and trees. After cooking, it tastes delicious and the meat is tender. But when Captain Maslala saw the pigeon of Pakras for the first time, he felt that this animal might pose a threat to him. In the subsequent forest exploration activities, he kept an eye on the pigeons that often appeared to prevent them from attacking suddenly. But his teammates were not so cautious. In their opinion, the biometric identifier certified by the Pajero Academy of Sciences could never make mistakes. Not only were they not on guard, but some teammates even took out the biscuits they carried with them to feed those cute animals. Tragedy always happens inadvertently. When a teammate reached out to tease the pigeon suddenly went crazy and flew directly to his face, digging out his eyes with its sharp claws. Although the pigeon was shot dead by a laser gun on the spot, the teammate was never rescued because there was no medical station for the Pajero people on Pakras, and the pigeon's claws would secrete a biological toxin that could kill people instantly. Now facing Godzilla, Captain Maslala felt the same way as when he faced the pigeon. Godzilla smiled mysteriously and continued, a total of 1 million people watched the coronation ceremony of Abdurazak Menethil. These people watched heads being chopped off, and basins of blood being poured on the Black Tower, and bursts of cheers broke out. Under the strong sunlight, they did not notice that the Black Tower was gradually glowing. It was not until the 120,000th basin of blood was poured on the Black Tower that the Black Tower suddenly burst into a dazzling light. At that moment, the sky seemed to darken, and the fixed stars turned into dim stars. The executioner dropped his machete in fear, and the people watching the ceremony knelt on the ground one after another. They all thought that the Black Tower god in the myth had escaped from the Black Tower and would bring down a world-destroying disaster because of their actions to destroy the Black Tower cult. Only Abdurazak Menethil stood in front of the Black Tower. He knew that there was no so-called Black Tower god in this world, and that the world-destroying disasters were all fabricated by the Black Tower god to deceive the people. He resisted the dazzling light, opened his eyes, and was immediately shocked. The huge drops of water fell down his forehead like raindrops. Did he see the Black Tower god? Captain Maslala couldn't help asking when he heard this. In his impression, Abdurazak Menethil was able to endure for decades and finally succeed in revenge. His firm mind was comparable to the wise man who led the Pajero people to defeat the Gilu beast. The only thing that could shock such a person was the appearance of the Black Tower god. To be honest, the inexplicable appearance of the Black Tower also made Captain Maslala feel puzzled. Before he landed on Gaystar in a spaceship, he had conducted a detailed scan of the entire planet and was very sure that there were no flying objects in the sky of Gaystar. Captain Maslala did not believe that a level 0.3 civilization could create a Black Tower that could fly in the air, and that this Black Tower could also evade the scanning of a level 3 civilization. The only explanation was that there really was a god in this world, and it was this god who created the Black Tower. That was why he asked this question. In response to the question, Godzilla smiled mysteriously again and continued, no, he did not see the Black Tower god, but a door. The bottom of the Black Tower was originally tightly closed and extremely smooth, but now a blood-red door has appeared silently. There are countless strange symbols engraved on the door. The shapes of these symbols are like tadpoles in a pond. The arrangement is very irregular, but people are in awe at first sight. At this time, the light of the Black Tower gradually faded, and the light of the stars fell on Gaystar again. The people kneeling on the ground also discovered the existence of the bloody door. Instead of looking directly at the bloody door like Abdurazak Menethil, they were trembling with fear and kept kowtowing. They have determined that when the bloody door is opened, the Black Tower god will descend on Gaystar and kill them all. Abdurazak Menethil turned around and saw the gay people who only knew how to kowtow. He shook his head helplessly, then walked step by step to the bloody gate without looking back. In his opinion, since the Black Tower god did not exist, the appearance of the bloody gate could only be due to the 120,000 pots of blood. The secret of the Black Tower might be hidden behind the bloody gate. When Abdurazak Menethil walked to the bloody gate and just stood still worrying about how to open the gate, the bloody gate opened as silently as it had appeared. It was pitch black inside, and even the bright starlight could not reflect a single ray of light, just like a devil's hell. Under the gaze of a million people, Abdurazak Menethil stepped into the bloody gate. When his figure disappeared into the darkness, the bloody gate closed again. The scene fell silent, and the newly appointed officials and generals found themselves in an awkward situation. The Dark God cult had been destroyed, the new emperor had been swallowed up by the Black Tower, and the new emperor's wife and son had also been beheaded. Gaystar seemed to be in a leaderless situation. At this time, several former generals of the Black Tower cult agreed, and once again ordered the executioner to raise their butcher knives and behead the remaining 8,100 people. Because once the people of Gaystar come to their senses and, under the threat of the Black Tower god, support the Black Tower cult again, then these traitors will inevitably be punished later. It is better to go all out and eliminate these remnants of the Black Tower cult first. An hour later, as the last head fell to the ground, the Black Tower cult disappeared from the planet Guy. The awakened people discovered that there was only one force on the planet Guy now, and that was the big landlords and generals. So a spoils sharing meeting was officially launched at the coronation ceremony. Driven by interests, the big landlords and generals had forgotten the existence of the Black Tower god in order to fight for power, and they were fighting each other fiercely. The generals hold military power and can order the soldiers to arrest all the big landlords at any time. But the generals who took the lead were not short-sighted. After these big landlords were arrested, who would manage the civilians for them and raise military funds and food for them? Of course, they can also directly threaten civilians with force and carry out forced levies. But everyone knows that the consequence of this is that civilians will lose their enthusiasm for work because of excessive deprivation. In the long run, there will be fewer and fewer civilians on the planet Guy. At the same time, the big landowners also need generals. In the past, the Black Tower cult used the Black Tower god and entering the realm of gods after death to confuse civilians, but now the Black Tower cult has been destroyed, and the big landowners do not want a second Black Tower cult to appear. Therefore, they need to use the general's force to intimidate those disobedient civilians. Just like that, an alliance of interests was reached. The new power body is the Senate, which is composed of 5 generals and 5 big landowners. Everyone on Gaystar needs to obey the orders of the Senate. One of the orders of the Senate after its establishment was to let the more than 1 million people on the scene leave the Black Tower. The people had long been afraid of the Black Tower. After receiving the order, they left in less than a day. Then, the Senate ordered that the area where the Black Tower is located be set as an absolute restricted area, prohibiting anyone from entering, and at the same time, sent heavy troops to guard it outside. In the eyes of the generals and landlords, Abdurazak Menethil would surely die if he entered the Black Tower, and the Black Tower would return to the sky again a week after it descended. They only needed to wait quietly to enjoy the fruits of victory. Everything went as the Senate had expected, until the evening of the 5th day, when the officer in charge of guarding the God Tower discovered that the blood-red door of the Black Tower had quietly opened, and a burly figure walked out of the blood-red light. He walked in a strange posture, limping, and his legs should be injured. When the figure appeared in the light, the officers and soldiers who came to the scene were shocked to find that this person was Abdurazak Menethil. He was not dead, but his left shoulder was bald, and his left arm seemed to have been cut off by a sharp weapon. After Abdurazak Menethil walked out of the Black Tower, he faced the officers and soldiers who were watching, without saying a word, but sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, facing the starry sky. His expression was neither sad nor happy. If it weren't for his chest rising and falling with his breathing, the officers and soldiers would have thought he was dead. The news that Abdurazak Menethil was not dead and had reappeared on Gaystar quickly spread to the Senate. The elders who were preparing to share the fruits of victory found that the owner of the fruits had returned. Although they had only been in power for a few days, they had already tasted the power and would not give it up easily. So, on the one hand, they strictly ordered the soldiers to keep the news of Abdurazak Menethil's appearance secret, and on the other hand, they dispatched elite troops to surround the Black Tower. At dawn that day, Abdurazak Menethil had been surrounded by at least 50,000 troops, and all of these soldiers were former members of the Black Tower God Army. Chapter 644. In the Manor Castle, Captain Maslala of the Pajero people listened to the Gaystar gods who were telling the history of the gay people, and was full of worries about the so-called God Tower. This mysterious thing that can float in the air has far exceeded his imagination, and is not even within the scope of science. When he heard that the first Gaystar Emperor did not die after entering the Black Tower, and was surrounded by the Black Tower God Army, he couldn't help asking. Abdurazak Menethil allowed himself to be surrounded by the Black Tower God Army. Is there something he can rely on? In his impression, Abdurazak Menethil could endure for decades for revenge. Even if he held the power of the Inquisition, he did not act rashly, but waited for a better time. He is definitely a meticulous person, and will not let himself fall into danger. You are right. Can you tell me the name of this low-level creature? Godzilla looked at him with appreciation and asked. This was the first time that Chen Shuxian looked at Captain Maslala. Even when Captain Maslala, who was wearing strange clothes at the beginning, pointed a laser gun at her. She did not feel curious about Captain Maslala. For some reason, when Captain Maslala heard Chen Shuxian call herself a lower creature, he felt embarrassed. He realized that he had treated Chen Shuxian as an equal without realizing it. My name is Captain Maslala. The two behind me are Kishukeo and Wahid Leonardo. We are from a distant galaxy. Captain Maslala smiled awkwardly. The extraterritorial galaxies are extremely far away. It is also very rare for you to come here smoothly. Chen Shuxian nodded in praise. What happened to Emperor Abdurazak Menethil later? Captain Maslala asked, unwilling to reveal too much about his origins. God Zahua did not ask too many questions and continued. When a full 50,000 troops surrounded Abdurazak Menethil, he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was half asleep. The elders had been hiding behind the army, not daring to show up. They were unwilling to face their former master directly. Because Emperor Abdurazak Menethil could come out of the Black Tower, it was far beyond the imagination of the elders. They didn't know what Emperor Abdurazak Menethil had encountered in the Black Tower, nor did they know whether he had seen the so-called Black Tower god, so they didn't dare to act rashly, and the situation was deadlocked for a while. However, the stalemate was soon broken, because the eastern sky was already turning white, which was a sign that stars would appear in the sky and a new day was about to begin. Such a large scene would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. Once Emperor Abdurazak Menethil's cronies in the Inquisition knew that he was still alive, the Inquisition army that was excluded because of its strong religious coloring during the spoils dividing meeting would definitely come to rescue him, and then there would be trouble. Several large landowners and generals in the Senate looked at each other silently and nodded in unison. No matter how powerful Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was, he was only one person and was definitely no match for an army of 50,000. Just kill him and everything would be over. So the Senate gave the order to attack. Soldiers holding black iron shields and spears formed neat formations and began to attack Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil seemed to be really asleep and motionless. The elders who were secretly observing from the side breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was like a tiger coming down the mountain. Although there was only one person, he could make them feel like they were facing thousands of troops. If they could kill him while he was asleep, that would naturally be the best. 16 phalanxes consisting of 50,000 people marched with heavy steps and surrounded Emperor Abdurazak Menethil from all directions. The soldiers were also very afraid of the man who was their supreme leader yesterday. Although they shouted slogans to give themselves courage, there was fear on their faces. A rebellion from below was quietly carried out in the dim morning at the location of the Black Tower, which had been regarded as a holy place by the gays for thousands of years. When the burly ferocious-looking soldier at the head of the group stabbed the sitting Emperor Abdurazak Menethil with his spear, and the sharp tip of the spear flashed a cold light under the reflection of the torch, the great landlords and generals in the Senate were all shocked. The expected counterattack did not appear. This time it was safe. The soldier was also excited, with greed flashing in his eyes. At the beginning of the attack, the Senate promised that each soldier of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil who participated in the attack would be given a single family villa in Gunana. As the location of the God Tower, Gunana is the largest city on the gay star and the foot of the Black Tower god. The devout gay people are proud to live here. In addition, the citizens of Gunana have benefits that surpass all other regions on the gay star. In the process of selecting apprentice god envoys, the conditions are simpler than those in other regions. Therefore, the housing prices in Gunana have always been sky high. Someone has calculated that, even if a gay worked for 1000 years without eating or drinking, he could afford a house of more than 10 square meters in Gunana. Therefore, the attraction of single-family villas to soldiers is not small. Moreover, in addition to the single-family villas, soldiers who can kill Emperor Abdurazak Menethil will also receive a lot of military merits and be directly promoted to generals, which can be said to be a step to heaven. As the tip of the spear gradually approached the neck of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, the soldier seemed to see a bright future beckoning to him. When he felt that the tip of the spear had touched the skin of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, he was even more excited, and his face showed an unprecedented excitement. The 50,000 soldiers and members of the Senate present also held their breath. The scene was silent, and only the thumping of heartbeats could be heard. The success or failure of the matter depends on this one move, said the gay star god Zahua, with a mocking look on her face. She smiled strangely and continued, but in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces showed strange expressions that they had never seen before. A kind of panic, confusion, and shock intertwined emotions instantly filled everyone's hearts. Their heartbeats stopped beating at that moment, and their hands and feet were cold. The soldier holding the spear had a mouth that was so big that he could almost stuff a cuck fruit. Everyone stared at the spear intently. After the spear touched Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, no matter how red-faced the soldiers were and how hard they tried, they could not penetrate even a little bit. A colorful light curtain flowed out from the surface of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil's body, like a protective shield, blocking the spear outside. This protective shield is clearly the power of gods. Could it be that Emperor Abdurazak Menethil has become a god? All the soldiers were trembling with fear. At this time, the generals of the Senate were the first to react. They knew that, if the situation continued to develop, these soldiers would lose the desire to fight. They pulled the soldiers back from shock with a loud roar, and then ordered all soldiers to attack at the same time. The colorful light curtain looks very thin, and must not be able to withstand the attack of everyone. Dozens of soldiers heard the order, suppressed their fear, and made up their minds to thrust out their spears. At this moment, Emperor Abdurazak Menethil suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes, which were originally dark and bright, now glowed with a strange lilac light. He faced the spear and smiled faintly, as if he was facing a toy for children. The great landlords and generals of the Senate suddenly felt a strange feeling. Behind those eyes, there was a mysterious world, in which there were countless unspeakable horrors. No, not only was it unspeakable, but it was even unthinkable. It seemed that once you thought of this horror, you would fall into a bottomless abyss and never see the light of day again in this life. This was a strange but real feeling. As Emperor Abdurazak Menethil smiled faintly, there was a boom in the sky, and a red lightning struck down. The lightning struck the soldiers directly, and hundreds of soldiers died on the spot. The dead soldiers were all charred, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil has become a god! Exclamation mark. The soldiers and the elders were so scared that their legs went limp. They cried and threw away their weapons and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was never a soft-hearted person. For revenge, he could kill his wife and children, so how could he let go of those who betrayed him? I heard him shout thunder violently, and red lightning fell again in the dark sky, but this time it was not just one, but thousands. The red light of lightning illuminated the entire Gunana, and the night sky turned into a strange red. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell at the same time. In front of the Black Tower, there was a tragic scene of hell on earth. Those soldiers and members of the elders were struck by lightning and turned into charcoal while screaming. The charred aroma of barbecue filled the streets and alleys of Gunana with the breeze. Some awakened children were shivering in fear while trying to hold back their rumbling stomachs. At this time, the young star finally jumped out of the mountains in the east. The first to rush to the Black Tower were the officers and soldiers of the Inquisition. They were excluded from the spoils dividing meeting, but they could only endure it silently because their master, Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, was missing after entering the Black Tower. Now, when they heard about the thunderstorm near the Black Tower, they immediately realized that it might be the return of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. Sure enough, when they arrived in front of the Black Tower, they found the bodies of tens of thousands of soldiers lying in all directions on the charred land. These bodies were charred all over, and did not look like humans at all. Among the corpses, a burly man in a yellow robe, with his hands behind his back, looked at the eastern star expressionlessly. This man was Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. The officers and soldiers of the Inquisition immediately understood everything that had happened here, and they quickly knelt on the ground to express their loyalty to their former master. Although they were not at the scene when the thunderstorm occurred, so many corpses have already explained everything. The Emperor of Gaystar in front of them already has the power of God. The power of God. Ridiculous. Thunder and lightning are mainly formed because cumulonimbus clouds carry electric charges, which produce discharges when certain conditions are met. When thunder and lightning occur, a potential difference is formed between the upper and lower parts of the cloud. When the potential difference reaches a certain level, discharge will occur. This is a natural phenomenon. Our civilization has mastered the technology of artificial thunder and lightning 100,000 years ago. Captain Maslala, as a believer in science, proudly expressed his disdain for primitive creatures. In the Pajero civilization, there is a consistent view on gods, that is, the essence of gods comes from the desire of primitive creatures to explain and conquer nature. When primitive creatures cannot understand a mysterious natural phenomenon, they will attribute it to the power of gods. Mr. Maslala, how do you explain how Emperor Abdurazak Menethil can simultaneously cause tens of thousands of red lightnings, and imagine that he can be unscathed in the thunderstorm? With just one sentence, God's Yahuwah made Captain Maslala, a believer in science and a higher being, speechless. Even if Emperor Abdurazak Menethil had a special physique that could attract lightning, he would never be able to survive the randomly falling lightning. The voltage of lightning is as high as 1 billion volts. When a normal Pajero spacecraft passes through a thunderstorm area, it is necessary to activate the shielding shield in advance. This really cannot be explained by science. God's Yahuwah saw that Captain Maslala was already blushing and smiled. So, Mr. Maslala, who comes from a higher civilization, there are things you don't know. Captain Maslala was speechless for a moment in the face of the sarcasm, and could only smile and said, "I'm just an explorer, and the great scientists of our civilization will definitely be able to explain it." Are the great scientists the gods of your civilization? God's Yahuwah asked curiously, blinking his big, black, and bright eyes. Captain Maslala nodded heavily. To some extent, you can say that. Science is the basic method of understanding the universe. It is an orderly knowledge system, based on testable explanations and predictions about the form and organization of objective things. It can explain various natural phenomena, and it can also transform the natural world and even organisms themselves. Science is omnipotent. It can fly into the sky, dive into the sea, light a candle, and extinguish a star. Scientists are people who have made outstanding contributions in the process of studying science. Captain Maslala always has a sense of pride when mentioning science. Although he has become a traitor to the Pajero civilization, he is still proud of the science of the Pajero civilization. It can go to the sky, dive into the sea, and extinguish stars. It sounds like the divine magician on our planet Gay, said God's Yahuwah with a smile. Chapter 645. Theocrat? Captain Maslala had heard this strange title when he first landed on Gay. He thought it was just a respectful title for religious leaders given by primitive humans. Now, hearing that theocrat can actually do things that only great scientists can do, his heart suddenly sank. If there really is such a powerful creature on Gay, wouldn't his plan to rule Gay be declared bankrupt? Of course, ordinary theocrats cannot extinguish stars. Only 9-star theocrats can burn their own lives to do it. God's Yahuwah continued. In fact, Emperor Abdurazak Menethil is the first theocrat on Gay. After he eliminated those rebels and became the Emperor of Gay again, in order to keep the secret, he immediately redesignated the Black Tower as a forbidden area and prohibited anyone from approaching. To be honest, Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was a qualified emperor. Although he was born into a large landowner family, he knew the hardships of the common people. Moreover, in Gaystar, which was monopolized by the large landowners, all local officials were appointed by the large landowners, and the government orders could not be issued by Guana. The land tax was also divided by the large landowners. He was just an empty position as the emperor. So he established a complete system for selecting talents from the common people through examinations, and divided Gaystar into 20 regions. Each region had a district chief, who managed the region and collected taxes. These district chiefs were appointed by the emperor, and were only responsible to the emperor, so he had all the power in Gaystar in his hands. However, this practice obviously violated the interests of the large landowners. They first described Emperor Abdurazak Menethil as a demon who returned from hell, and then united under the banner of revenge for the Black Tower cult, organized an army of 500,000 soldiers, and marched towards Guana. The large landowners wanted to overthrow the rule of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil had less than 100,000 troops at the time, and most of them were imposters, and were no match for the revenge army. In less than 2 months, the big landowners occupied most of the territory and led a million-strong army to the city of Gunana. The million-strong army surrounded Gunana, but did not launch an attack immediately because they were all afraid of the thunderstorm that occurred in Gunana that night. The big landowners sent people into the city to submit a letter of persuasion. They said that if Emperor Abdurazakmenethil surrendered, he could save his life and property, and he could also get a sinecure. They tried to disintegrate Emperor Abdurazakmenethil's fighting spirit in this way. But unexpectedly, Emperor Abdurazakmenethil didn't even look at the letter of persuasion and had the messenger's head chopped off and hung on the city gate. When the bleeding head appeared on the city gate, the big landowners knew that there was no room for easing up, and they ordered the revenge army to prepare for the siege. Millions of people lined up for more than 10 kilometers, holding weapons and carrying siege equipment, and rushed towards the city of Gunana. When they rushed to the city gate, they saw the city gate slowly opening. Are they going to surrender? Victory comes so easily. The soldiers of the first landing camp of the revenge army were overjoyed and were about to gallop on their horses and rush directly into the city. I saw a burly man wearing a yellow robe and a crown on his head riding a black warhorse slowly walking out of the city gate. He was Emperor Abdurazakmenethil. The soldiers of the first landing camp were boiling. Now they could not only grab the credit for breaking the city, but also capture the emperor. What awaited them would be freedom in life. They brandished swords and rushed towards Emperor Abdurazakmenethil with ferocious faces. Victory was within reach, but so far away. Emperor Abdurazakmenethil smiled calmly at the soldiers who were rushing towards him and pointed his finger at the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds that were so thick that they almost fell down. The sky and the earth suddenly became extremely dark. In the darkness, a red lightning struck, and the hundreds of people in the first landing camp were suddenly struck down. At this time, the army in the rear also remembered that the emperor had killed tens of thousands of troops with a thunderstorm in front of the Black Tower. In the propaganda of the big landlords, they thought it was just a rumor, a story made up by Emperor Abdurazakmenethil to enhance his own mystery. When they saw the red lightning as thick as a bucket, which split the soldiers of the first landing camp into charcoal, they understood it. It turned out that Emperor Abdurazakmenethil really had the power of a god. When the first flag reached the bottom, a chaotic rout began. Millions of soldiers threw down their weapons, took off their armor, and began to flee to the rear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Emperor Abdurazakmenethil pointed to the sky and shouted thunderstorm. Tens of thousands of red lightning bolts suddenly covered an area of dozens of kilometers. The dazzling light came over, and there was a cry of grief on the battlefield. Most of the soldiers died on the spot in the thunderstorm, and a small number of them fell to the ground with serious injuries. The only one standing on the battlefield was Emperor Abdurazakmenethil and the dark warhorse under his crotch. Emperor Abdurazakmenethil did not even look at the groaning soldiers, but turned his horse's head and quietly entered the city of Gunana. Then, a team of soldiers wearing dark green battle robes ran out of Gunana city. They raised their butcher knives at the soldiers, who were groaning in pain. For a time, the battlefield was full of blood. After the destruction of the Million Revenge Army, the big landlords lost not only military power, but more seriously, they also lost their fighting spirit. Emperor Abdurazakmenethil showed a godlike power, which made them despair. Therefore, before the anti-rebellion army sent by Gunana arrived, the big landlords surrendered one after another. They tried to save their lives in this way. Unfortunately, they overestimated Emperor Abdurazakmenethil's tolerance for betrayal. He ordered the anti-rebellion army to escort all the big landlords who participated in the rebellion back to Gunana, and then chose a sunny day to hold a beheading meeting on the city wall. While the executioner chopped off the heads of the big landlords, he also hung the heads that were still dripping with blood on the city wall. Simple and convenient. For a time, the walls of Gunana were covered with bright red, and under the sunlight, they emitted a strange light. After this battle, Emperor Abdurazakmenethil's position was completely consolidated, and he completely controlled Gunana star through 20 district heads. Later, he married more than 100 queens in succession, who gave birth to more than 300 children for him, of which 200 were males, and had the possibility of inheriting the throne. At this time, Emperor Abdurazakmenethil was already in his 70s. Although his voice was still loud enough to be heard in every corner of Guyana, his once sturdy figure had become hunched, his once black hair had turned grey, and the wrinkles on his forehead were deeply engraved on his face. He knew that his life was running out. Therefore, choosing an heir became a top priority. Although there were as many as 200 qualified heirs, the most favored one was his eldest son, Sasapons. Sasapons not only looked like him, but also had a similar personality. He was meticulous and cruel by nature. He had served as a local district chief and suppressed several rebellions. He was extraordinary in both civil and military affairs. But Sasapons has a biggest weakness, which is his addiction to women. After he became the heir, he organized a star-wide talent show on Gaystar to recruit beautiful women from the public. One of them, a girl named Tashiana McLean, became the final champion. She was born with fair skin and beautiful looks, and her figure was like cast in a standard mold. She had a pair of big black and bright eyes, and she spoke softly, which made Sasapons feel a sense of conquest he had never had before, so he chose her as his legal spouse. He doted on her to the point that he missed her so much when he didn't see her for a day. Sasapons' weakness of lust was not a weakness in the eyes of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, because they owned the entire Gaystar, and a few hundred women were nothing. When he felt that his time was up, he decided to pass the throne to Sasapons. Of course, along with the throne being passed to Sasapons, there was also a secret about the Black Tower that only Emperor Abdurazak Menethil knew, as well as the secret of his thunderstorm ability. Good fellow, after talking so much, it's finally time to get to the point. Captain Maslala, who was about to lose patience, regained his spirits. As a high-tech owner, the thing he feared most was the ability that could threaten him on the planet Gay. He believed that, even if he was well prepared, facing the overwhelming lightning, he would not have the possibility of surviving, even if he took a spaceship. Godzilla continued. It turned out that when Emperor Abdurazak Menethil walked into the bloody gate of the Black Tower that day, he did not see the so-called Black Tower god, but followed the guidance of a mechanical voice, completed a life-threatening mission, and obtained the thunderstorm ability. The Black Tower is not the residence of the Black Tower god, but a place where abilities are passed down. However, these tasks are extremely difficult. Even Emperor Abdurazak Menethil survived in the end with a bit of luck. After explaining the precautions in the Black Tower to Sasapons, he personally sent Sasapons into the Black Tower. Only by surviving the mission and gaining the ability can he suppress Gaystar and become the Emperor of Gaystar. Although Sasapons is very lustful, he is a bold man. He has been trained as an heir since he was a child, so he naturally understands the importance of ability. So he walked into the bloody gate without hesitation. A day later, when Sasapons reappeared in the sun, his hair, face, and clothes were covered with frost, and his breath could freeze the air. He gained the ability to freeze thousands of miles. Seeing that Sasapons had the ability to suppress Gaystar, Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was relieved and handed over all power to Sasapons, and then returned to his childhood residence, where he spent his last days. After the death of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, Sasapons completely liberated his nature, spent the whole day in the palace, and completely handed over the government affairs to his officials. These officials were all ruthless. They set up excuses to exploit the people, and within a few years, the civilians of Gaystar returned to the Dark Ages, and civilian uprisings broke out one after another. Facing the aggressive rebels, Sasapons was not afraid. He led his most beloved Queen Tashiana McLean to personally lead the army. Facing 100,000 civilian rebels, he rode alone to the front, waved his hand, and shouted ice for 1,000 miles. The battlefield, which was originally a hot summer day, suddenly fell in frost, and the water vapor in the air condensed into ice, and fell one after another. And those rebels who were charging with weapons were frozen in place. Their hair, beards, and faces were covered with frost, and their muscles were frozen into ice cubes. 100,000 rebels were wiped out by a simple sentence. This scene instantly spread throughout the Gaystar, and the gay people speculated that he had obtained the divine power inheritance. However, the big landowners vaguely guessed that the reason why Sasapons had the ability must be that Emperor Abdurazak Menethil had mastered the method of obtaining the ability, and before his death, he let Sasapons also obtain the ability. The big landowners even guessed that the source of Sasapons's ability might be the God Tower, because although the fact that Emperor Abdurazak Menethil brought Sasapons into the Black Tower was very secret, the big landowners who controlled the economic lifeline of Gaystar had established a complete intelligence system in Guiana after years of infiltration. There are many soldiers from big landowners in the guard force of the Imperial City. There are also many daughters of big landowners in Sasapon's harem. Even his favorite Queen Tashianamak is the descendant of the big landowner who was exterminated that year. With the help of the big landowners, she finally stood out from millions of girls and came to Sasapons for revenge. She is a chess piece carefully arranged by the landlords. It is time for this chess piece to play a role. After Sasapons wiped out 100,000 civilian rebels by himself, his arrogance reached its peak. In his opinion, he is the god of Gaystar, and everyone should crawl at his feet and bow down. After returning to the palace, Sasapons convened a month-long carnival. He got drunk every day with wonderful music and graceful dance, and Queen Tashianamak took care of him wholeheartedly without regrets. Finally, after getting drunk again, the confused Sasapons mentioned that the reason he could become a god was entirely the gift of the Black Tower. This news instantly reached the ears of the landlords. Although they didn't know how the Black Tower gifted them, they all knew that the Black Tower had a bloody gate that could be opened. Chapter 646. Inside the manor castle, God Zahua continued to speak slowly. After the big landowners learned that the Black Tower was the key to gaining power, they immediately took action. They used the money in their hands to bribe the Black Tower guards. Although the Black Tower guards are the most loyal troops to Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, but Emperor Abdurazak Menethil is dead, and his successor Sasapons is indulging in wine and women all day long. There is nothing worthy of their admiration and loyalty, and he doesn't care much about the Black Tower guards. Compared to being loyal to an unqualified heir, it is obvious that the money and beauties presented by the big landowners are more tempting. So when the Black Tower descended on the land of Gaystar again, a team composed of the children of the big landowners, while Sasapons was holding an unobstructed meeting in the palace, with the cooperation of the Black Tower guards, sneaked into the bloody gate. This team has a total of 10 members, all carefully selected by the landlords. Some of them are proficient in mechanisms, some are good at music, some are extremely strong, and some are extremely determined in mind. Even for such a carefully selected team, only 3 members successfully walked out of the Black Tower after one day. They were just ordinary people before entering the Black Tower, and when they came out of the Black Tower, they already had the power of gods. These 3 people have the abilities of Silent Wind, Starfire and Golden Bell Cover. They also have new names, namely God Silent Wind, God Starfire, God Golden Bell Cover, God Silent Wind, God Starfire, God Golden Bell Cover. These strange names reminded Captain Umazlala that the name of the woman in front of him was God Zahua. If this naming rule is followed, it means that God Zahua also has abilities. But what is Zahua? After realizing that God Zahua is also a person with abilities, Captain Umazlala couldn't help but cheer up. He finally understood where the feeling of uneasiness in his heart came from. God Zahua seemed to have sensed his abnormality. He glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally, and then continued to preach. The God Sincere Wind, Starfire, and God Golden Bell Cover, who have become masters of abilities, immediately rushed into the palace. Those guards were no match for them at all. Wherever they passed, all the guards were either blown into ashes by Silent Wind, or burned into charcoal by Starfire. As for God Golden Bell Cover, he was invulnerable to swords and guns, and crushed them all with his body. They rushed directly into the bedroom. At this time, Sasapons was still playing the game of throwing handkerchiefs with his hundreds of concubines. The game of throwing handkerchiefs? Is it the kind of game I think? Captain Umazlala frowned. He had played this game in his childhood, but it was a pure and childlike game. It always felt a bit weird to put it here. God Zahua's face was red, his white teeth bit his lips tightly, and he whispered, "This game was developed by Sasapons, based on a children's game. He is no longer satisfied with ordinary stimulation." Captain Umazlala had a dirty picture in his mind, and he couldn't help shuddering. This guy dared to destroy the innocent childhood. Damn it. God Zahua took a deep breath. calmed himself, and said slowly, when the three people with special abilities broke into the bedroom, Sasapons was drunk and lying among the concubines. He was surprised when he saw the three people with special abilities. After he understood what was going on, he angrily denounced the three people with special abilities as traitors and shouted to the soldiers outside to come in and rescue him. Unfortunately, the soldiers responsible for guarding the bedroom had all been killed by the three people with special abilities. Sasapons, who received no response, immediately realized that this was a long-planned rebellion. When he woke up, he also felt the breath of the Black Tower from the three people with special abilities. He knew that they might have obtained abilities from the Black Tower and had the same power as himself. Even so, Sasapons did not immediately activate 1,000 miles of ice because he was afraid that it would hurt the beautiful ladies in the bedroom. However, Sasapons was worried and did not act immediately. The three ability users would not show mercy to women. They shouted angrily, "Wind of Annihilation and Starfire," and the bedroom suddenly turned into a sea of fire. With the help of the wind, the sea of fire instantly engulfed everything. Those beautiful women were all terrified and turned into ashes. 1,000 miles of ice. Seeing this, Sasapons was heartbroken and immediately activated his ability. In the bedroom, the extreme cold suppressed the raging fire, and even the wind of annihilation could not penetrate the ice shield created by the ice. Seeing that the situation was deadlocked, God Jin's Hang's Heo shouted Golden Bell Cover angrily and rushed over with golden light all over his body. His golden bell cover could perfectly separate the raging fire and the severe cold. He rushed out of the ice and fire, smashed the ice shield with his hard fist, and then aimed at Sasapons' head and punched him hard. This punch, packed with power far beyond what an ordinary person could possess, flattened Sasapons' head. Although Sasapons possessed abilities, his body was similar to that of an ordinary person. Seeing the bright red and white liquid flowing out of that tattered head, the three ability users all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. However, they still used a raging fire to burn Sasapons' body into ashes. With the death of Sasapons, the huge dynasty established by Abdurazak Menethil collapsed, and the big landowners regained control of Geistar. However, due to the existence of the ability users, the secrets of the Black Tower can no longer be kept. Entering the Black Tower can gain godly power, and it won't be long before the news spreads throughout Geistar. The big landlords and common people on Gay were all excited. They left their homeland and headed for Guana, trying to enter the Blood Red Gate and ascend to heaven in one step. Unfortunately, the sky is far away and cannot be reached easily. The first batch, a total of 10,000 people entered the Blood Red Gate of the Black Tower, but only 2 people with special abilities came out. The second batch, a total of 50,000 people entered the Blood Red Gate of the Black Tower, and 1 person with special abilities came out. The third batch, a total of 100,000 people entered the Blood Red Gate of the Black Tower, and unexpectedly a madman with earth abilities, came out. After he walked out of the Blood Red Gate, he launched the red moon turning sun sand with a crazy look, burying more than 200,000 gay people who were waiting outside to enter the Blood Red Gate. Fortunately, in order to maintain order, all the people with special abilities on Gay were near the Black Tower. They joined forces and fought hard before they finally suppressed this person with special abilities. At this time, the extremely low rate of ability acquisition also made the gay people timid. After calculation, the probability of successfully gaining power by entering the Black Tower is 0.00001%, and those who failed have obviously died in the Black Tower. Moreover, even if you gain power and control the power of gods, your lifespan will not increase significantly. So, the Geistar people who originally flocked to it gradually began to lose interest in the Black Tower. Compared with the power of gods, they still cherish their lives more. Therefore, only those who are determined and extremely eager for power have the courage to enter the Black Tower. Due to the emergence of the ability users, Geistar gradually split into 4 countries, namely the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, the Western Sunset Twilight Kingdom, the Northern 10,000 Miles Ice Kingdom, and the Southern Scorching Sun Kingdom. Although the nominal rulers of these countries are the Elders Council controlled by the big landlords, the actual rulers are clubs composed of ability users. And we are in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Okay, Mr. High Life, I have explained to you the general situation on Gaystar. What are your plans now? After Godzilla finished speaking, her expression was cold, and she didn't look at Captain Umazlala again. She waved her hand to let the maid bring the drink, and drank it all in one gulp, and her fair cheeks immediately became rosy. Captain Umazlala, who was opposite her, had a lot of thoughts in his heart. According to this low-level creature, it is obvious that there is a mysterious Black Tower on this primitive planet. People who enter the Black Tower can gain abilities after completing their tasks. These abilities are a violation of science, or they require more advanced science to explain. This is not a primitive planet, but a super-martial world, where stars can be torn apart by hand. The Pajero spacecraft and laser gun that were originally proud of are like toys in such a world. Such a world of chaos and completely shattered Captain Umazlala's dream of becoming the ruler of the planet. If he had not been desperate, and lacked the courage, to cross the interstellar dust again, he would have driven his spacecraft away at this time. Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Captain Umazlala sighed. Miss Shenziahua, you are so frank, you must have some intentions towards me. Shenziahua spent so much effort to tell the history of Gaystar. It is definitely not just to satisfy the curiosity of this outsider. She must have her own plan. Sure enough, Shenziahua looked at him with appreciation and smiled. You are worthy of being an outsider. You have a wide range of knowledge. You accepted this absurd fact so quickly, and associated it with my purpose. As she said, she straightened her chest. Yes, I do have my own plans. To tell you the truth, I'm the descendant of Emperor Abdurazak Menashal. When the big landlords were carrying out the task of eradicating the roots, they ignored a palace maid who had just become pregnant. After leaving Guana, this palace maid came to this wild place called Zenshin City and married an honest civilian. Before she died, she explained the truth to her son. Naturally, his son was unwilling to be a commoner, so he collected money and went to the Black Tower to become a capable person. Perhaps because of the blood of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil flowing in his body, this son successfully completed the Black Tower mission and became a capable person. The Elders Council of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom gave him Zenshin City as a fief. But he knew that the number of capable people on Gaystar at this time had far exceeded tens of thousands, and if he took revenge at this time, there was no possibility of success. So he could only endure it, and wrote revenge as a family motto in the family tree. After that, after dozens of generations, there were no more capable people in the family. Several members who were determined to take revenge entered the Black Tower to gain power, but never came out again. In my generation, there were only my brother and I left in the family. By the way, my brother's name is Chen Shuxian, and he is also a divine magician. Since there has been no divine magician in the family for hundreds of years, nearly half of the territory of Zenshin City has been eroded by a greedy landlord. In order to restore the glory of our family, my brother and I went into the Black Tower together. As expected, if one of us could come out alive, it would be the blessing of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. Unexpectedly, both of us successfully came out of the Black Tower alive and gained abilities. After becoming capable people, the greedy landlord not only immediately withdrew from Zenshin City, but also took out more than half of his property as an apology. Seeing the landlord who used to be arrogant in front of me now in fear and trepidation, I felt a sense of refreshment that I had never felt before. At that time, I was thinking, if one day I could become an emperor like Abdurazak Menethil, people all over the world will kneel down under my skirt. Good man, this woman is ambitious. Captain Umazlala has gradually understood her purpose. However, he did not speak, but quietly waited for Shenziahua to tell her purpose, so that he could wait for the price. Shenziahua's face was filled with a different kind of brilliance. I don't deny my ambition. In my opinion, life is only 200 years long. If you don't have ambition, then what's the difference between you and pickled salted fish? However, I'm not an arrogant person. Although I have gained abilities, there are many people with abilities in the world. Now there are more than 10,000 people with abilities in the Ability Club of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Among them, there are 5 great magicians. I have no chance of success, but your appearance gives me hope. As he said, Shenziahua stared at Captain Umazlala with burning eyes. Me? I'm just an ordinary creature and I don't have any abilities. Captain Umazlala pretended to be confused. Chen Shuxian pointed at the laser gun on the table with her white and slender fingers. Although you don't have abilities, you have this weird thing. Just now when you killed the guard at the gate, I saw this strange thing coming over. This strange thing can emit red light and penetrate the human body. Although the ability users can exert the power of destroying the world, except for a few special ability users, their bodies are no different from ordinary people. If you use this strange thing to attack them in secret, they will definitely not be able to escape. It turned out that he was targeted by this woman as soon as he entered the manor. It turned out that he could not underestimate any kind of creature. Captain Umazlala sighed in his heart. He smiled and said, with just a few laser guns like this, I'm afraid you can't achieve your goal of becoming the queen, right? Queen. This is a good name. Men can be emperors, so why can't we women be queens? God Xiahua did not answer him, but murmured excitedly. On Geistar, women have always been subordinate to men. Even as a divine magician, I cannot attend the gatherings of the ability user club. It's really hateful. When I become the queen, I must make all the men on Geistar become housewives. Captain Umazlala frowned. Is this woman also an Iron Fist? Chapter 647. Facing the outsider Captain Umazlala, Chen Shuxian spoke of her ambitions without any scruples. Her originally beautiful and quiet face was now full of wildness. She glanced at Captain Umazlala and stretched out her fair and tender little hand to take the laser gun. She stroked the cold gun carefully, and a look of desire appeared on her face. So this thing is called a laser gun, so the red beam should be called a laser. What a strange name. Several team members behind Captain Umazlala wanted to draw their guns to stop him, but Captain Umazlala waved his hand to stop them. Moreover, laser guns are equipped with biometric systems, which will check the identity of the gun holder before activating. He knew that, in order to gain a foothold on Geistar, a planet with people with abilities, he still needed the help of this crazy woman. Of course, I know that these laser guns cannot pose a threat to superpowers. Not to mention the great divine magicians. Even ordinary divine magicians can prevent you from pulling the trigger. God Xiahua said regretfully, looking very unwilling. Then, she raised her head, looked directly at Captain Umazlala, and said in a serious tone, but I think you don't have only these weapons. There were people from outside the domain who visited Geistar. The spaceship they were riding was a large weapon with a black barrel that could fire metal shells to destroy targets thousands of miles away. Although they didn't understand the situation, they didn't know the existence of divine magicians. As soon as they arrived at Geistar, they launched an attack on us. As a result, without exception, they were suppressed by the divine magicians, after causing heavy casualties. Captain Umazlala finally understood why God Xiahua was so calm. It turned out that she had seen people from outside the domain before. At the same time, Captain Umazlala was secretly glad that he did not launch an attack plan the moment he arrived at Geistar. Otherwise their ending would definitely not be so wonderful. Although the spaceship that invaded Geistar used physical shells, it could only be considered a level 2 civilization at most. But Captain Umazlala's spaceship was just an exploration spaceship, not a space battleship. The weapons and armor protection on it were extremely weak. Imagine thousands of divine magicians using various destructive abilities at the same time. I'm afraid only the Pajero Star-class battleship can withstand this. Especially there are great divine magicians here. Although God Xiahua has never explained the principles of the classification of divine magicians, those who can be called great divine magicians must have more terrifying abilities. Outsiders are physically weak and have no abilities, but they can use external objects to show abilities that are no weaker than those of divine magicians. This makes the Divine Magician Club and the Great Divine Magicians very uneasy. They don't want a force that can threaten them to appear on Geistar. So, after eliminating the outsiders, the Divine Magician Club strictly ordered the Divine Magicians participating in the war to destroy all the weapons of the outsiders on the spot, and prohibited them from revealing the truth of the matter to the outside world, saying only that it was an invasion by evil spirits. Chen Shuxian stared at Captain Umazlala while speaking. She wanted to see through the heart of this outsider. At that time, I was thinking, if one day I can use the weapons of the outsiders to arm a team, can I rule Gaystar? Captain Umazlala heard this and completely understood. The low-level indigenous creature in front of him wanted to use Pajero's technology to create powerful weapons, to deal with the Divine Magician Club, and realize his ambitions. He frowned. According to your plan, I need to use the technology of our civilization to manufacture a large number of weapons, and at the same time, I need to train your people. My team and I can do all this. But what can we get? As he said this, he knocked on the table with his hands, making a bang bang sound, and emphasized, in fact, we can immediately take a spaceship to escape from the Dark Star Cluster. I don't believe that your great divine magician can catch us. After knowing that there were capable people on Gaystar, Captain Umazlala had already given up the plan to become a god. He didn't mind becoming a mercenary, as long as the price was right. Staying on Gaystar is better than wandering in the dark and empty space. What do you think of me? Chen Shuxian was not surprised that Captain Umazlala would make a request. She stood up and turned around like showing off the goods. She has a good figure, fat where it should be fat, thin where it should be thin, and extremely fair and tender skin, and long fiery red hair. If her head is a little bigger, it will be enough to get a good name in the Pajero beauty pageant. But what did she mean just now? Could it be you? Captain Umazlala couldn't help rubbing his big ears, stood up, and looked stunned. Chen Shuxian didn't have the embarrassment she should have, and a little light flashed in her big black and bright eyes. Yes, I'm going to marry you. In this way, we will become a community of interests. Once I successfully defeat the God Magician Club, you will become the ruler of Gaystar. Isn't this the wish of you outsiders? Crazy, this woman is really crazy. In order to achieve her goal, she would rather marry an alien. In the universe, interspecies marriage is not a rare thing. Just like in order to join forces to fight against the invasion of the silicon-based army, the great scientist Bertus Castro of the Pajero Academy of Sciences married a princess of the Tutu civilization. The Tutu people, they have human heads and snake bodies, are 6 meters long, and are covered with disgusting thin scales. Each Tutu person has a pair of super big ears. They can directly receive and send radio waves with their ears. When they first saw the Tutu civilization princess, the Pajero people at the scene were so disgusted that they vomited. To marry such a monster as a wife, all the Pajero people at that time deeply admired the sacrifice of the great scientist Bertus Castro. However, on the wedding day, the Tutu civilization princess who appeared at the wedding scene turned into a standard Pajero beauty. The Tutu star princess was transformed by Pajero technology and was almost exactly the same as a normal Pajero person, from appearance to internal physiological structure. Later, she even gave birth to 3 children for the great scientist Bertus Castro. And this is Gaystar, a primitive planet with a civilization level of only 0.3. The people here only hold sticks and chase wild beasts for fun. How could they transform the body of a creature? Each species has its own unique aesthetic. Crocodiles like crocodiles, wild boars like wild boars, and a crocodile will never like a wild boar, unless it is hungry. Facing a standard beauty of Gaystar like Chen Shuxian, Captain Umazlala of Pajero could not muster any interest. He shook his head hurriedly. This, Ms. Chen Shuxian, you see, you are from Gaystar, and like gay people, and I'm an outsider and like outsiders. We have different preferences. How can we live together all day long? Of course I understand your concerns. In fact, I don't like you either. Look at your head. It's so big, almost twice as big as mine, and you look like a gorilla on Gaystar. I'm the most beautiful woman among the gay people. How can I marry such a monster? Chen Shuxian's words were vicious, and she judged Captain Umazlala without mercy. Captain Umazlala didn't care to be angry. He nodded repeatedly. That's the best. Let's give up this idea and look for a suitable condition. But, God Shuxian straightened his chest and smiled arrogantly. Have you forgotten that I have entered the Black Tower? Those who enter the Black Tower and come out alive can gain some magical abilities. Captain Umazlala certainly did not forget. According to the naming rules of divine magicians, except for the 2 emperors who use their own life to hide the secrets of the Black Tower, the abilities of other ability users plus the word God became their names. For example, the ability of God Neimi Feng is silent wind, the ability of God golden bell cover is golden bell cover, and the ability of God crossing luohuo is crossing luohuo. According to this naming rule, the ability of God Xiahua should be summer flower. But, what is summer flower? It literally means summer flowers. Captain Umazlala doesn't know whether there is summer on Gaystar, but he knows that summer flowers are definitely not an ability. Then what is your ability? Captain Umazlala asked, puzzled. Shen Xiahua did not explain immediately, but walked to the mahogany screen in the hall and pulled the black satin rope hanging from it. Dingling. Dingling, a crisp bell sounded. A young maid came in. She looked respectful, bowed. Master, what do you want? Go to the animal farm and bring a gorilla. Shen Xiahua said in a contemptuous tone. The young maid looked a little embarrassed, as if this was a difficult order to execute, but she did not dare to ask questions, biting her lip. Yes. Captain Umazlala had a vague guess in his heart that Shen Xiahua was going to use the gorilla to demonstrate her ability. However, he was a little confused by the young maid's embarrassed expression. Just bring a gorilla. What's the embarrassment? Taking advantage of the gap, when the young maid went to bring the gorilla, Captain Umazlala walked to the window intentionally or unintentionally and secretly observed the scene in the manor. There were several guys outside carrying several corpses from the gate to the back of the manor. Captain Umazlala recognized those corpses as the tower guards. However, Captain Umazlala only used laser guns to hit the tower guards' arms and legs, making them incapable of action, but did not kill them. How did they die? Captain Umazlala keenly noticed that there was a fatal wound on the neck of the corpse. Could it be? Captain Umazlala's heart trembled, and he remembered a sentence in the Pajero history book. The more primitive the civilization, the more cruel it is. In ancient times, in order to worship their ancestors, the Pajero people would kill slaves on the altar as sacrifices, and those slaves were also Pajero people. In modern times, although the Pajero people are also divided into high and low levels, they will never have such a barbaric and bloody way of sacrifice. The gays were obviously still in the primitive stage. In the eyes of superior people like Shen Xiahua, those guards were like plates and bowls, and they could smash them to pieces at any time. What was even more tragic was that those guards also thought that they were just plates and bowls. Just as Captain Umazlala was feeling sad for the low-level creatures in the primitive civilization, the castle gate was slowly pushed open. With the sound of clanging iron chains, a huge black monster with its head almost touching the ceiling was brought in by two servants. Captain Umazlala looked up and saw that it was not just almost touching the ceiling, but the monster was trying its best to lower its head to avoid breaking the ceiling. The ceiling was more than 5 meters high, and if the monster stood upright, it would be at least 6 meters. This monster should be the gorilla on Gaystar. Captain Umazlala then understood the reason why the messenger maid looked embarrassed. Gorillas have thick black hair all over their bodies, no hair on their faces and ears, and their foreheads above their eyes are often very high. The lower jaw is more prominent than the cheekbones. The upper limbs are longer than the lower limbs. It seemed a little uncomfortable when it entered the castle. It first mooed, then opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and beat its chest with its fists, as if it had fallen into a state of rage. Its hard head hit the ceiling with a bang, bang sound, and the castle shook immediately. The glass on the table fell to the ground, and the glass fragments scattered. The two servants changed their expressions and quickly inserted a red bamboo into the gorilla's nostrils. The gorilla mooed with fear, as if it was restrained by its natural enemy, and immediately lowered its head and trembled. The two servants then breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on the ground. Master, this gorilla is the strongest and most violent in the animal farm. It is inevitable that it is a little disobedient. Please forgive me. God Xiahua walked up to the gorilla, looked it up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Very strong. Then, she waved her hand. You go down. Good job. Go to the butler to receive the reward. The two servants showed joy on their faces, got up from the ground, and walked backwards out of the castle. Captain Umazlala noticed that when they left, they did not remove the red bamboo from the gorilla's nostrils. At the same time, he also smelled a fragrance in the air. This is the training bamboo, produced in the 100,000 mountains in the northeast of Gaystar. It grows one section every 100 years, and can emit a unique fragrance. When the gorilla smells this fragrance, it will become well behaved. Seeing him staring at the red bamboo, Godzilla took the initiative to explain. One section grows every 100 years. Captain Umazlala roughly counted and found that the red bamboo had at least 10 sections, which means that it had grown for 1,000 years. Well, haven't you always been curious about my ability? Chen Shuxian said slowly. Now I'll show you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648. Inside the manor castle, Godzilla looked directly at the giant gorilla and slowly stretched out her right arm. She rolled up her sleeves to the bend of her arms, revealing her fair and tender arms, then stretched out her palms towards the gorilla, and whispered a strange voice, Zahua's technique, change, change, change. Captain Umazlala saw a strange purple light overflowing from her palm, and the purple light circled, and slowly flew towards the gorilla's head. This strange purple light obviously violated two basic laws of the universe at the same time. One is speed. Its speed is too slow, only 1/300,000th of the normal speed of light. The second is direction. Normal light travels in a straight line in the same medium, but the strange purple light actually circled and flew. Could it be that the ability user is the bug of the universe? Captain Umazlala felt powerless. Just as he was thinking about it, the strange purple light had slowly sunk into the gorilla's head. The moment the purple light entered the gorilla, it trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The movement was so large that even the red bamboo in its nostrils fell out. Just as Captain Umazlala was worried that the gorilla would go berserk again, he picked up the red bamboo from the ground and prepared to stuff it into its nostrils again. The gorilla moved in pain, and then a faint purple light overflowed from its black hair. The purple light became stronger and stronger, and the gorilla began to shine, and finally it was even dazzling. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but squint his eyes, and several team members behind him had already covered their eyes with their hands. The gorilla made painful moo sounds from time to time in the flash, and kept struggling, sometimes raising his hands high, and sometimes stomping on the ground with his feet. The light on his body also deformed, and kept changing shape. This process lasted less than 1 minute, and then the area of the light began to shrink visibly with the naked eye, and the gorilla also shrank as the light shrank. The gorilla shrank until it was the size of a normal gay man, before it stopped shrinking. Captain Umazlala smacked his lips at this magical scene. But that's not the end. After the gorilla shrank, a purple halo swirled around its body, and its black hair began to fade. As the black hair faded, its pink skin was exposed. When the gorilla's black hair disappeared, its head, ears, mouth, arms, legs, and finally its reproductive organs all changed. Finally, the purple light suddenly burst violently and then disappeared. A naked gay man appeared in the living room. He had black hair, a high nose bridge, dark and deep eyes, strong muscles bulging on his arms, and Captain Umazlala couldn't close his mouth. If he hadn't witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, he would never believe that this gay man was transformed from a chimpanzee. Moreover, this is not just a change in appearance and size. Captain Umazlala believes that the internal structure of this gay man transformed from a gorilla is the same as that of an ordinary gay man. In the Pajero civilization, something that can only be done in the most advanced biological laboratory of the Academy of Sciences can actually be done with just one spell. Captain Umazlala marveled at the terrifying power user, and at the same time he realized the plan of Godzilla. Obviously, Godzilla has the ability to transform others, and she plans to turn herself, and even her crew into gays. This is not unacceptable. The moment he defected from the Pajero civilization, Captain Umazlala realized that perhaps he would never return to the Pajero civilization. If he could become a gay and live a perfect life on Gaystar, it would be a wise choice. Are you going to turn me into a gay? Captain Umazlala turned around and looked at the proud Godzilla. Yes, you have seen that my ability is to perfectly transform one creature into another. You are an outsider. If you stay on Gaystar, sooner or later your whereabouts will be revealed. The Divine Magician Club has already issued a strict order that anyone who sees an outsider but does not report it is a criminal. God Xiahua nodded and explained. Her tone was cold. Even if you are a divine magician, if you are found to be harboring an outsider, you will die. In fact, in order to hide your whereabouts, I have secretly come down and killed all the servants, guards, and slaves who have seen you in the manor. Captain Umazlala's heart skipped a beat. He understood the reason for the death of those tower guards, and that maid. Captain Umazlala had a good impression of the pitiful maid. She behaved well and looked like a Pajero beauty he had a crush on, except that her head was a little bigger. Did you kill all the servants who saw us? He asked incredulously. Chen Shuxian sneered. Of course, maid. I sent people to kill the 2 servants who escorted the gorilla just now, and even the serfs in the fields. As she said that, she flicked her finger at the chimpanzee turned gay man, and a flash of light shot out from her bloody red fingernail. The neck of the gay man, who was still immersed in excitement, was hit by 2 silver needles. He made a woo sound and fell to the ground, covering his neck. Killing people at the slightest disagreement. Is this the character of the gay people? Captain Umazlala regretted landing on this planet. Although he knew that Chen Shuxian did this to keep their secrets, killing people like this was no different from wild beasts. Of course, the Pajero people also slaughtered a large number of lives. When they invaded the Gust Galaxy, the Pajero Expeditionary Force even killed more than 20 billion Gust people in the Gust Galaxy. However, the Gust people are not Pajero people. In the eyes of the Pajero people, the Gust people are just animals. But the person killed by God Xiahua was a gay person like her. They had the same appearance, the same genes, spoke the same language, and had the same customs. There was even a great possibility that they were all descendants of the same primitive man tens of millions of years ago. And now, they actually attacked and killed each other wantonly because of wealth, fame, and status. This was simply too despicable. However, Captain Umazlala simply sighed twice, because as an outsider, he was happy to see these low-level gay creatures attack each other. How about it? Have you thought about it? I can convert you and your crew into gay people, so that you don't have to fear the pursuit of the Divine Magician Club. God Xiahua said, sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, and making a seductive gesture. In this way, with my ability and your technology, we will overthrow the rule of the Divine Magician Club and restore the glory of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. Captain Umazlala had no other choice at this time to survive. He nodded heavily. I hope you can turn me into a handsome gay starman, preferably the kind that can charm thousands of girls. Since you want to change, become the best. Of course, you are the man who will become my husband, and I don't want to spend my life with an ugly freak. Before Chen Shuxian finished speaking, as if she was afraid that Captain Umazlala would go back on his word, she immediately stretched out her palm and pointed it at Captain Umazlala. Seeing the strange purple light overflowing from her palm, Captain Umazlala suddenly thought of an important question, and he hurriedly exclaimed, wait. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Shuxian smiled strangely, and the strange purple light instantly sank into Captain Umazlala's head. This speed is simply the normal speed of light. This was Captain Umazlala's last thought. He only felt a ball of cold squeezed into his head, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. This freezing was not actual freezing, but a feeling of extreme coldness. The speed at which his brain neurons transmit information began to slow down, his thoughts began to solidify, and he finally lost consciousness and stepped into endless darkness. This darkness was pure darkness, just like when the universe had not yet been created, and there had never been any light in the universe. Captain Umazlala walked forward aimlessly along the darkness. It was unknown how long it had been, perhaps a few seconds, perhaps a few centuries, when a dazzling light suddenly bloomed in the darkness. The darkness suddenly surged, and they rushed towards the light like monsters. The dazzling light flickered a few times under the obstruction of the darkness, and it looked like it was about to go out. Captain Umazlala, whose mind had frozen, ran towards the dazzling light driven by instinct. At this moment, in his heart, the dazzling light was the hope of survival. He ran as fast as he could with all his strength. The dazzling light had turned into a faint flame. He gritted his teeth and leaped forward, rushing into the flame, just when the faint flame was about to go out. All at once, He found that he could feel the heartbeat, the temperature, and the smell. He opened his eyes again. He was back in the castle, and Godzilla was staring at him with interest with her big, dark, bright eyes. In the reflection of Godzilla's eyes, Captain Umazlala saw a naked man from Gaystar. "This is me." He reacted instantly, and covered his unspeakable parts with his hands. "Oh, you are still shy?" Godzilla reached out, and lifted her hair, and smiled. "How about it? Is this body acceptable?" The expressions of the several team members brought by Captain Umazlala were complicated. Some were shocked, some laughed, and some even covered their eyes. "Captain, do you have soap with you?" There was a bronze mirror hanging next to him, but Captain Umazlala didn't bother to look in the mirror, and urged repeatedly, "Hurry up and give me clothes." The innate sense of shame of intelligent creatures made him feel embarrassed like never before. If cultural relics can be preserved despite the erosion of time, the oldest cultural relics must be the clothes made by intelligent creatures from branches and leaves in the primitive era. Shame has been written into the genes of intelligent creatures. Godzilla covered her mouth and chuckled, taking out a set of purple satin clothes from the cabinet beside her. "This is my brother's dinner suit. You can wear it for now. Tomorrow, I will ask the best tailor in Zenshin City to make 10 sets of clothes for you." Captain Umazlala didn't care that it was an old dress worn by others, and hurriedly took it over. Under several malicious eyes, he put on the top. The top is a bit similar to the uniform of the Pajero army, with medals and double-row copper buttons, and it fits well. But when Captain Umazlala picked up the pants, his face suddenly darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. The so-called pants are short skirts that only women wear in the Pajero civilization. At the waist of the short skirt, there are dozens of sparkling diamonds inlaid. Diamonds are only primitive creatures who like this kind of thing. In the early days of Pajero's civilization, diamonds were sold at sky-high prices by unscrupulous profiteers because of their small reserves and difficulty in mining. There was also an advertising slogan, "One diamond, 10,000 years of love." However, as Pajero civilization entered space and captured several asteroids made of diamonds in the universe, diamonds, which were once more expensive than radioactive element, suddenly became as cheap as glass. No, now the problem is not diamonds, but how to wear this damn skirt. Captain Umazlala looked up at Chen Shuxian, but Chen Shuxian looked appreciative. "This dress was specially ordered by my brother when he attended the annual meeting of the Divine Magician Club. It was made by a famous artist and is worth 1 billion billets. Well, it seems that there is no hope of changing clothes." Captain Umazlala put on the skirt amid the laughter of the crew. "Well, it's a handsome guy." Chen Shuxian reached out to help him adjust his bow tie. Perhaps because his physiological structure has become the same as that of the gays. Captain Umazlala smelled the faint fragrance from Godzilla, and an impulse surged in his heart. In his view now, Godzilla is indeed a beautiful woman. Her long hair, face, waist, and even voice are extremely in line with the aesthetics of the gays. At this time, Captain Umazlala also remembered the question he thought of before being converted. Godzilla, this conversion can be restored. Can I change from a gay to an outsider again? Although he knew that it was hopeless to return to Pajero, the sense of bondage in his heart made Captain Umazlala difficult to let go. "Hate it, please call me Shuxian." Godzilla's face flushed with a trace of shame, and he said shyly, "I ask you, can this conversion be lifted?" Captain Umazlala did not give up the question because of her shyness, but instead emphasized his tone. Godzilla also realized the importance of this question to Captain Umazlala, and the smile on his face faded. He shook his head. "No. In fact, for these abilities, we divine magicians can only use them, and we don't know the principles of their production. In my experience, all deformed creatures cannot be restored to death." "No." Captain Umazlala murmured to himself, as if he had been hit hard. "This means that from today on, he will be completely separated from the Pajero civilization." But Godzilla seemed to have a new idea, but he thought this idea was a ridiculous thing, and shook his head with a wry smile. "But what?" Captain Umazlala asked hurriedly. "Legend has it that the great divine magician is omnipotent and has completely mastered the principles of ability. If I can become a great divine magician one day, maybe I can help you restore your true body." Godzilla had to answer. Hope ignited in the heart of the great divine magician Captain Umazlala. Chapter 649. Afterwards, Captain Umazlala explained the current situation of Gaystar to the crew and gave them two choices. One was to enter the hibernation room of the spacecraft and hibernate for 10,000 years. The second was to transform into a Gaystarman and cooperate with him to overthrow the rule of the Divine Magician Club. These seem to be two choices, but in fact they are just one choice. Because after entering the dormant state, the creature will completely lose consciousness and die. One is death, and the other is a new life. How to choose is self-evident. Captain Umazlala easily persuaded the team members to accept the transformation of Godzilla, so there were 16 fewer brave Paduras in this universe and 16 more low-level Gaystarmen. After all the team members were dressed neatly, Godzilla thoughtfully arranged them in a villa in the manor and equipped them with more than 20 servants. Seeing the respectful expressions of the servants, the team members who had always been in a disadvantaged position in the Pajero civilization felt a sense of identity with their new identities for the first time. They were very glad for their wise choice. Knowing that Godzilla was trying to win people's hearts, Captain Umazlala didn't care, because he was the only one in the entire spaceship who had received a complete Pajero science education and had the ability to develop high-energy weapons. Later, at the suggestion of Godzilla, Captain Umazlala asked the farm servants to build a house outside the spaceship. The house was very high, more than 20 meters high, and very large, more than 1,000 square meters. The house was divided into two parts. One part was the main body of the spaceship, which was blocked by the door of the spaceship and only Captain Umazlala had the right to enter. The other part was a laboratory and living area, where Captain Umazlala and his team would live and develop weapons suitable for the gay people in the future. The whole project was huge, and took 2 months to complete. When the house was completed, Godzilla's younger brother, God Datigo, returned to Zenshin City after attending the banquet of the Divine Magician Club. He was originally hostile to Captain Umazlala, but after listening to Godzilla's story about Captain Umazlala's origin, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He followed Captain Umazlala all day, calling him brother-in-law and asking about interstellar travel. He was like a curious child. Compared with the extremely wild and cold Godzilla, the innocent God Datigo was easier to deal with. Captain Umazlala also took the opportunity to tell him about his true and false interstellar adventures and got a clear understanding of what happened on Gaystar from the side. Although Gaystar is nominally divided into 4 countries and ruled by 4 royal families that have been passed down for 10,000 years, it is actually controlled by 4 divine magician clubs hidden in the dark. Since their establishment, the 4 divine magician clubs have been fighting for one thing, that is, the right to enter the Black Tower. After tens of millions of years of attempts, the divine magicians found that their descendants had a much higher chance of surviving successfully after entering the Black Tower than ordinary people, which can reach 30%. A 30% chance of becoming a capable person is enough to drive people crazy. So, those divine magicians reproduced wantonly and threw their children into the bloody gate in an attempt to expand the strength of their family. However, the Black Tower usually stands at an altitude of 10,000 meters and only descends to the ground every 100 years. The time of each descent is also very limited, which means that the quota for entering the Black Tower has become a scarce resource. Therefore, every time the Black Tower descends, a war for the right to enter the Black Tower will be staged on Gaystar. For a time, Guana was a river of blood. In the competition, the divine magicians with better relationships began to form teams. After clearing all the hostile divine magicians out of Guana, they evenly distributed the quota for entering the Black Tower, which greatly increased the winning rate. Those failed divine magicians also woke up and began to form teams to cooperate with each other to compete for the quota for the Black Tower. In this process of forming teams, the 4 major divine magician clubs gradually formed. The battles of the 4 major divine magician clubs for tens of millions of years have filled them with blood feuds, and some divine magicians have even reached the point where one of them must die when they meet. In this way, with the support of the 4 major magic clubs, Gaystar was split into 4 countries. These countries are actually tools for magicians to rule Gaystar. Although magicians have the ability to destroy the world, they are not real gods. They are essentially gay people. They need food, water, silk clothes, and gorgeous houses. All these require civilians to work and make. And it is the 4 major countries that force civilians to complete these tasks. Therefore, on Gaystar, magicians have a transcendent status, have fiefs without paying taxes, and can kill civilians at will in the name of studying magic without taking any responsibility. Magicians also have to pay a price when enjoying benefits. Every time a magic war starts, magicians must unconditionally respond to the recruitment of magic clubs. God.Ego also accidentally revealed a secret that only magicians know. The interior of the Black Tower is divided into 9 floors, and only ordinary people can enter. After ordinary people enter the Black Tower, they become explorers. The explorer will be teleported to a small world, and the Black Tower will issue a world mission. After completing the mission, the explorer can gain the ability and walk out of the Black Tower. The small world is random, and the world mission is also random. Maybe the explorer is teleported to the green grassland and only needs to pick a flower to complete the world mission. This task is naturally very easy, even a child can complete it. Maybe the explorer is teleported to the dark universe and needs to destroy a star with his bare hands to complete the world mission. If he encounters such a task, the explorer can commit suicide on the spot. Once the mission fails, the explorer will die on the spot and stay in the Black Tower forever. Of course, after completing a mission, the explorer can also choose to continue the challenge and then be teleported to the second small world to perform the second world mission. Every time a task is completed, the ability user can gain an ability. So looking at how many abilities a divine magician has, you will know how many Black Tower small worlds he has experienced in total. According to legend, once an explorer has experienced 9 small worlds in succession and successfully completed 9 tasks, the 9 abilities he has obtained will merge and become an ability that only gods have. Such explorers are called great divine magicians, and there are only 4 of them on Gaystar. Hearing this, Captain Umazlala asked, "Big Black Pot, why didn't you experience a few more worlds at that time? This would greatly enhance your strength and help your sister realize her dream of becoming the queen as soon as possible." According to God Big Iron Pot's description just now, he knew that only ordinary people could enter the bloody gate of the Black Tower, and divine magicians who already had abilities could not enter. Alas, brother-in-law, before I entered the Black Tower, I also went there with the idea of becoming a great divine magician. I secretly swore at that time that, even if I risked my life, I would complete the 9 world tasks. God Big Iron Pot smiled bitterly. He really liked this outsider brother-in-law. Captain Umazlala has a trait that the gays don't have. Although he doesn't have any abilities, he is naturally arrogant and his eyes are full of wisdom. He is not like those people with abilities who fight over a disagreement to see who has stronger and cooler abilities. He is also not like those civilians who tremble and become speechless when they see a divine magician. God.Ego said everything, but when I entered the first small world and received the first mission, I was scared. Do you know what I encountered in the small world? What? Captain Umazlala saw a strong fear in his eyes, which almost condensed into liquid and overflowed from the corners of his eyes. I was transported to a giant world by the Black Tower. The giants in that world are 1,000 meters tall. They can reach the clouds with their hands and flatten a small hill with their feet. I'm like a small ant there, and I have to be alert to the big feet that may fall at any time. But my mission is to kill a giant with my own hands. Good guy. This is asking an ant to kill an elephant. Even the well-informed Captain Umazlala couldn't help smacking his lips. When he was on an exploration mission, he once encountered a huge dinosaur-like creature on a primitive planet. At that time, he controlled the spacecraft and fired more than 20 laser cannons in a row before killing the huge monster. A primitive man facing such a monster might not even have a chance to escape. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but ask, "Then how did you complete the mission?" God.Ego smiled bitterly and said, "If you say I completed the mission, that's not wrong. Looking at those monsters deep in the sky, I knew it was an impossible mission. In fact, I didn't have time to think about the mission at all, because those monsters seemed to be holding a dance party. They were jumping on the surface of the planet, and pairs of big feet kept falling. I had to run desperately. I kept running and running. My only thought at the time was not to be trampled into a meat pie by these big feet. That would be too ugly to die. I ran all the way to the beach, looking at the raging waves in the sea. I didn't have time to sigh. I just felt a huge shadow pressing down on me. I knew it was another pair of big feet, and a pair of unavoidable big feet, so I jumped directly into the sea. Even so, I couldn't avoid the big feet. The big foot also stepped into the sea. Fortunately, the seawater was deep enough. I was kicked by the big feet in the seawater for hundreds of meters without touching the seabed. At this time, the giant's body also appeared in front of me, and then the head. His 2 room-sized eyes were full of panic, and he began to struggle violently in the seawater. At this time, I realized that this kind of giant can't swim, and the depth of the seawater here seems to be tens of thousands of meters. I swam over and punched the giant's forehead hard. Of course, this punch did not cause any damage to the giant. But a few minutes later, as I expected, the prompt sound of the task completion sounded in my mind. The drowned giant, in Heater's opinion, was killed by my fist. In this way, I completed the first world task. It turned out that I was picking up a loophole. This giant's death was a bit tragic. Captain Mazlala sighed in his heart. If the giant was a Pajero, he would definitely not die, because Pajeros need to receive training in swimming, rock climbing, tree climbing, and wild survival since birth. After completing the first world mission, I successfully obtained an ability. At this time, the infinite pride in my heart had long disappeared without a trace. I only wanted to survive. God began Pot smiled bitterly, facing danger. I only wanted to escape. Am I useless? Not surviving is the first instinct of living things. Every living thing will make the same choice as you when facing danger. Captain Mazlala, who had escaped death several times, understood the feelings of God began Pot very well. God began Pot looked at him gratefully and pondered his words. Survival is the first instinct of living things. This sentence is well said. It reveals the essence of living things in a concise way. It should also be something that your extraterritorial civilization has realized through science, right? Captain Mazlala nodded in disapproval. Even the lowest level 1 civilization knows this statement. However, in order not to undermine the racial pride of God began Pot, he did not say it explicitly. Although these divine magicians do not understand science, they have abilities. Thinking of his ability, Captain Mazlala asked curiously, God began Pot, what is your ability? Can you show it? According to the naming rules of the divine magician, the ability of God began Pot should be related to the began Pot. Can he make a big iron pot? God began Pot, who was savoring science, originally had a deep look, but when he heard the question, he instantly became embarrassed and hesitant. My ability is useless, not powerful at all, and not ornamental. This must be kept secret. Captain Mazlala felt that he was already familiar with this young divine magician, and frowned. God began Pot, am I still your brother-in-law? You and my sister are not married yet, God began Pot whispered, and then felt that Captain Mazlala was already his own, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. He said seriously, I can show it, but you can't laugh. Don't laugh, absolutely don't laugh. Captain Mazlala deliberately frowned. God began Pot was relieved. He raised his right hand and pointed 2 fingers to the sky. My ability can resist most physical damage and can be invulnerable to swords and guns. Invulnerable to swords and guns, isn't this the same function as the protective shield of the spacecraft? It's quite amazing. Captain Mazlala was full of expectations, staring at God began Pot. The expression on God began Pot's face gradually became serious, and he uttered a low voice, began Pot, transform. As soon as the voice fell, God began Pot flashed a strange purple light. The light was so bright that Captain Mazlala could hardly open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the young magician who was standing in front of him had disappeared. A big black iron pot was lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 650. This iron pot is similar to the iron pot used for cooking at home. The bottom of the pot is covered with traces of smoke, and the surface is stained with oil. It shines in the sunlight. Well, it is a good pot that has been tempered 1,000 times. Captain Mazlala instantly understood why the God began pot was hesitant just now. It turned out that his ability was to turn into a big iron pot. This ability is also amazing. Captain Umazlala was about to smile when he heard a voice from the big iron pot. We agreed not to laugh. Good guy. He turned into a big iron pot and still didn't delay talking. The magician is worthy of being a violation of science. Captain Umazlala had to restrain his smile. He pursed his lips and said, "Is this pot invulnerable to swords and guns?" The iron pot also appeared in the early days of Pajero civilization. It is a traditional kitchen utensil for cooking food. Its main component is iron, and it also contains a small amount of sulfur, phosphorus, manganese, silicon, carbon and other element. Captain Umazlala believes that it has a certain defensive ability, but it's a bit absurd to say that the iron pot is invulnerable to swords and guns. If you don't believe me, try it. God Big Iron Pot said angrily when he saw that his ability was questioned. Let's try it. Captain Umazlala took out a laser gun from his pocket, aimed at the big iron pot, and pulled the trigger. Considering that the big iron pot was transformed by God Big Iron Pot, he was afraid that God Big Iron Pot would be injured after piercing the iron pot, so he deliberately aimed at the handle of the big iron pot. A red beam shot out from the laser gun and accurately hit the handle of the big iron pot. Something that surprised Captain Umazlala happened. After being hit by the laser, the big iron pot was not penetrated, but just a little red. Your weapons from outsiders are really powerful. They even have heating functions. I feel warm all over now. 2 more shots. The big iron pot said. Captain Umazlala. God Big Iron Pot was of course just joking. He transformed into a human form from the light ball again. How is my ability? Not bad. It can actually withstand the shooting of laser guns, which is quite interesting. Captain Umazlala gave a fair evaluation. It's just a little ugly. Every time I use my ability, I'm laughed at by others. Goddaddy Go shook his head and said, "It's indeed a little ugly, but it's very practical. Do you have any strange abilities among your divine magicians, except for the ones with strong attack power such as wind, fire, thunder and lightning?" Captain Umazlala's heart moved, and he took the opportunity to ask questions. Of course there are. I have a friend named God Tuaxiang. He can transform into a powerful Tuaxiang. Goddaddy Go grinned. It's quite interesting. He must be very powerful after the transformation. Captain Umazlala had seen Tuaxiang when he first came to Gaystar. He knew that this was a native animal of Gaystar that was more than 10 meters tall, with a violent temper and fear of red bamboo. God Big Iron Pot laughed strangely. What's more interesting is that God Gorilla really enjoys the feeling of being a gorilla. He is not like me who only uses his abilities when fighting, but stays in the gorilla state all day. To the point that he sometimes thinks of himself as a real gorilla, and even married 2 female gorillas as his wives. Good man. This is considered to be obsessed. Captain Umazlala's heart twitched. What's this? There are even more bizarre things. Seeing his expression, God Big Iron Pot said with a smile, "I have another friend named God Fire Ant. Fire ants are a kind of ants on our planet, guy. Although they are small in size, they are extremely ferocious and can secrete lethal toxins. God Fire Ant can summon millions of fire ants. These fire ants can instantly engulf an elephant, so he is considered to be a relatively strong magician in the Magician Club. He has always been highly valued. As a result, one day, tens of thousands of civilians and livestock in the villages near where he lived all turned into a pile of bones overnight. Although the divine magicians have a transcendent status, this kind of large-scale slaughter is absolutely not allowed by the Divine Magician Club. Moreover, at that time, the civilians in the kingdom were raising a wave of opposition to the divine magicians. After the massacre broke out, civilians in various places began large-scale protests, and there were vague signs of uprising. In order to calm the situation, the Divine Magician Club could only arrest the God Fire Ant. It turned out that the God Fire Ant had already regarded himself as the queen of the fire ants. The reason why he allowed the fire ants to eat civilians was because he felt that the fire ants were very hungry. In his mind, every fire ant is his child. Captain Umazlala understood that when the divine magicians are given abilities, they will also be affected by the abilities and will involuntarily replace them. The divine magicians who can transform are likely to be immersed in the transformed objects, and the divine magicians with summoning abilities will regard the summoned animals as their own children. Then, According to your description, these divine magicians have been seriously affected by negative effects. God big iron pot, do you usually feel like lying on the flames and having vegetables, meat, seasonings, and salt sprinkled all over your body? Captain Mazlala had a strange idea in his mind. God big iron pot can turn into a big iron pot, so he may have subconsciously regarded himself as a big iron pot. It seems that I have had this feeling. I have dreamed several times that I was covered with vegetables, but I thought I liked to become a human feast. God big iron pot frowned and tried his best to recall, with a confused look on his face. It seems that this may be the negative effect of my ability. God big iron pot is quite smart and has a strong learning ability. He quickly accepted the theory of negative effects. It is possible. There is no gift without reason in the universe. Something as powerful as this must pay a price in the end. Captain Mazlala tried to analyze the ability of the divine magician from a scientific perspective. It is very likely that the divine magician will eventually become a slave to his ability, just like your ability is to turn into a big iron pot. Is it possible that during a certain transformation process, you will never be able to return to your human form and will forever become a big iron pot? Of course, he was just guessing, and he even felt that this guess was unreliable because the divine magicians have a variety of abilities. Will the divine magician who can release lightning eventually turn into lightning? Will the divine magician who can spit fire eventually turn into flames? Then the question is, what will the god Zayatha who can transform others become in the end? Therefore, Captain Mazlala also felt that this price statement was unreliable and shook his head immediately. However, God Datigo believed it to be true. The sweat on his forehead rolled down, and his face became extremely ugly. It's really terrible to be forever turned into an ugly immobile iron pot and be put on the flame to cook dishes all day long. But when you say that, I remember that a large number of divine magicians disappear on Gaystar every year. The divine magician clubs, which have always been hostile to each other, have surprisingly consistent attitudes towards such things. They all try to cover it up. Could it be that they were really guessed? Captain Mazlala's heart jumped. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from the end of the road in the distance. Husband, brother, you are here. It's easy for me to find you. Captain Mazlala looked up and saw Shen Shuxian looking at them with a smile. Shen Shuxian was particularly beautiful today. Black and bright pupils, curved willow leaf eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, white and flawless skin with a faint blush, thin lips like rose petals, tender and dripping, purity mixed with desire. Captain Mazlala found that he had more and more feelings for God Zayatha since he became a gay. Sister, I'm talking to my brother-in-law. You look so anxious. It feels like a long time since we last met. God Datigo joked. Boy, do you want to die? God Zayatha gnashed his teeth and made a fierce look. I dare not. I won't bother you now. God Datigo made a face and fled. Captain Mazlala felt that the relationship between the two siblings was very good from the interaction between them. And God Datigo seemed to be a little afraid of his sister, although this fear was very light and well concealed. After God Datigo ran away, God Zayatha walked lightly to Captain Mazlala and smiled before speaking. Husband, I have asked people to arrange all your men, and also asked people to find a group of young women in the farm. She lowered her head a little shyly in the middle of her words, embarrassed to continue. Captain Mazlala had already understood what she meant. This meant that he wanted to treat the team members well. Captain Mazlala had no objection to this kind of thing. The team members had followed him through life and death, and almost lost their lives in the interstellar dust. There was nothing wrong with relaxing now. Thank you. Shen Shuxian stamped her feet shyly, biting her beautiful red lips with her white teeth. Husband, we are all family, and it's a bit strange to say such things. What's more, our great cause cannot do without your men. Yes, it's strange. Captain Mazlala felt a little sweet in his heart and said with a smile. That's about right. Husband, the wedding will be held in the largest hotel in Zenshin City in 3 days, and the wedding invitations have been sent out. Shen Shuxian said with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with autumn water. My brother and I are both divine magicians. We are well-known figures within 100 miles, so the wedding is also very large. I invited more than 10 familiar divine magicians, more than 20 big landowners, and local officials of the kingdom to attend. In order to conceal your identity, I forged a birth certificate for you. You are the illegitimate child of a big landowner, and your subordinates are the servants assigned to you by the big landowner. Captain Umazlala was not interested in the scale of the wedding. In the Pajero civilization, two people only need to sign a contract on the official website to agree on the ownership of the property. However, he had to pay attention to the identity, used to conceal it, because it was related to his future safety. The illegitimate child of a big landowner? If you meet the big landowner or someone he knows, won't it be exposed? Shen Xiaohu raised her head, proud like a white swan, and a strange smile appeared on her face. You will never meet them. Could it be? Captain Umazlala's heart jumped, and an incredible answer popped out in his mind. That's right. The day before yesterday, I sent people to kill the landlord's family. The reason is very simple, just to take away this beautiful man like you. Shen Xiaohu looked, as if it was a matter of course, and there was no strange color on her face. This made Captain Umazlala a little difficult to accept. He didn't know how many people there were in the landlord's family, but it was too cruel to deprive someone of his life so easily, in order to conceal an identity. Well, if you do this, won't the Divine Magician Club object? Captain Umazlala knew that, although the Divine Magicians had a transcendent status on Gaystar, and were not punished for killing people, they would be punished by the Divine Magician Club if they roused public anger. When Godzilla heard Captain Umazlala say this, she thought he was worried about her safety. Her heart warmed, and she quickly smiled. Don't worry, my husband. In fact, the Divine Magician Club provides a killing quota for each Divine Magician every year. As long as you don't exceed this quota, you won't be punished at all. Captain Umazlala asked puzzledly, killing quota? Is there a quota for this thing? Of course. In the eyes of us divine magicians, there is no difference between the civilians in this world and the chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep they raise. The reason why they can survive on Gaystar is to make our lives better. Godzilla explained in a proud tone, when we need them to die, they will die. Of course, in order to make better use of civilians and avoid waste, the Divine Magician Club stipulates that first level Divine Magicians have 50 killing quotas each year, and second level Divine Magicians have 100 killing quotas each year. God daddy go, and I have a total of 150 killing quotas. Hearing the explanation of Godzilla, Captain Umazlala, while lamenting the misery of the civilians, also realized a problem. That is, Godzilla is actually a second level Divine Magician. According to God Daddy Go, a second level Divine Magician completed 2 small world tasks in the Black Tower, and possessed 2 abilities. So what is the other ability of Godzilla? Xiaohu, you are a second level Divine Magician. Do you have 2 abilities? Captain Umazlala asked carefully. Upon hearing this, Godzilla's face suddenly changed. She stared at Captain Umazlala for a long time and sighed. Husband, these things were told to you by God Daddy Go. Captain Umazlala nodded heavily and sold God Daddy Go without hesitation. When will this guy grow up? Godzilla said, biting her lip. Perhaps she realized that she was a little out of control, and a smile appeared on her face. Husband, if I say that I did not gain abilities in the second Black Tower small world, would you believe it? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.